The Wings are now 28-15-4 on the year, and they're back tonight on the road against the Boston Bruins at 7:30. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin, Greg behind the glass. It's a Tuesday. Feeling good after last night. John, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine up until Heather's trying to steal my workspace here.
Heather,
finally got my internet back, and I got people pushing stuff in my face.
Oh, okay. I have so many papers here. I needed a little bit more room.
I know.
You can move it.
Just as you were opening the show, she moved the call button thing here a little bit closer, and I thought, I'm going to take my armrest back a little bit here, like we're on a flight.
What was the rule on that, by the way, on the flights?
If you're in the middle seat, you get both armrests.
Yeah, if you're next to me, you're screwed.
Shoot.
That's how it goes. It's my life rule.
So we're
One to live by.
We're feeling good. It's a Tuesday, which means 2 Grand Slam. Later in the show, you'll have a shot to win $2,000. All week long, Chris Stapleton tickets. Be listening for that later in the show. We're going to spend a bunch of time on the Wings today. It feels like it's time to talk about them a little more seriously.
You mean our first place Wings?
Yeah, our first place Detroit Red Wings with the most points in the Eastern Conference with a win last night against the Hurricanes. Got kind of squirrely late, but John, they won the game.
Kind of squirrely.
They won the game on Fedorov night.
Yeah, they're up by 3, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, yeah, hey, we can enjoy the moment.
Yep.
This is, how many times have we seen, when somebody passes, that's a big part of the organization. I played against New York when their owner died, and all of a sudden, hey, they come out and they light you up for 45. Last game at Three Rivers against Pittsburgh, they light you up. Now, we weren't a very good team, but it's kind of one of those nights where and all of a sudden you're thinking, hey, everything is falling the Red Wings' way, right? It's 3-0, and then it's 3-1. Then it's 3-2. And you then in the last couple of minutes, it's 3-3. Damn it.
Look, when they scored their first one, you go, okay, I have to lock
Yeah, can we
in.
just end this now, please?
Because the way Carolina plays, they possess the puck, they outshoot everybody they play, they're relentless, they're buzzing, they're in your zone. You just don't want to give them life. And the first goal gave them life. A Larkin turnover gave them a shorthanded goal. Mm-hmm. And now you're going, we got to bear down. I thought it was a bit of a love tap called penalty on Raymond, but then a legit penalty on Sherratt, and it's 5-on-3, and you knew they were going to score a goal. Yeah. You knew with 5-on-3 with that team they were going to tie it up. It was just about getting out of there with the 2 points. And did we get away with one late? Did Andrew Kopp cross-check in front of the net before scoring? Sure he did. But John, win's a win, and it keeps the vibes high, and it was a great night, and it started with Sergei Fedorov.
It was a great night, and it's been a fun year.
Mm-hmm.
We're not well over. We are over halfway of the regular season, running downhill, sitting there in sole possession of first place. Now, obviously, the same amount of points as Carolina, but you got the tiebreaker.
Right, and I think if you look at the standings, Tampa's played fewer games and has a higher, but we don't need to do that.
The minutia.
I don't want to get bogged down in that today.
That's not today.
Let's start with Fedorov, and we'll get into the Wings as the show unravels here. And we're eventually going to do a car flag check to measure the buy-in from this city and this fan base right now.
And what have I been kind of following over the course of this? I don't know, the last month. Right? It's the Detroit Red Wings where, hey, they're in first in the Atlantic, and then all of a sudden, hey, they're just below the cut line because everything was so tight. And then it was they had a 4-point buffer above the cut line. Then yesterday we were talking about a 6-point buffer. Now with that win, and again, I'm not going to just jump to conclusions, but it's an 8-point buffer. And to your point, right? Games in hand, all of those things matter. So tonight it could be 6, but you've got to consistently increase that buffer so that when you get to the month of March and they're back from the Olympic break and it's they start to enter into the mind of the players, hey, this is what happened over the last 3 years. Now, not all those guys were here, but enough of them to where does it start to creep in and say, oh, man, we don't want to lose this, and they start clutching their pearls. Hey, they've got themselves a buffer, and now they've got Todd McClellan that seems to be the guy that, after 2 or 3 games, he resets the standard.
Yeah. And I think there's another gear with the young players that we haven't seen yet. I mean, I think Casper having a down year, can he find it in the second half of the season here? Finney playing up on the first line. Not seeing a ton of offensive production, but is there another gear there? Danielson's no longer here in Detroit. He's in Grand Rapids. Does he get another stint before the end of the year? There's another gear, but just playing the way they're playing right now is good enough. Like, I would emphasize that. Like, at this point in the season, you can't ask for much more than what we've seen from this team. You have a legitimate number 1 goaltender in John Gibson, who's been the best goalie in hockey since December 1st. You have a legit shutdown pair. We emphasized how important defense was going to be. When you play damn near half the game with Seider and Edvinsson on the ice, you're in a great advantage position. Their penalty kill went from the worst in the league to league average, which isn't special, but it makes a difference.
Well, it's all those little things that, hey, just a little bit better than last year. Because what did they need last year?
A little more.
1 more point.
Yeah.
They just needed a little bit more. And now hopefully you're not, battling for those last 1 or 2 points at the end of the season.
I'll give you another thing that's better. Kopp got hurt last year, and he's playing like a legit second center. He's a point per game or just shy, 19 points in his last 20 games, and he had 2 last night, including the game winner. Like, these are the things that add up. James Van Riemsdyk scores the first goal of the game. He's got more goals this year than Vladimir Tarasenko had all of last year. Again, these little things that add up. So at this point, I can't have asked for much more than what we've seen so far.
So the big thing that people were holding against them was, first off, point separation in the conference. It's 8 points now. They're into a playoff spot. That's a pretty legitimate amount at this point. They've blown that, but I think we have to start treating this team as this team only and stop worrying about previous seasons and holding that.
Easier said than done, but yes.
But no, I think it's time to break that right now. They've got 60 points in 47 games. If you get a point per game the rest of the way,
I feel like we've done that game before, but yes.
I mean, it's kind of like, and the other thing that people have been holding against them was the goal differential. It is now positive 4.
Yep.
4 plus 4. The reason it was so out of whack was because their goaltending was so bad.
Early in the year,
If they're the team that they are since Gibson has been playing well, December, it's kind of like the team that played football last night, the Texans. At some point in their bad season, early in the season, and it took a long time for people to buy it.
Right.
And now are you going to buy it again? And are you going to buy, and it's like.
Well, I'm certainly buying a team with 2 really good edges.
Well, jeez. He did. Wait. Yeah. Come on.
Can't even find it. It's been so long.
Yeah, jeez. Got me all
Smarm
rattled
alarm.
over here.
Holy moly, John.
Wow,
Yeah.
that was incredible.
You're welcome. I do have it in me. I just don't use it very much.
So at this point, I don't understand why you wouldn't buy in. What, you're not buying in because you don't want to get burned?
No, I think, and I don't want to be this guy today, but I think the argument would be they're not as good as their peak. Their peak is what they've done from December on. They're probably somewhere in between the start and today, and I think they have enough of a cushion to get in, but we've seen them have a cushion like this before, right?
Right, but at some point, all the evidence is stating that they aren't that team.
What if I told you they had a higher save percentage as a team 2 years ago?
That makes me pause a little bit.
Okay.
But they weren't as good of an offensive team 2 years ago.
I think they're also a
Seider
better
wasn't playing
defensive.
as well.
I think they're also a better defensive team.
You just can't get there, can you?
I'm
You
in
can't
route. I'm
buy
in route.
in.
I'm on the highway to that point, John. I'm en route. We're going to spend a bunch of time talking about
I pointed
it.
out at the beginning of the week, well, maybe it was the end of last week, where you slipped and you started talking positively about the playoffs, and you started talking positively about the month of March. You said the word.
And I said it out loud.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. It's an ongoing
it
evolution.
Jinx them over the weekend.
No.
A nice win on Saturday.
Couple
A
good
really
ones.
nice win last night.
No, I think it's an ongoing evolution as you buy more into this hockey team, as they deserve more buy-in from this fan base. And last night was a great crowd. Last night, everybody got there early. Everybody was there to celebrate Sergei Fedorov. And, John, I don't know if you saw some of the ceremony.
Yeah, I tuned in for I didn't see all of it, but I did tune in for some of it, and there were some great moments.
Fedorov is the ultimate showman. Comes out in the Corvette. He's working the crowd, working the room. You got a sense of humor. His speech I thought was great. And they really tapped into all of the 90s nostalgia. Karen Newman's singing the national anthem.
Yeah.
They're all wearing 91 in the warm-ups with the white skates. Like the only thing that was missing was an octopus on the ice, but they really did capture. I thought it was first class last night.
I 100% agree. And it brought back, and I don't know how many people did this. Yesterday, I was, thinking about the night ahead, and I think it was the Free Press that put an excerpt from, one of the books that was written about the Russian Five and about the defection of Sergei Fedorov from, when it happened in Seattle and him getting to Chicago and getting to Detroit and all these different things. You get a chance to go back and read and watch some of these, and the Russian Five, or was it the Russian Five? Yeah, the documentary that was done, and you can find it on
really
Amazon
good.
Prime. Yeah, it's free. You don't have to pay for it like you do have Heather's movie, and so you can actually watch it. But you're like the sister I never wanted.
My goodness. What did I do to you today when
is
I
rough.
walked in here?
I know. Well, you started encroaching on my space here. How
dare you.
And, no, I know. I'm
goodness.
just kidding. And so, it brought you the ability to go and relive some of those moments. And last night, to your point of Karen Newman doing the national anthem and all the different things, it kind of felt like you were put back into the early 90s.
And Hockey Town's at center ice.
Yeah.
And they're beating the team with the most points in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah. Sorry, Heather.
It's okay.
Yeah, cheap shots on a Tuesday morning. I should have waited till Thursday morning to take all these cheap shots.
Your favorite day.
Yeah.
But anyway, 248-539-9797. The Red Wings are going to be a big part of what we do on the show today. And we're going to gauge the buy-in and talk about a team with the most points in the Eastern Conference, a first-place hockey team. Not can they get in the playoffs hockey team, but a team sitting in first place this morning. 248-539-9797. Some of your phone calls, some of your texts. We also have a fun football game to play today. Tom has a switcheroo question.
You ought to be good at
No,
this.
I knew that's
Can we
good.
call it? Can we switch it to the
QB swap.
swapperoo?
Yeah, we're doing QB swap.
Swapperoo.
It's going to be a Jared Goff playoff QB switcheroo conversation at 6:35.
They're all on that cruise ship. Which QB do you want?
Which cabin you going to?
Now it's so much more weird. It's 97.1. Winter means snow and icy roads. It means serious car accidents. When you're in a car accident, call Lawrence KG, and he'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. KG's won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. KG will make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY. Visit KGCares.com. Fedorov on why he wore number 91. 91 is where it belongs, up in the rafters, Little Caesars Arena last night. Wings win the game in overtime. Andrew Kopp got away with the cross-check, buries a game-winning goal, and the Wings have the most points of any team in the Eastern Conference, a first-place hockey team. John, some text pouring in.
Okay.
Wings win again. Fedorov night. The city's starting to get hockey fever. There's a lot of juice.
There is a lot of juice. We've talked about the juice with the Pistons, especially after the Knicks win last Monday night. And then with the Wings win on Saturday, obviously last night, there was a lot of buildup. And we've been talking about the decade that has been no playoffs. And then you bring back a guy that just owned the town, owned the NHL, multiple cups. And it does feel like, hey, there is a lot of juice moving forward. And as much as I like the Olympics, I'm somewhat disappointed that there's going to be this 3.5 week stint where we don't get Red Wings hockey.
Yeah, especially if they're playing this well. You don't want them to cool down. Text says, got outplayed and still won. I hope Yzerman is looking for a forward and a defenseman. Go Wings.
The discussions about the trade deadline will heat up for a first-place team. We talked about it already with the Pistons. Now we're talking about it with the Red Wings. This is what you do when you are in a position to make a run in the postseason.
Well, you got to take some chances. That's actually one of the things Sergei Fedorov brought up last night during his speech. Got to take some chances. Nope. And as you get better, you feel better about taking those chances.
John, you mentioned the Olympic break. They only have 11 games before that. And then
I know it's going to come quick.
They've got all this time off in February, and then there's only 4 games before the trade deadline. They play the night of the trade deadline.
So 15 games before the trade deadline.
Yeah, I mean, if they sustain this rate of success for the next 9-10 games here going into that, they've earned a move, right?
Yeah.
They have.
Earned, versus previous seasons where Yzerman was kind of sitting on a fence. I'm not sure how good this team is, and I'm probably not going to be that aggressive.
And there's extra time for him to spend all the time he wants to analyze, to call, and to build those plant the seed, build the possibility of bringing someone here.
I wonder if they put a freeze on making transactions during the Olympics. Can you imagine you're an Olympian and you get traded?
You got to coordinate everything when you get home. Yeah. A couple more texts. Guys, I'm cautiously buying into this Red Wing team. DeBrincat has played this way most of the year. He could take a run at 50 goals. Kopp and Compher have actually been a solid 2 and 3 center. Rasmussen's even chipped in. They're getting production from 4 lines and decent play from the defense. The X factor is Gibson. If he keeps this standard, the Wings are in the playoffs, and says they still could add at the deadline.
Still should add at the deadline, I would say.
Yeah, still need to add at the deadline is what the text says. This one goes, Costa en route with one of two car flags. We're going to do a car flag count coming up later in the hour. But I think you deserve to talk about this team. They've played as well as you could have asked at this point in the season. 248-539-9797. Joey in White Lake, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Good. I was at the game last night. Great atmosphere. Great to see Fedorov get retired. But, Jim, I'm on your lines. I'm not buying in until the end of March, until there's an X in the standings that says we're in the playoffs.
So it's going to take they locked it in before you fully believe that this is a team that can be in the playoffs?
Yes, sir. It's I've had my heart broke real bad to where I sit on a couch after that game when they get kicked out of the playoffs and you just sit there and stare at the TV and go, what could they have done better? And I believe they're one centerman and one defenseman away from being a really good playoff team.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've gotten all sappy about what this team in the playoffs would look like, and that was 2 years ago. And then I did it again last year, and I can feel myself starting to do it again this year, and it's just a good check of like, hey, it's a long season. They're playing as hot as anybody.
But it's okay.
To be excited, I am.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay because I don't think there's anybody that's sitting there going, this team is a Stanley Cup contender.
Right.
So at some point, we know our heart's going to be broken. We'd rather it be broken in the playoffs. We just don't know how it's going to happen.
Yeah, and just a last note on that, and we'll spend more time later. This text, it says, the crowd yesterday was awesome. Shout out to the crowd. It shows how hungry this city is for playoff hockey. The players have brought that up, too. Dylan Larkin brought that up in December about how the crowds are getting louder.
Yeah.
They're giving them a reason to show up, and they're just scratching the surface because this place, it was built to be a playoff hockey atmosphere. We just haven't had it yet. Could be this season. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Good morning to most of you, except one of you.
And John.
Yes, I deserve that. I deserve
and
it.
John. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a man is now in police custody after a missing girl who ran away from her Monroe County home last week was located with him. So according to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, the 14-year-old girl was reported missing on Friday. Her family was able to track that her last known location was at a Meijer in Monroe. So deputies went to that Meijer. Unfortunately, she was not there anymore, but they were able to obtain some security video that showed that she and a man got into a vehicle and drove away. Well, license plate readers were able to be used to track the vehicle, and they learned it was an Uber. So they were able to talk to that Uber driver who gave them some information, which led deputies to the pair. So the man was arrested for harboring a juvenile runaway, and the girl was returned to her family. So far, it's unclear if the man is going to face any additional charges. The first Chick-fil-A in downtown Detroit is opening on Thursday. So the restaurant, which is located in the First National Building right outside of Campus Martius, will open 6 days a week at 8 a.m. And according to a press release, this restaurant has created 110 jobs and did recently make a $50,000 donation to 3 area nonprofits. So pretty cool. So like I said, starting Thursday, the new location will be open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and then 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
That's cool.
I still have never been. I probably never will.
Really?
Well, what am I getting? I mean, fries?
They have great fries. I love their
Like
waffle fries.
Yeah.
They have a salad, and I think you can get it without chicken. They also have a fruit cup.
I've never.
Yeah, the more you talk through it, I don't know.
Milkshake. Do you like milkshakes?
Okay, I could do a fry and a milkshake. Otherwise, the salad from a fast food restaurant.
I hear ya.
Trust me, I get it. Yeah,
That doesn't-
salad from anywhere. I'm out. But
that doesn't sound great. But
they do have really good milkshakes.
I could get a pop.
Yeah, or lemonade. You like lemonade?
I do.
Okay, they got lemonade.
I could, yeah. But when I don't know
But
if
it's
it's
known for
worth
its
the,
chicken.
and waiting
if you're not
in
gonna
line
eat chicken,
for
then
a lemonade and
I got it.
fry.
Well, yeah,
Maybe
but,
one day
you
when the
can
kids eat it.
take your family there and.
Yeah. I don't know. They've got to be older. They're such picky eaters. I don't think
Well,
they'll
I'm
eat
talking
it
about
either.
Colin.
Oh, Colin's never eaten it. Maybe he's had it once during the pandemic when it was like trending. Remember, there was all these like fast food restaurants
Yeah.
competing for the best chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
I think he might have tried it. I don't know. Anyway, you guys, it is official. Ken Syverud has been named the 16th president of the University of Michigan. We talked about it yesterday, but it is now officially official. Yes. So the school's Board of Regents unanimously voted to name him president in a meeting on Monday afternoon. And during their announcement, the board called him a fearless listener, a gifted collaborator, and a forward thinker.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Cool.
there you go. So he is a University of Michigan alum,
Yes, he is.
which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And former professor.
Yeah. And he says he plans to spend lots of time getting to know the faculty and students to determine what should be top priority on the list of issues to tackle. And when it comes to his salary, it sounds like his base salary will be $2 million annually and can increase, obviously, based
The
upon.
longer he stays
Yeah.
in performance.
Yeah.
Hey, good for him.
Yeah. You want one more quickly?
Yeah.
Kid Rock's Rock the Country Tour will once again be dropping into Hastings, Michigan. So the tour, which will feature tons of artists, Jason Aldean, Brantley Gilbert, Ashley Cook, Uncle Cracker, will stop at the Barrie Expo Center August 8th and 9th. The tickets go on sale Friday. And the tour is going to take him to 8 different cities. And he's going to be performing with different artists in each city. And there's a ton of people. Jelly Roll, Blake Shelton, Miranda Lambert, Ludacris, Nelly. The list goes on and on and on.
It's Heather with the news. All right, we will talk more hockey. 6:50. We'll get those car flags out. Want to know on a scale of 1 to 5? Can you fit 5 car flags? 1 to 4 might be a better scale.
Oh yeah. No, you can
1 to
you can
5.
fit an extra. Yeah.
Okay, John. 1 to 5 car flag scale at 6:50. Coming up next, it's the QB switcheroo. It's 97.1. Okay, we have a fun game to play. It's the QB switcheroo. Tom, you have a list of quarterbacks, all who made the playoffs, and the question is, Jared Goff, would you switch him for this guy?
Correct. So every single 14 quarterbacks here on this list, all postseason quarterbacks, whether they won or lost this past weekend, you saw them play. It was a great weekend of football for the most part. All right, the first two on the list, we're going to kind of rule out, right? Number one, Josh Allen. Everybody's taking Josh Allen over Jared Goff.
Correct.
Sorry, I'll turn my mic on. Yes.
Works better that way.
Yeah.
Everybody's taking Matthew Stafford over Jared Goff, right?
Yes.
Right now, in the moment. Yes.
Okay, yes. All right.
And then let's just clarify. We're taking them for the here and now.
Yes. And this is a hypothetical fun game. We're not getting into the mud and all that.
Contracts or any of that.
Yeah. Would you rather have this guy than Jared Goff? All right. So first one, Justin Herbert.
This is a tough one for me because I'm a big Justin Herbert fan, but right now I would say no. I mean, you look at the turnovers, and it's hard to get a judge of him because that offensive line was decimated. He was, in large part, running for his life, yet they still won. They didn't have a running game all season long. At times they did, but they still won. However, I'll take Jared Goff right now.
Yeah, it's not like Jared Goff had much of a run game in any of the big spots this season, yet he finished with a ton of touchdowns, very few interceptions, high quarterback rating, high passing yards, and we just watched Herbert fall flat on his face. So I'll take Goff.
Would you rather have Trevor Lawrence or Jared Goff?
I'd take Goff.
I would take Goff as well. Still more yards, 4 less interceptions this year. His decision making, although, I mean, you start to get into, and this opens the door for all of those, got to have a mobile quarterback.
All right, this is the one that I think is the automatic no, and I almost think we need a laugh track for it. Aaron Rodgers over Jared Goff.
No.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you get the J-Mo laugh, right? It's silly to think about this. Obviously, at the peak of his career, we would take Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Fame quarterback. But right now, no.
Yeah, peak of his powers, MVP, Super Bowl, all that stuff. But that's clearly in the rearview mirror.
And he might be retiring, and we don't want a retired quarterback.
Yeah, that is a good point, Tom. We want someone to play games next season for us. By the way, for those that watched last night, like a very Pittsburgh performance, a double-digit loss in the playoffs. Again, that's now 5 in a row. And
5 in a row, but it's, 7 in a row losses.
Yeah,
they haven't won in the postseason since 2016.
Yep.
This one's interesting, I think. Bryce Young or Jared Goff?
No, it's not interesting.
Why is this interesting to you?
Are you kidding me? You want a little person running around back there that has to stand on his tippy toes to throw the ball? And I know, hey, they were in the postseason, but they didn't have a winning record.
You just mentioned, though, he can move around a little bit.
Oh, is that the only definition?
You don't want to
right, yeah. To insert all those people that want just a simple mobile quarterback.
All right, next one. And I find this one super interesting right now because the heat is on in Philly. Jalen Hurts or Jared Goff?
I'd take Jalen Hurts. And I think their offense was poorly organized this season. There's real talk about changing the offensive coordinator in Philadelphia. I've seen Hurts.
You mean they made a bad hire at coordinator after losing theirs?
Yeah, no kidding. I've seen Hurts roll up 300 passing yards in the Super Bowl. I've seen him win a Super Bowl. I know what he's capable of, and I think it's a higher ceiling than Jared Goff. I would rather have Jalen Hurts.
If you had asked me this question last year, I would have said Jalen Hurts. You're asking me this question this year, and I would say Jared Goff. Jalen Hurts looked very afraid to throw an interception. He's not taking chances anymore, and maybe it's because there's not a great relationship between him and A.J. Brown, his number one receiver. What should be his number one receiver. Devontae Smith, yes. Goddard, yes.
Some of this is he's got a great defense, so don't turn the ball over, and he doesn't turn the ball over.
No, he doesn't, but you also need to score points to win. They weren't able to score points to win because he wasn't able to take enough chances. Then by the time he actually threw the ball to A.J. Brown forgot how to catch.
He looks like he was told this year not to run. And let Jalen Hurts be Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
And that's what they need to change OC. And, he's got probably a couple years left where he can be pretty mobile still. Yeah. Let him be himself. Next guy, divisional foe, Jordan Love or Jared Goff?
Jared Goff, and this one he's not even close. Jordan Love loves to throw the interception, the turnover at the worst time. He's more apt to do that than actually get something done.
And it's interesting because he cut down the turnovers this season. He had 4 touchdowns in their playoff loss. I thought he actually bridged the gap or tried to close the gap, but I'd still have Jared Goff.
You hear the afternoon show? They always attack you for going after Jordan Love and hating on him. I would accuse them of being Jordan Love honks.
Yeah, I mean, how about this? Did Jared Goff throw more touchdowns than Love this year? Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
Did he have more yards? A
He
higher
actually threw
quarterback
11
rating?
more. But he threw 2 less interceptions, but 11 less touchdowns.
Right. Again, higher quarterback rating, more passing yards.
Yeah, 1,200 less passing yards.
Yeah.
We moved to QBs we didn't see play this weekend. Bo Nix or Jared Goff?
No, Bo Nix is the limiting factor for the Denver Broncos. Tremendous defense. They have skilled players. And I know there were times this year where Bo Nix did play well, but he is the limiting factor. Jared Goff's not the limiting factor for the Lions offense.
No, Bo Nix had a couple, to your point, standout performances, including when he faced Green Bay. He threw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. The problem is that was the outlier game this season for Bo Nix. There's still more meat on the bone. He's a young quarterback, but he's not where Goff is.
I misspoke there. I had C.J. Stroud as next on the list. He played last night. C.J. Stroud or Jared Goff?
I'd still take Jared Goff. C.J. Stroud threw for, 1,500 less yards this year. And I know that he missed some games. So the total numbers aren't necessarily a factor. But after year one, we thought, oh, my goodness, C.J. Stroud exploding into the NFL. Since then, he's been very pedestrian.
To your point, more interceptions than Jared Goff this season and
Less games.
less games.
Next one on the list. This is intriguing. Drake May or Jared Goff?
Drake May is a borderline MVP quarterback. I would rather have the young, blossoming superstar quarterback. I'd take Drake May.
I think this is a great example of Drake May having a very similar skill set in regards to being able to distribute the ball, being able to do a lot of things that Jared Goff does, yet it's Jared Goff that is mobile. So I would take Drake May.
Imagine asking this 1 year ago today. Sam Darnold or Jared Goff?
I give you the same answer I'd give you last year that I give you today. I'd rather have Jared Goff. Sam Darnold has some issues with the turnovers. He's had some issues in the red zone. And it's not like you're getting some high ceiling with Sam Darnold. It would be like if I said, you don't get any more mobility, but you get more mistake prone. No, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this year Sam Darnold was protected better than Jared Goff. His numbers in terms of, sacks are there, but he still threw 14 interceptions.
Yeah, how about this? The only 2 quarterbacks that threw more picks than Sam Darnold, Geno Smith and Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'll take Jared Goff.
Another divisional foe. Caleb Williams or Jared Goff?
You want to go first?
So it's spicy because Caleb is making wow plays, but I think down in and down out, I'd rather have the precision, the accuracy, the time on target of Jared Goff. Now ask this in a year or two, and this may be a very different answer. But today, the question is today, I would rather have Goff.
Right, and that's exactly what I put. I said, not yet. And the potential is there, but there are still some moments where you're like, there's a wide open receiver and he sails it on him. I'm like, what are you doing? And it's not that we don't see misfires from Jared Goff either. I just believe that where Jared Goff is in his knowledge of the game and when to throw the ball away, when to dirt the ball, when to try and fit it into a tight spot, I would take Jared Goff over Caleb Williams right now.
And here's the thing. He took a big leap from year 1 to year 2. This is not an anti-Caleb Williams. We're in Detroit. We hate the Chicago Bears quarterback. Last year, he was responsible for a ton of sacks, and he didn't take a lot of chances. This year, sacks were cut significantly, extended plays, and took more chances. He grew up a lot year 1 to year 2. He takes a similar leap in year 3 and year 4. He's going to be the best quarterback in this division.
Yeah, and I think the one knocks his completion percentage has got to go up. He was the one little thing that happened Saturday night people overlook because of the dramatic victory was he was 50% passing.
He had 2 picks, although one of them it looked like Luther Burden was supposed to run an in route and just kind of left his quarterback out to dry.
All right, the last one. I'm going to give you some time here. This is what triggered this list yesterday. There was a tone on Ticket Text yesterday, several unsolicited texts. Brock Purdy or Jared Goff. And these people said this is why you can't win with Goff, because Purdy and his ability to just move in the pocket.
I think they're the same tier of quarterback.
Yeah, I was
I mean,
gonna say,
Purdy
who
had,
would
a
you rather
couple,
have?
Purdy had a couple picks in that playoff game. Did we watch the same playoff game? It's not
He
like
didn't have 4.
Well, Goff's never had 4 in a
We
game.
had 3 last year and a
Yes,
fumble.
I know.
Well, I would rather have Kyle Shanahan calling plays and what he can do with the quarterback, because it was Brock Purdy. And this is where you see Mac Jones come in for 8 games. They keep their head above water. They still win more than they lose. To me, that is the system. Now, I'm not going to sit there and say that Brock Purdy's not a good quarterback. He is, but I think it's even. So I'll stay with Jared Goff.
You'll stay with Goff? All right, I'll be spicy. I'd rather have Brock Purdy.
Okay. Why? Why? Real quick,
Because
why?
I think he can, his mobility just and pocket presence would help this offense and offensive line tremendously.
How about him being a little injury prone? Jared Goff doesn't miss games.
Yeah, that's a good one. Durability is probably his biggest knock right now. I don't know if that's coincidental or something that happens all the time yet.
I just so people,
picking his injury, like it reminds me of kind of Matthew Stafford when he got hurt early in his career. That the injuries aren't related; it's just bad luck. Okay, Maybe Joe Burrow too.
I kept track of this. I only took 4 playoff quarterbacks over Jared Goff. John, I don't know if you kept track as we did this.
I did. Let me see here.
The only 4 I took were Allen, Stafford, Hurts, and May.
Oh, I only took 3.
Okay.
I took Allen, Stafford, and Drake May.
And I know we're up against this. Let me just make this point concisely. For people who are going, well, you guys are way too high on him. I watched Goff this year. He's not very good. Jared Goff finished this season with the 2nd most passing touchdowns in the NFL, the 2nd most passing yards in the NFL, and he was 3rd in quarterback rating behind the 2 guys that people are fighting over for MVP. He did this with a battered offensive line where he was sacked more times this year than at any point in his career, and a run game that didn't show up in any big games. So if you think we're being homers about it, I think the thing has turned a little too negative on Goff. Fix the O-line, and we'll be talking about him the way we should. It's 97-1. Nearly gave that one away, but the Wings pick up 2 points and have the most in the Eastern Conference. Your first place, Detroit Red Wings, courtesy of Andrew Kopp. That's Ken Cal on the call. Kopp with a multi-point night. John, we got a first-place hockey team.
Yes, we do.
And we want to carve out some time for them. So we want participation from Hockey Town. Everybody's in a good mood right now with Fedorov night last night. We want to know about buy-in. On a scale of 1 to 5 car flags, where are you at? We'll give you our answers. I want to read some of the texts that we got about the QB switcheroo. John, guys, Caleb was the second least accurate quarterback in the whole league. We've both seen what they can do in a Ben Johnson offense. You guys are right to take Goff over Caleb for now.
Well, the big difference is Jared Goff is in year 9? And Caleb Williams is in year 2. I wouldn't expect a second-year quarterback. I mean, if you're talking about a second-year quarterback, Drake May. That's the guy that, and he was one of my 3 that I would take over Goff because his completion percentage is 72%.
Yeah.
And he's very similar skill set in terms of a passer, in terms of awareness, being able to get rid of the ball. But the one thing that he has more than Jared Goff is obviously his mobility.
What Jared Goff are y'all watching? Your guys' love for him makes me sick to my stomach. All caps, he sucks.
Okay, well.
Okay, then.
There's nothing that we're going to do to change your mind.
Purdy behind this O-line would die. It doesn't matter if you're mobile or not when the line is bad. And you're always going to have, if you're trouble running the football, you're going to have trouble with your offense.
Agree.
Okay. Goff had a 5-interception game against Houston.
But 2 years ago, yeah.
Not this year, but last year. I was talking about playoffs because I think it came up that someone threw 4 interceptions in the playoffs. And I said, well, Goff hasn't. He hasn't in the playoffs.
Well, how many did he throw last year against?
3.
Yeah.
And he had the fumble. Tom was quick on the trigger.
Tomato, 3 or 4.
Yeah. Herbert had 4 this year. I think that might have been who it was.
Last year. Herbert didn't have any interceptions this year.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, correct. Okay, Goff would have thrown for 500 yards with an average of 4.7 seconds to throw this weekend if he had the Eagles team around him.
Yeah, I do think I agree with that. I mean, you think about what Jared Goff did this year with 4,500 yards passing and the amount of touchdowns. He had second in touchdowns, second in yards passing, and he was sacked 38 times. His completion percentage, top 5, and he was sacked 38 times. It doesn't even account the amount of times that he got rid of the ball before he was sacked.
So open lines, 248-539-9790. Something to chew on with the playoff quarterbacks. We went through all 14 that made the playoffs. Would you have Goff or blank? Okay, John, buy in on the Red Wings. As we sit today, your car flag ranking 1 to 5. I know you could realistically fit 1 on each window. 1 to 4 is kind of a weird scale. We're going to do 1 to 5. Just humor us and work with us.
For all you truck or I know you don't know how this is, but you can use the trailer hitch.
Yeah.
So truck, SUV owners, anybody with a somewhat of a manly car can add a 5th.
You could have 5 car flags.
Yes. Yours would just go nowhere. You'd probably go in reverse.
I could put it on the little windshield wiper on the back.
You'd have to put a window sticker on. Anyway, so we're going to do 1 to 5.
1 to 5 is just better than 1 to 4. 1 to 5 to gauge your level of buy-in with our hockey team. It is January. We have not entered the stretch run, but we're past the halfway point now, John. In terms of games played, we're more than halfway through. And the Red Wings are the first place team in the Eastern Conference. Not on the bubble, barely in by 2 points or 3 points or 4 points. They're comfortably in right now, and they're playing as well as you could have hoped at this point in the season.
Mm-hmm. And so I'll go first because I am very curious as to what you're going to say. I know that you're inching towards some confidence, but on a scale of 1 to 5, I'm going to go with 4 car flags. And I'm doing that because, one, I don't want to be just a ride in the fence, right in the middle, which I'm sure that's probably closer to. And we're not going 3-point whatever.
How could you have point something car flags?
No,
like fabric from a different
trust
flag?
Me, I if that's available, I'm sure you would do it. And my number one reason is Todd McClellan.
Okay.
The fact that, they've had 1 4-game losing streak this year, and he seems to be a coach that's not going to let any of the little details slide. He's going to call things out, whether it's behind the scenes or it's in the media. He is going to let his feelings know, let his players know. And having played for a coach exactly like that in Marty Schottenheimer, players appreciate that. They want a coach that's not going to, gloss over the little details, because it is all about winning. It's all about getting to the playoffs. It's all about maximizing your years as a professional hockey player. You don't want to have any wasted years, and I don't think Todd McLellan is going to allow any wasted opportunities.
We're now into a full year of Todd McLellan. I think it's pretty obvious he's been an upgrade.
Yes. Mm-hmm. There's no question he's been an upgrade.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of areas that I feel like this hockey team has improved. One is they've got a legit goalie. Since December 1st, nobody's been better in the sport than John Gibson. He's been a legit number one goalie this team had been missing. Makes a difference. You got a shutdown pair. I mean, when you play damn near half the game with Seider and Edvinsson on the ice, you're in an advantage spot. They're better defensively. Their penalty kill has moved from 32nd, the worst in the league, to 16th.
Oh, you're building up the T's, aren't
you?
It's
an average. It's at least an average PK unit.
You're not going to tell us until the 7 o'clock hour.
I'm going to tell you after this. How many car flags? We want to hear from you guys. 97.1.
Last night's 4-3 overtime Red Wings win against the Carolina Hurricanes may seem like a bit of a letdown at first, considering the Wings led 3-0 entering the third period. But Todd McLellan put things in perspective after the game as to why last night may show that this team is different and you may need more car flags. Take a listen. The Wings did find a way to win last night despite getting outshot 34-18 in total and 14-4 in the third period. Andrew Kopp's 8th goal of the season ended the game in overtime. Detroit got other big individual performances from Lucas Raymond, who extended his point streak to 4 games with an assist, and Alex DeBrincat, who had a 3-point night with a goal and 2 assists, including the game-winning feed to Kopp. After an emotional night and victory, the Wings will have to quickly reset as they're on the road tonight against the Boston Bruins at 7:30. And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reported yesterday that former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel will interview for the Lions offensive coordinator job this week. Ian Rappaport added last night that McDaniel's interview with the Lions is scheduled for today. The 4-year Dolphins head coach made a top 6 offense in Miami in his first 2 seasons at the helm in 2022 and 23. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wings with a win last night, beat the best team in the East. Are we the best team in the East now? Car flags, 1 to 5 on the scale, your level of buy-in. We're past the halfway point. Teams played as well as you could have hoped. And the vibes are high, right? It's Sergei Fedorov night last night. They win the game. You got Karen Newman back. You got Hockey Town at center ice. You got 91 in the rafters. People are feeling good. 248-539-9797. It's the perfect time for us to check in on the level of buy-in from you guys out there in listener land.
And before you give yours, I already gave mine at 4. I do want to make sure, because I'm sure you'll point this out as well. The Red Wings have played more games than anyone else in the Eastern Conference other than the New York Rangers, but right now they're not much of a factor.
Correct.
So 3 more games than the Tampa Bay Lightning, second in the Atlantic. 1 more game than the Montreal Canadiens. They obviously just beat the Carolina Hurricanes, but 1 more game than them, 2 more than the Islanders, 3 more than the Flyers. So I understand, hey, they've got this buffer, but just by default, by games being played, that buffer can be minimized.
Yeah. And I don't want to get caught up in minutia. Game here, game there. The Red Wings are playing significantly better than I think we could have hoped right now. And I want to highlight a couple things that feel noteworthy right now. Gibson is the best goalie in hockey since December 1st. Whether he's the best goalie in hockey, no, he's probably not. But they have a legit number 1, okay? And that makes a difference. when you have a legit top pairing. We talk about how this team needed to get better on defense. Seider playing with Edvinson is a legit shutdown pair for damn near half the night. Andrew Kopp has become that number 2 center we've been waiting for. He's 19 points in his last 20 games. That's a legit number 2C. DeBrincat and Raymond are point per game guys. Your stars leading the way, Larkin just behind him.
Mm-hmm.
They have a penalty kill unit that's not league worst. It's league average. This stuff matters. It adds up. James Van Riemsdyk scored a goal last night. He has more this year than Tarasenko had all last year. So I can't ask for much more to this point, but we are only at this point. I'm a 3 out of 5. Past 50-50, but there's 2 things missing. 1, MARCH, and 2, the trade deadline. Ace those, I'm a 5 out of 5. We're flying the flags. We're going to the postseason. That place, which we've gotten tastes of, last night was a taste of it, that place is going to be electric. And I've already talked about this. I'm making plans. My plan is only going to have half the home playoff games. If I don't have the first home playoff game, I'm going to go. I'm going to spend my own money, additionally, to be there the first playoff game that Little Caesars Arena hosts for hockey. This is like, I'm trying to guard against the childhood exuberance that bubbles to the surface at this time every year with this team. They have to show me they're going one step further than they did the last couple years. I'm a 3 out of 5.
So you're just a little bit more guarded.
Yeah.
In regards to you don't want to be all in, and I don't mean all in by going with a 5. And this is an interpretive exercise, right?
Yeah.
It's 1 out of 5 car flags, and just because you say 5 doesn't mean you think they're going to the Stanley Cup.
No,
it's just hey, you are bought in 100% on this team. Whatever bought in means to you.
Yeah, and I think a couple things. Gibson's played so well. Where is the water when it finds its level? On the season, the Wings' save percentage is still lower than 2 years ago when they missed on the final day. So we're not out of the woods yet, is all I would say. Things are looking up. Gibson, if he's more of this guy than the guy who was chased night one, if the defense in front of him is more like they've been, blocking shots as opposed to odd man rushes, yeah, that save percentage is going to keep ticking up. They're going to keep winning a couple games against good teams, Montreal and Carolina, and they're going to be in the postseason, but we got to see it play through. I feel like I'm you a little bit here with the let it play out crowd, but I still want to give them the appropriate respect. If this isn't a 1, this isn't a 2, I'm not trying to be a stick in the mud. 3 car flags out of 5.
But I think it's a very honest response, and it can be similar to the Lions at the end of the 22 season. Hey, they finished 9-8. They beat Green Bay on the road. They sent Aaron Rodgers packing, and you have 60 years of heartbreak and hopes and dreams that are only crushed going into that 23 season, trying to figure out, is this team for real?
Right.
And it's a much shorter time period. It's a decade, 9 years for the Detroit Red Wings, but it's coming off of one of the greatest runs that the NHL has ever seen for the Detroit Red Wings. Multiple Stanley Cups. I mean, a decade's worth of being in the postseason, and then heartbreak. And so I understand why you're only at a 3.
Yeah. And I know Tom's probably going to shake his finger because he said we got to stop holding last year and the year before against this hockey
but you
team.
Can't. That's part of being a fan. And I know we're supposed to be a little bit more analytical than just fans, but fandom is a part of what we do.
Well, I'll just reverse this, and then it's same old Wings. That's what you guys are. I'm always believing in enjoying the ride. And I believe this team has matured in a number of ways. First off, I think leadership has. I think some of Larkin's comments last season, after the season, were a little bit of a sign of leadership. And they've responded to McClellan's message. They have better goaltending. They have a defensive pair that they can rely on they weren't there last year. Mm-hmm. And to me, that Seider and Edvinson are kind of stirring this thing a little bit. And why would that change? What, they're going to regress? Oh, they're going to run out of gas? They're going to... Seriously?
Well, a couple things. We have an Olympic break. We have a trade deadline. And we have a month of March that's been so horrible for this hockey team. Even when they've been 9-10 points in the playoffs this time of year. It wasn't that long ago. 2 years ago, they had a 9-10 point cushion to be in the playoffs. Well, if they can just play point per game hockey, they're going to be in, right?
That would be 102 points.
But I'm saying we've had these conversations before. And I just want to reject.
But they're not a different team.
But I want to reject.
Are they better?
Tom, I don't know yet.
47
that's the whole
games
point.
doesn't tell you? Why wouldn't you buy into this if it was a different team? If this was the Pistons last year, you'd buy in, but you're holding the previous seasons against them. They're not that team. They're a better team.
I want to reject the idea that I'm not enjoying the ride.
I'm enjoying this because I'm out of the conversation.
You know
I'm
what I mean?
enjoying the ride.
You know what
I'm
I
with
mean?
Tom.
Okay. But the idea that you're not enjoying the ride unless your car flags are at attention. I'm going to the games and enjoying the hell out of these wins.
having
They're
Blue
all
Chew?
fun. What?
You been having some Blue Chew lately?
Oh, God. 248-539-9797.
Let me be clear. I'm a 4, and I'm buying because I believe they've improved, period. I don't know why the young players have gotten better. Why would that change? It's like, okay, you had the first year of St. Brown with the Lions, and then he grew. You're seeing Sider has taken the step. I've been critical of him in the past.
Yep.
Why don't I trust it? Why would he go backwards? A lot of these guys are at that age where you really start, you're getting into your 23, 24, 25-year-olds where you really start to mature as hockey players. That's what I'm believing. I don't know why it would change.
Well,
Okay,
so
he's
let
going to
me-
make me the bad guy.
No.
because-
Let me help defend you because I'll defend both of you guys. And Tom, I'm with you because of the reason I said Todd McClellan. I'm with you, Jim, because we've seen players play at a playoff level for a stretch until they get to the month of March, and then all of a sudden everything falls apart. So I understand why, and I'm not going to criticize you for being a 3 versus a 4. I do think you're enjoying it, and you've already talked about it. I think one of the things you're most excited about is I want to be there, and I think they will be there for that first playoff game this year.
Yeah, I hate the position this puts me in because, why would it?
Well,
why
you
would
did it to yourself.
No,
I won't defend you on that.
I know I do this to myself, but when Tom says, "Well, why wouldn't they?" Well, if you're going to ask me the question, I'm going to answer it, but then it's going to come across as negative. Okay, McClellan was the coach last March, yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But his influence is not the same as it is throughout the entire offseason, the entire training camp, and moments throughout the beginning of the regular season where there are skids. You open up the season with a loss, and it was awful. He addressed it publicly.
Was 40 gold pace DeBrincat on this team last year?
Yeah, he was, and then he faded a little bit.
He was,
you know what I'm
he was
saying?
pacing for 40 goals last year?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Was this Sider on this team last year?
So the thing I'm going to point out, too, is a guy like Marco Kasper is in a horrendous sophomore slump. They're not getting a lot of production from either winger on the top line right now, Finney the other one, okay? How long is, Pelika, I think, has done a really underrated job on that second pair with Sherratt. They had a couple plays in front of their own net where they didn't
he on
screw
the team
things
last
up.
year?
My question is, does he hit a wall at some point? James Van Riemsdyk is 36 years old. Is Andrew Kopp really a point-per-game center for an 80-game season, the way he's been for a stretch now since December 1st? What if they take a half step back in some of these areas? And they take an Olympic break, and they don't add at the deadline. I think these are all valid questions to be asking while enjoying the ride.
So let's paint the calendar backwards. The deadline's March 6th. That's a Friday. They play the Panthers at night. So they have 15 games before the deadline. I know it sounds crazy. Well, you have the break. Mm-hmm. So they got 11 games before the Olympic break. If they're pacing like they are right now, or even slightly less, because they've been on a pretty good points pace here lately, if Steve Yzerman doesn't buy, it's criminal. And I know we've had these texts come in. I don't trust them buying. If they're playing this way at the Olympic break, he has to unearth every stone to try to make this team better. And if he doesn't, it's criminal because they've earned for him to buy now.
I agree. And so if they buy, and we don't know who that is, we haven't talked about possible players that are coming to Detroit. But if they do, that is more of a how far can they go in the playoffs. If they don't buy, and I think we'd all be upset about that, but if they don't, as constructed, do you think they're a playoff team?
Right. By the way, DeBrincat had 39 goals last season. So, yeah, they had a guy pacing for 40 and still missed. It's possible. Adam in Gibraltar's been waiting. Adam, you're a big hockey guy. Glad to hear your voice today. How you feeling? You're on 97.1.
I'm actually gonna go on the boat with Costa here. 3 out of 5 for 3 reasons actually. 1, trade deadline, like you said. 2, MARCH, like you said. But 3, this team when they go up against above average, almost playoff opponents, they can't finish in the regulation. Just like you see Carolina, they're smothering. That's a team they aspire to be. I don't think this team can contend for a Stanley Cup. I mean, you never know. Mm-hmm. But I think they could probably win a playoff series, depending on what moves they make at the trade deadline. But, I mean, right now, I have a 3 out of 5 faith in this team. They're good hockey team. When you're talking about playoffs, you're talking about competing for the Stanley Cup. They can compete probably maybe a round or two, but I mean, depending on what they do at the trade deadline, I don't have faith in the team making a deep run in the playoffs. I don't think they're that deep.
Okay. Adam, appreciate the phone call. You've kicked off a good conversation. We got text to read. We got some spots on the phones, 248-539-9797.
I just want to say something to what he said there, though. You're 3 out of 5, and then you're talking about winning playoff rounds. Isn't this all about making the playoffs for this team? Isn't that where we're at? That's what we were all about this season.
That's the next logical step.
If they make the playoffs, it's a successful season.
Yes.
Now, that might change if this thing keeps going as the one seed.
I want to be fair about this. Yeah, I don't think we're going to say you got to suddenly win the Stanley Cup or year 7 of the Yzer plan is a failure. We want to see tangible progress, and the most tangible progress would be Little Caesars Arena, playoff hockey, 7-game series. Get these guys a young hockey team a taste. Think about what the Pistons just did. Everybody wants to do comparisons. The Pistons made the playoffs last year. They won a couple playoff games. No, they didn't win a playoff series, but don't we think they're better for it right now? Aren't we shaping up to now talk about winning and stacking playoff series wins for the Pistons? Yeah, get in the dance, especially in hockey, and get these young guys an opportunity to play in those environments. It's 97.1. Winter means snow and icy roads. Even if it's not today, it's going to be your life, and you want to make sure you're safe on those roads. But if something happens, serious car accident, you want to call KG Law. Lawrence KG will make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG Law is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. KG's won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. KG will make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y. Check them out. Visit kgcares.com. All right, got some text coming in on the car flag scale, 1 to 5. 5 car flags means you are at attention. Wings are the best team in the East right now with the most points. 1 to 5. 5 car flags from an unnamed texter already making playoff hockey plans.
All right.
Like, I think everybody's feeling good when Yzerman's out there and Fedorov's out there, and they're honoring Fedorov last night. 5 flags for the Wings and throwing a bonus flag for Karen Newman. That was a pleasant surprise last night.
It was.
What else we got? Guys, they're making the playoffs this year. That's Giancarlo and Macomb. Guys, I'm putting a car flag on every window and mirror.
Oh.
That's 8 car flags. Well, no. Let me do proper math. That would be 6 car flags.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting a little carried away.
Unless you got a sunroof and you put one on the rear view.
There you go. Biggest difference between the last few years, we have an actual goalie now. Yeah, look, as bad as that third period was yesterday, where they were reeling, Gibson, he kept them in it, and he's won them some big hockey games the last month or so.
He's hot, and he's the one that I'm most concerned about with the Olympic break. Yeah. How does that cool him off? How does he come back? How does he play after that break? I think the rest of the guys, yeah, there's a concern, but I think for the goalie, a hot goalie, what does that break mean?
2 flags, wait until March, and another that says 3 flags. Still been burned the last 2 Marches, and Stevie needs to make a move before I add the other 2 flags.
Okay.
All right. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a Detroit man wanted in connection with a double murder in Tennessee was taken into custody over the weekend after he allegedly tried to steal something from a Walmart in Sterling Heights.
Did you see the body cam footage?
I saw parts of it.
Yeah.
Yes. So on Saturday afternoon, officers were called to this Walmart on 14 and Van Dyke, and as they were talking to the suspect, he took off running, and he ran into Warren, and he started running into wooded areas, and he was like disrobing. He was trying to hide his identity. Like, if I take a layer of clothes off, they won't recognize this. Right, exactly. Anyway, he was eventually taken into custody, but not before he got into a physical altercation with the officers.
Did you see the change of his appearance from the wanted picture to what he looked like now? Like, so he had longer hair, completely shaved it bald. Yeah. And, I mean, he did look like a completely different dude.
Yet you're going to go and try to steal something from a store and not get caught, right? Like, come on, man.
Well, what do we say? Criminals are
stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. Jimmy John's Field in Utica is getting a big rebrand. So the ballpark, which is home to a small pro baseball league of 4 teams, has officially been renamed UWM Field. So on Tuesday, United Wholesale Mortgage announced that it has signed a 10-year naming rights deal with the park. And in addition, the baseball league's name, previously known as USPBL, powered by UWM, is now USPBL, powered by Mortgage Matchup. So,
okay,
something to get used to.
Yeah, it's I struggle with name changes.
I know you do. That's why I looked at you.
Chargers are still in San Diego. The Raiders
Stadium.
are still in Oakland.
Yeah.
Tiger Stadium is still Tiger Stadium. And now that I'm used to saying Comerica Park, at least somewhat used to it, that's going to change too.
I know. Hey, this is cool. It pays to go to school in Detroit. So for the second year in a row, Detroit Public Schools is offering up to $1,000 in cash payments for students with perfect attendance. So this perfect attendance pays initiative started on January 5th at all Detroit Public School high schools, and all students are eligible. They have the opportunity to earn $100 gift cards for every full week of perfect attendance, up to $1,000. The program ends on March 20th. And the district said that this program is intended to encourage consistent attendance during the winter months, which is when they really see attendance decline. So just like a little incentive, right? You go to school every day of the week, get $100.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. The article didn't say how much money they gave away last year, but I would have liked to have seen that, like how many kids were able to get there every single day for this bonus. Because $100 is, as a high schooler, I mean, I take it now.
Yeah. I would too. Yeah. Show up every day. Yeah.
Give me $100.
Well, and I know there's people going, that's the bare minimum. You should show up every day. It's not like there are people and children in some tough situations. And if you can incentivize attendance, we want our kids in school.
This says Detroit Public Schools has been hit hard by chronic absenteeism absenteeism, with 60.9% absenteeism in the 2024-25 school year.
Yeah.
And obviously, the more you attend consistently, the more likely you are to succeed in the future. So they want kids there at a consistent basis. 3 local puppies are representing Michigan in the Puppy Bowl. So Puppy Bowl 22 will feature 150 rescue puppies from 72 shelters across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and the British Virgin Islands, including Dan from Kalamazoo.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Dan
Yep.
the dog?
Dan the dog.
That's an interesting dog name.
Well, you don't like dog
People-
names?
Not really.
Really?
I like the human name for dogs. Like, I think it's kind of funny. Mia Muffin as well, and Shishi from Muskegon.
Yeah, Dan's a lot better than Shishi.
Well, to each their own. So the pups will be divided into 2 teams, Team Fluff and Team Rough. They'll battle it out for the coveted Lombardi Trophy. And of course, you can adopt one too if you'd like. If you'd like to win $2,000 and use it to adopt a dog, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Your chance to play the $2 Slam.
Rough always beats Fluff in the postseason, right, John?
That's right. Yeah. Hey, Rough is always good.
Oh, no.
Next news story.
All right,
Please pull
so this went viral last fall, and it's now trending again. So TikTok says that you should start every morning by jumping 50 times. And there's nothing else to it. You just literally jump 50 times up and down in a row. And obviously there's a handful of people that says this has been like life-changing. Others say that's kind of a stretch. It's not really making any difference. But there's one woman who did it for a week, said that she feels more awake, she feels lighter on her feet, and it's just she's feeling better in general all day long. And experts actually do agree with this one. They say it could be a good tip. It gets your blood flowing, activates your muscles, and helps wake you up.
All right. Or you could go for a walk after you get dressed. I agree that activity
it's
first
good.
thing in the morning is good.
Jumping 50 times doesn't take up a lot of time. It's cold outside right now. Like, I don't want to go for a walk in the morning.
Yeah, but if I was to jump 50 times as soon as I get out of bed,
You'd wake the whole house.
I would wake up the entire house and I might shake Lisa out of the bed.
Be like Jurassic Park where you see the water jiggle.
Yes, exactly.
All right, it's time for the $2 Slam.
All right, I think we're going to do better than we did last week, at least with one of our contestants who got one right.
Yeah.
The rules of the game are simple: 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, and hopefully our contestant will walk away with $2,000.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
Rob and Dexter, you got this.
Hi, guys. How we doing?
We're doing good. How are you this morning?
Doing well. Ready to play.
All right, Rob. This is exciting. So you know the rules. If there's one you don't know, you can say pass. And if there is enough time, we'll get back to it. Okay, here we go, Rob. Your time is going to start right now. What jersey number did Sergei Fedorov wear as a Red Wing?
91.
Who is Indiana playing next Monday for the national championship?
Miami.
Stranger Things airs on this streaming platform.
Netflix.
Who is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks?
Pass.
Who leads the Detroit Pistons in rebounds per game?
Jalen Duren.
Who played Wonder Woman in the 2017 movie Wonder Woman?
Gal Gadot.
Where did Drake May play in college?
UNC.
This artist had the 2013 hit Take Me to Church.
Hosier.
Who is the starting quarterback of the Miami Hurricanes?
Beck.
Who won the Heisman Trophy last month?
Mendoza.
Who is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks?
McDonald.
Happy New Year! There we go. We ended the new year with one, and we're starting the new year. Not on the first time, but well done,
There we
Rob.
I got
Thanks, guys.
anxious
No, I appreciate it.
at the end there. I was like, don't mess this up, Heather, and I hope he gets it.
When we asked you about the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks the first time, I could feel like it was on the tip of your tongue. How close were you to saying Mike McDonald the first time?
It was close. I almost did a Freudian slip and said Pete Carroll, so I'm glad I didn't go that route.
Ooh, that would have cost you.
So the one, because we look at this pre-show and I go, boy, the one that could trip somebody up would be the artist that had the 2013 hit "Take Me to Church."
Yeah.
When
He
you
got it
pulled
right
that,
away.
I go, okay, he's in this.
Well done, Rob.
Thank you. Well, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Yep.
Put you on hold, get you $2,000.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Boy, he marched right through that. There was some time remaining too.
But you always get anxious. Like after I knew he had gotten them all right, had to go back to one, I was like, okay, read it quickly. Don't mess it up. And I hope he gets, because you just don't know how much time is left.
And I actually asked this question ahead of time, that if he had gotten number one wrong, what jersey did Sergei Fedorov wear as a Red Wing? If they had gotten it wrong, I asked the rules committee if we could hang up and get another caller. Fortunately, we weren't faced with that scenario.
You were also told we couldn't,
Right. Yeah.
but I would have liked to.
Oh, I would have. I was ready to say something in the moment. I know it would have thrown whoever it was off, but like that would have been an unbelievable Detroit sports sin.
Yeah, especially after last night.
Yeah. All right, so I know he got them all right, but let's run through this real quick. 91 is obviously Sergei Fedorov's number. Miami is playing Indiana for the national championship. Netflix is where you can find Stranger Things. Mike McDonald is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. He finally got that one. Jalen Duren leads the Detroit Pistons in rebounds per game. Gal Gadot played Wonder Woman in the 2017 version, North Carolina. He said UNC. That's where Drake May played in college. Hosier had the...
I had no idea.
2000. I didn't either.
I know,
But you know the song.
Yeah, but I could not have pulled that.
I need to play it. I'm sure I've heard it.
You've heard it.
But I didn't know it. And Carson Beck is the quarterback for the Miami Hurricanes. And Fernando Mendoza is the Heisman Trophy winner.
3 questions about the national championship games.
Yeah.
Coming up
Big one
Monday,
coming up.
yeah.
The Tuesday 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Feminino Law. Get David, get paid.
All right, coming up next, we'll keep talking about car flags and buy-in and where you're at as a Red Wing fan, but we're also going to get into the festivities that happened before the game. Sergei Fedorov, first-class moment, 91 where it belongs, hanging in the rafters. What's the next Detroit jersey to be retired? It's 97-1. John, have you ever heard this song?
I have not. I don't.
It surprises me a little bit because it's not like poppy.
No, it would be more something I probably would listen to, but no, I don't think I've ever heard this one. And we
But
tried
your
to play it at the
kids-
break. We're like, get to the
Chorus. Your kids have probably heard it.
This guy heard it.
For sure he did. Thank
Yeah.
goodness he did.
So when was this? This was 2013.
Was the question? Yeah. One
Yeah.
of
But
$2,000.
it's still they still play it on air all the time.
Yeah.
It's popular.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay.
Radio stations do.
Well,
Even ours right now.
Currently.
yes.
There you go. One of our 10 questions for the $2,000 Slam. We had a winner. $2,000. All right.
Fun Mike McDonald story real quick.
Yes.
When he was defensive coordinator at Michigan, it was 21, the first win against Ohio State in 17 years. It was, obviously, everybody remembers the crowd rushing the field. Mike was up in the booth and was trying to get across the field, couldn't get across the field, so he went around on the concourse and then tried to come down the stairs to get into the tunnel.
Okay.
Well, in the process, he had lost his
Credential?
And so he tried to get to the tunnel, and they're like, no, sir, you're not allowed to go in the tunnel. Only coaches and players or, team personnel. He's like, I am a coach, because he looks so young. Even
Yeah.
now, he looks
Yeah,
so young.
still
He looks
does.
like a college student. And it took another coach that had a credential to come up behind him and say, oh, no, actually, he is the defensive coordinator. And they're like, I guess we'll trust you.
All right, then. That's funny.
Yeah. Anyway.
Last night was Fedorov night at Little Caesars Arena, and first class. And Fedorov, the showman he is, comes out in the Corvette. They touched all the right notes. Karen Newman's doing the anthem. They got the white skates in the warm-up. Everybody's wearing 91. 91's where it belongs. Long overdue. It's hanging in the rafters. I thought his speech was great. It had some twists and turns, and he had some fun with it. He mentioned specifically about leaving Detroit, and this is what he had to say about that. And he was
He
super
owned it.
interactive. He was looking over towards his wife, his kids. He said that's the only good thing that came of leaving Detroit is he met his wife, and now they have these two, as he put it, beautiful children. He's looking over at Steve Yzerman. There was a little emotional moment. He went over to Vladdy Konstantinov and shouted out the Russian Five. Vladdy was on the ice. It hit all the high notes last night. I thought it was first class. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, you got to go win the hockey game.
Which they did in dramatic fashion. They could have done it a lot easier.
Up 3-0. I'm going, all right, what's going on with the Steelers-Texans? And only to see
7-6. Not a lot.
not much you wanted to watch over there. I guess I'll go back to the hockey. And the Canes score the first of their 3 goals, and you go, boy, the way they play, they're going to bear down on you. Then you give them a gift, Larkin turnover, odd man rush, shorthanded goal. Raymond, little love tap, they get him for a penalty, then Sherratt, 5-on-3. You knew they were going to score at the end of the game with 2-man advantage. It was just about were they going to be able to get the point in overtime. And they did. And it's Andrew Kopp getting away with the cross check. No harm, no foul. Red Wings win. He had a multi-goal night. People are feeling good about this hockey team. And we've been asking you the question about your level of buy-in. 1 to 5 car flags. 248-539-9797. The other thing we want to talk about is 91 is finally up there. Long overdue. Who's next? And maybe another layer is which Detroit athletes are you confident will get their number retired?
Well, that's a much longer list.
So let's start with the short list first. Who's next?
So I think you would probably have to look at some Tigers.
Yeah, I think you would look to Verlander.
Did they retire Miggy's when he retired? No. So
Miggy will be next.
Yeah, Miggy's probably next. Verlander, whenever he hangs it up, will probably be shortly after that.
Mm-hmm. Beyond that, I think an interesting question, like the Red Wings clearly have a high bar. You could never have put Datsuk in before Fedorov.
Right.
You just couldn't jump the line, and there clearly was a lot at play there. But Fedorov's is up there. Pavel Datsuk's a Hockey Hall of Famer. I'm not telling you he has to go up there, but I think it's a natural question. And if Zetterberg gets in the Hall of Fame, do they both go up there? So the case for Datsuk, all the Selke Awards, multiple Stanley Cups. The case for Zetterberg, he had the one cup, but he won the Conn Smythe. He was the captain.
Yeah. I think Datsuk is the next wing, and it's probably one of those where I would think, okay, this year is obviously Sergei.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some unwritten rule? Well, they got to have a gap year. If not, he probably goes in next year because it was simply just waiting for Sergei's number to go up.
I just know they have such a high standard. Like to be a Red Wing rafter number, it's not, I was one of the all-time. Like there's a different level. They've only done it 9 times in 100 years of hockey. But those would be the next 2 I'd look for the Red Wings would be.
Yeah, but that was a
Zetterberg.
stretch right there where there's going to be a handful. Obviously, Yzerman's is.
Yeah, they waited all of like 60 days to put Yzerman's number in the rafters. It's been a longer wait for others. What about one that's just getting weirder and weirder? Matthew Stafford. He's going to hold all the team records if he's a Pro Football Hall of Famer. How many teams have a Hall of Fame?
He currently holds the team records.
I suppose Goff plays long enough he could pass him. Yeah. But if he's 1 or 2 in all of your passing stats and he's in the Hall of Fame, isn't that a guy whose number gets retired by a franchise? It's getting weirder because if he continues to stack like playoff wins, maybe an MVP, a second Super Bowl win, he does 6 to 8 years in LA.
Yeah, accomplished much more in LA than he ever did in Detroit. And so I would think that the Rams would be the team that would retire his number.
But some guys get retired by multiple teams. LeBron's going to have his jersey retired by 3 teams.
Yeah, the rarity is that it gets retired across the sport, but that's not going to be happening.
No. Have to go on quite a tear.
Yeah.
Imagine all that happens, but let's say Jared Goff wins a Super Bowl in Detroit. While that happens,
it's even weirder. Right? It just adds like weird layers to this.
It would be weird, but I almost think it would shut the door on Stafford's getting his number retired.
So 12 years in Detroit, he'll spend the majority of his career playing for the Detroit Lions. And we're starting to see him solidify a Hall of Fame resume. John, what do you think? No?
I would say no.
Okay. I think it's a yes.
But he didn't win anything here.
Neither did Barry.
Yeah, but
neither did Calvin.
But Barry you could argue Barry's the best at that position. You can't make that argument for Matthew Stafford. And I say you could argue it because people will argue it. I think he's the best running back to ever play the game.
I do too. I do too.
There's a big difference there.
248-539-9797. Who's next? And if you have thoughts on last night's Fedorov ceremony or the Wings at large, we don't want to shortchange our first place hockey team.
Right, especially if you were there. I want to hear more about what it felt like. What was your favorite moment if you were at the LCA last night?
Yeah. Look, it was they brought out the trophies he won, the Hart Trophy and the Stanley Cup and the Selke and the Lester B. Pearson. Like they really presented this as the big deal that it is.
Mm-hmm. And as we're talking about the next jersey to be retired, we mentioned Miguel Cabrera, we mentioned Justin Verlander, Pavel Datsuk. We've mentioned a couple other guys, but there are some guys playing right now that could be building a resume that, hey, maybe they are going to be in that next wave.
So who are guys that you feel like, and let's go to the phones because we got some good response there too, but who are some guys that that are in that next group? I think it's a good conversation. We'll continue it on the other side. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
and he went over and embraced Vladdy, who was on the ice. Sergei Fedorov, man.
No one could say Russian names quite like a Russian. That sounds awesome.
He opened with, I'm not a public speaker, I'm a hockey player, so bear with me. But he really brought down the house last night. And again, long overdue, 91 where it belongs, hanging in the rafters at Little Caesars Arena. Our question, who's next? And of the guys currently playing, do you feel like there are any people who will eventually have their jerseys retired? 248-539-9797. And that's not to turn anybody away who wants to talk hockey.
Yeah.
Because I'm game. I mean, their first place team right now playing great. If you were there last night, you want to speak to the festivities, 248-539-9797. Let's get right to the phones.
Yeah.
Let's get to Marcus. You're next up. You're in Northville. You're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, good morning. How are you doing today?
Good.
Good.
Great game last night. The ceremony also from Fedorov was top-notch. Wings were all class on that. And, God, I feel like that guy could still put on a pair of skates and lace them up. Honestly, I 100% believe it. But I would have to say the next number to be retired is without a doubt Pavel Datsyuk. I mean, he's a Hockey Hall of Fame inductee in 2024. He's a two-time Stanley Cup champion. And he played, 4 All-Star games. He's got 2 gold medals, which people kind of forget about with Russia. He's 3-time Frank Selfie Trophy, 4-time Lady Byng Award winner. Without a doubt, in my opinion, probably one of the top 10 players in Detroit Red Wings history, and without a doubt, we'll have his name retired, I think, here shortly.
Well, he would be the 10th to get his number retired, so that would be fitting. Yeah.
100%. And then in the future, it's so tough to tell. These players have these lucrative contracts where you think, they'll stay for, 10 to 15 years. In today's NHL, it's not like that. I want to believe that it'll be Dylan Larkin someday. I mean, he's the longest running, captain, I think, right now in Wings history next to, what was it, Yzerman at this point?
Yzerman would definitely be number one. They gave it to him when he was like a teenager.
Right. So, I mean, I'd have to say Larkin if he stays. Even if
I just don't think he's a Hockey Hall of Famer. Like, the bar is you got to be a Hockey Hall of Famer.
Wow.
You know it. You've already referenced it. Like, we got some text for Osgood, who isn't a Hockey Hall of Famer, separate debate, but that's part of the reason he's not up there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we can love on Dylan Larkin this year all we want, but he's not to the level of those 9 guys that are up there.
Nah, he goes out and rattles off a couple Stanley Cups and wins a Conn Smythe. I mean, but that's the bar for the Red Wings.
Right.
You have to be an MVP, Sergei Fedorov. You have to be one of the 100 greatest players in the history of the sport. That's the bar for the Detroit Red Wings. It's a little different for some of the other teams. Like, I know the Pistons retired Vinnie Johnson. Mm-hmm. We got a text that says Grant Hill should be retired. It's just teams have different standards.
Yeah, I don't see Grant Hill's jersey being retired.
248-539-9797. You guys mentioned Justin Verlander as a clear yes.
Yeah.
But there's debate about Stafford. What's the difference?
So the difference is Verlander won an MVP. We kind of went through this at the break. And what did Stafford win while he was here? We know there wasn't any playoff games.
Comeback player of the year, John.
Woo-hoo.
Made a Pro Bowl. Won a Pro Bowl MVP.
So 1 Pro Bowl in his time here, and you want to put his number in the rafters? I know what he's done since, but that wasn't as a Lion.
But, okay, the Stafford thing's messier and weirder, but the case would be he's going to be a Pro Football Hall of Famer who spent 12 years, the majority of his career, here. And the reason he doesn't have the playoff accolades, we've debunked that it was him. We've proven who was at fault. If the Lions don't retire his number because they didn't do enough for him, I suppose that's a choice. But it wouldn't have been because Stafford wasn't good enough. He's proven that point.
I just yes, the majority of the fault lies with the organization. No question about that. But he's not harmless in it either. He had a Hall of Fame receiver, a guy whose number is retired. And he won Pro Bowl, wasn't an MVP, hasn't been, but it should be this year.
And if he is, it won't be in a Lion uniform.
Right. I just don't think that his career as a Lion, it was really good, but it wasn't retire your number good.
So after the first year after he won the Super Bowl, I'd been totally fine with this. And I think it's because, okay, he won and, it kind of just seemed a little harmless to a degree. And then he had that year where he was hurt. They didn't do well, and everybody thought it was just going off into the sunset.
Yeah.
And now he's had this revival. If he wins another Super Bowl, I would find it to be extreme. I'm finding it weird right now. But if he were to win a second Super Bowl, I'm fine. He actually adds to his credentials. Obviously, it's not here.
Yeah.
But it's a weird feeling for me.
And it will only get weirder, to your point. If he wins the Super Bowl, wins an MVP, he's already played 5 years in L.A. Let's say he plays into his 40s. Let's say he plays a couple more seasons in L.A. It does blur the lines. And Greg brought up a great point. He says, well, and how much of this is dependent on where the Lions go from here? If Goff wins the Super Bowl, it's going to be Matthew who? What are we doing to...
Right.
Or as Matthew, a ticket texter, put it, one of these very delayed, decades later retirements.
In 20 years, the Lions are having a 4-13 season. They're like, hey, we got to spice things up a little bit. Let's retire a number.
Sell some tickets.
Now, if the Lions win a Super Bowl, at least half the roster's jerseys will be up there.
Okay, so that's the other part of the current guys. That was our other question, John, of the current guys. It's hard because they're so young. A lot of our teams are just in the infancy stages. They haven't spent a decade here and put together a Hall of Fame resume.
I think the guys that are building the best resumes are Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell.
Yes, all pros.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those two
multiple
for the Lions.
All pros.
Yes.
Obviously more multiple Pro Bowls. And the numbers. Now, the thing about Amon-Ra St. Brown is he's always going to be compared to Calvin Johnson. But then you look and you compare some of the numbers and you're like, they're
pretty
right
good
there.
In terms of catches through 5 seasons. And they're also locked up long term. That's the other part of this is like part of your legacy is you got to be there a long time to cement yourself. If these guys spend a decade and they're locked up to be here just about a decade, win 3 or 4 all pros, you're shaping up to be a guy whose jersey gets retired.
And Penei Sewell is shaping up to be 7 or 8 all pros. Like this wasn't even his best year. And he was still all pro.
I know. Beyond the Lions, it's too early on Cade, but I think he's starting to get the ball rolling there, right?
Yes, he's made
one All-Star game, so I want to be careful here.
The infantile stages of the resume.
Yeah. I don't think there's a current Red Wing. Cider, but it's so early. He's got to start winning some Norris trophies and deep playoffs and Stanley Cups. You can't do that yet.
No, the resume is not like it is with ASB or with Penei.
What about any Tigers? If Scuba was to sign a record deal, let's just not go there. 248-539-9797.
We know it won't be Bregman.
You don't say, John. Guys, Penei Sewell won't just have his number retired. They're going to build a statue of this guy. Great debate. Hutch, is he a future Hall of Famer? Does he take that next step, or is this just who he is? Second team All-Pro.
Yes, but a lot more needs to be done.
Yeah. And I see we got calls that want to talk about Datsuk, the environment last night. And yes, someone wants to talk about Stafford, says the number being retired would be a joke. We'll take all of those phone calls in the 8 o'clock hour. We're also going to do a little bit of a current quarterback question. Mm-hmm. Tom has crafted a quarterback switcheroo conversation centered around all the quarterbacks that made the playoffs. Would you rather have Goff or this playoff quarterback?
Yeah. The quarterback swapperoo. We just wanted to make it more personal to you.
Oh, well, thank you, John.
And we also have a coach in town that we're going to get a chance to talk about.
And we do want to talk about it because he has a big decision to make. He's in town today. It's next, 97.1.
The Red Wings had a 4-3 overtime win last night against the Carolina Hurricanes, vaulting them into a tie for the best record points-wise in the Eastern Conference. They're now tied with Carolina at 60 points. Last night's win was thanks in part to John Gibson, who stopped 31 of 34 shots in a night where Detroit got dominated in the shots on goal category 34-18. With last night's win, Gibson is now 13-2 since the start of December. He holds the best record, second most saves, highest save percentage, and lowest goals allowed average among goalies with at least least 10 games played since December began. And Mike McDaniel will interview for the Lions offensive coordinator position today, as reported yesterday by Ian Rappaport. McDaniel interviewed for the Browns head coaching job yesterday and is scheduled to still interview for the head coaching vacancies with the Titans, Falcons, and Ravens this week. Another NFL job could open up soon as Mike Tomlin's future in Pittsburgh is in question after the Steelers suffered their 5th straight double-digit playoff loss last night. And the Detroit Free Press's Evan Petzold reported last night that the Tigers were not in talks with Alex Bregman prior to him signing a 5-year deal with the Cubs over the weekend. The Tigers went for and failed to sign Bregman last offseason as he chose the Red Sox instead. John Morosi did report another signing for Detroit last night as they brought back left-handed reliever Brian Sammons. He spent the 2023 and 24 seasons with the club in the minors before making his debut in July of 2024. Last year, he was in the Japan Pacific League and had a 3.43 ERA. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'll get to quarterbacks and upside-down pineapples coming up in 30 minutes. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass. We also have a question. Will Mike McDaniel pull a Ben Johnson? Should he pull a Ben Johnson? More on that in a couple minutes. Let's knock out some of these phone calls on jersey retirements. Who's next? And of the guys currently playing, who's making a case? Let's get to Matt in Dearborn. Matt, you were there last night. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, it was awesome. It was electric. It was top-notch. Sergey was great. Every time he came on the screen, the place went insane. So it was good. And then obviously they're up 3-0, and Carolina, their goals, they're scrappy goals, but their goals looked clean. So we were kind of like, crap. But then we got the game winner, which was a clean goal. But it was just awesome to be there. It was a great night.
Matt,
and that's an awesome question. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, what was your favorite moment? Let's just say of his speech prior to the game.
Like you said, nobody says Russian names like he does.
That's right. Yeah.
It was just cool to listen to, and he was, again, he owned it that he's not a public speaker, but it was cool to hear him, and he was great the entire time. And he could lace him up, I think. They should have let him play a shift. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
But awesome question on the retirement. I have no idea. Been thinking about it, and that's a good question. So love your guys' show.
Thanks, Matt.
Hey, on the subject of him saying Russian names, let's play that again because I know you really enjoyed
it. Was
this.
Awesome. Does that just not sound awesome?
It does sound awesome.
Okay. Me and Greg have been saying behind the glass this morning that literally sounds like the most like stereotypical Russian accent ever, but it's real.
Right.
Right, it's from a Russian dude.
That's authentic,
like
Tom.
somebody, but it sounds like somebody that doesn't have a Russian accent, but is playing a Russian character in a movie.
Yeah, it's like a villain.
It sounds like it. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. You kind of summed it up in many less words.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, but it was awesome. And let's
I will break you.
If he dies,
if he dies.
You think he was Ivan Drago?
What Russian character did Sergey sound like last night? 248.
So Tom, I don't know if you saw this, but I scroll the text too. Someone compared him to Borat earlier in the show, which
come on.
Yeah. Anyway, 248-539-9797.
She gets Stoney to call it an impersonator.
Oh, no.
That's what we need. Yes. That's exactly what we did. I was thinking that earlier. I'm like, I want to hear Stoney do that.
Okay, let's get to Bill in Brighton. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to talk about Stafford. Someone compared or said, what about Calvin or Barry? Calvin and Barry were multiple All-Pro first team, not Pro Bowl. We're talking All-Pro. With Stafford, he wasn't even second team ever All-Pro. He never won a playoff game. If your number is retired for the Lions, then it's what you did for the Lions. I don't care what you did after. I don't care what you did before. If your number's retired for the Lions, you can't go up there never being honored by your peers as being one of the best. So I just don't see any way his number should ever be retired.
Bill,
I think it's terrible to compare him to Barry and Calvin.
Oh, there's no comparison. Bill, I agree with
Hall
you.
of Famers. That's why it was brought up. They would all be Hall of Famers. That would be the
right,
point
but
of comparison.
they would be Hall of Famers for what they did for the Lions. What Matthew Stafford did for the Lions, if his career ended then, there was no chance he was going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Let's get to John in Roseville. John, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. When you were talking about current players, one name crossed my mind that he probably will get his jersey retired. I'm not sure by the Red Wings, but what about Patrick Kane?
In Chicago.
Yeah, it won't be
here.
here.
It won't be here. I mean, we all love him here now, but, I mean, go back 3 years, and that wasn't the feeling.
How long would he have to play here? I mean, he'd have to probably win a cup.
What if they won a cup?
I don't think
so.
that his number will be retired as a Red Wing.
Yeah, we're talking about guys that spent. I mean, Fedorov, the knock on him was he didn't spend his entire career here, right? That's why it took so long. He didn't spend his entire career here.
For Fedorov?
Yeah.
Oh, well, no. I mean, it was the way he left.
Well, yes.
That's why it wasn't retired, not because he didn't spend his entire career here.
But the guys who have their jersey retired are lifelong Red Wings. And no part of Patrick Kane is going to be a lifelong Red Wing.
No. That'll be he also played for.
Yeah. Couple cool moments, 500 goals, hopefully some playoff moments too. But yeah, that's going to be Chicago's deal.
Mm-hmm. It might be a 2 Grand Slam question. Who did Patrick Kane last play for?
Yeah.
And we don't even know that might not even be the Red Wings.
A couple texts. Sergey sounded like Gru from the Minions.
Good call.
Another vote for Gru. That's Jay in Flat Rock.
Love that movie, by the way.
91 is Teddy KGB. Tom, I'm sure you love that one.
Oh, yeah.
He sounds like Sean Connery in Hunt for Red October. Guys, I was
Sean Connery in Hunt for Red October did not talk with a Russian accent.
No, he didn't. That's why I started laughing. I'm like, wait a second.
Guys, was there last night seeing the emotion in Stevie's face, basically in tears multiple times during the ceremony was my favorite moment, Pete, in Waterford. Mm-hmm. Yeah, at one point I'm like, is he getting choked up? And then there was a moment where Fedorov's talking, but Yzerman's in frame, and I'm going, is he? He's getting a little misty-eyed. And I'm not. It's awesome. Like, that's what that night's all about. Anyway, 248-539-9797. We'll carve out more time to talk about the Red Wings as the show rolls on. We have tickets to give away today, and we're giving away tickets all week. Chris Stapleton. He's going to be in Detroit in August, and we're giving away a pair of tickets every single day this week. So we gave away a pair yesterday. You're going to have a chance to win a pair of tickets today.
And I've seen him in concert. He is awesome. Awesome in person.
So here's what you're going to do. You're going to listen for the drum solo to In the Air Tonight at some point this hour. When you hear it, call in, win tickets. Tickets aren't on sale yet. They go on sale Friday, January 16th at 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. Win them with us this hour.
Everybody just played that solo in their head. Mm-hmm. When you said that, they probably did the same thing I did.
Yeah. Okay, here's the other thing we wanted to get into. And I know we got so many different storylines to monitor. Today is the day that Mike McDaniel is interviewing for the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator position. And I'm questioning whether or not he should pull a Ben Johnson. What I mean by that is use the Lions to get an even better head coaching job than the one that's out there. So Ben Johnson famously, I'm not going to do Carolina. Washington, I know you're on a flight on the way to Detroit, and you can turn right around. I'm angling for something better. And it's annoying to us, but it's been better with the Bears. He's won the division in a playoff game. Should Mike McDaniel take the Lions OC job over the Browns, who we already interviewed with, or the Titans? Should he say, no, those are technically better jobs as head coaching jobs, only one of 32. But if I go run the Lions offense with the plays and the players, I could put together a resume that gets me the Dallas Cowboy job, or whatever marquee job ends up
opens up next year.
Yeah, so you say I got Gibbs, who I know I can scheme up big explosive run plays. I've done it in multiple stops, Miami and San Francisco. Look what I did with Achane this year. I got 2,000-yard receivers, St. Brown and J-Mo, each of the last 2 seasons. I got Goff, who's a top 10 quarterback. And the best thing is everybody's feeling a little down. So there's room for me to come in and be a savior-like figure. I don't have to worry about the culture and all the little bells and whistles and dotting I's and crossing T's for the 53-man roster. I got to take a high-powered offense and score a lot of points. That sounds like a great opportunity for him. Should he pull a Ben Johnson?
Well, we would love him to. And I think that's probably the smartest move for him. The only one out would be if... Now, since they won a playoff game, I don't know that there'll be a coaching change, but what if Buffalo ends up getting ousted this weekend and it looks bad?
Yeah, that's a different story.
Is McDermott out? And so my question is he going to wait and see if the Buffalo job opens up?
Right. Well, it's going to be interesting because if they got bounced in the first round, there's a stronger case to fire McDermott.
No, certainly.
Yeah, and now it's a gray area. You know, I mean, are the Packers going to fire LaFleur? And whether you get that job or not, does it create a domino effect? I mean, when he's in the building today, this is the only OC interview he's taking. He's taking head coaching interviews.
Right.
How serious is this for him? Is this a fallback, or does he view this as one of the primo opportunities?
Oh, I think it would be a primo opportunity because of the fact that you've got a franchise quarterback. You've got a running back tandem. Even if you lose David Montgomery, you've got a number one running back that you could do a lot with, very similar to what he had in Miami. Even if the Lions don't do anything with the offensive line, it's still a better offensive line that he had in Miami. And we saw that he was able to pull a running game out of thin air. And so the weapons that he has downfield, like it's an opportunity if you're coming in not to be the head coach, but just simply focus on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah, he could put up astronomical numbers and then be in position. But then the question is, okay, if you're looking ahead to the possible job openings next year, what might those be?
It's hard to predict.
Right. It's impossible to predict. So the only other one that I think might be interesting that is open currently, what would he think? And I don't know if he's even be rumored to be interviewed by the Raiders. Because number one pick.
Yeah.
And if he likes Mendoza or Dante Moore, if he declares for the draft, like if he likes one of those quarterbacks, it would probably be exciting, enticing for him to get on the ground floor and say, you know what? I want to be able to make this quarterback and shape him like I want him to be.
This is going to be impossible to ask of people, but take out the fact that you're a Lions fan. Would you rather be the Browns head coach or the Lions offensive coordinator next year? Looking at your career decision. John, what would you rather do?
Lions offensive coordinator because of the dumpster fire that the franchise has been, but also the fact that like they don't have a starting quarterback. Right. Like, okay, they got a bunch of quarterbacks, but none of them I think are franchise quarterbacks. And then you look and say, well, they had a decent run game, but they're hurt. Offensive line is aging. Defense is good, but he's going to be judged on what the offense does.
Right. Same question. Titans head coach or Lions offensive coordinator?
That's a tougher one because it depends on what he believes Cam Ward is going to be. That might be enticing. If he looks at Cam Ward and says, I can make that a stud.
Yeah. Falcons, Ravens, I think those are jobs that you would be more apt to take than take a year as the OC, just because of the unknown. 248-539-9797. Ton of phone calls to get to. Feedback from you guys. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness talks about we're all strong on this planet. What does that mean to them? It means it doesn't matter your fitness level or your experience. You could be a newbie, somebody that just wants to get in there and start something new this new year. Because if you do, every one of their memberships involves and includes free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers focused on you. You could also be a fitness expert. You go in there, it's a welcoming environment, it's extremely clean. And if you're a fitness expert, you've been to a lot of gyms that maybe aren't that clean. They do a great job in the locker rooms and out on the floor. And you also got to figure out, hey, what is my reason for working out? I've told you many times, the reason I work out is because I want to have a nice long life, but I also want to be able to play with my kids eventual, hopefully number of years down the road, grandkids. But Teddy's only 4, so I want to make sure I can do things with him as well. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Start the year and drive at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Moran makes car buying a breeze, and of course, you're always getting the best price, period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2026 Trax LT starting at $299 a month with $999 down. That's straightforward pricing. There's no runaround. Shop online, MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They'll take care of you. They're out on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. A couple things in the mix. We're going to read some of your texts on whether or not Mike McDaniel should pull a Ben Johnson. He's interviewing today for the Lions offensive coordinator job. He's also interviewing for head coaching gigs. Would you take a bottom feeder head coaching job or pull a Ben Johnson? Run the Lions offense for a couple years, put up gaudy numbers, and get an even better job. 248-539-9797. The phone calls we got to get to. We talked about jersey retirements. First class moment last night. Ceremony for Sergei. Who's the next jersey, and who currently playing is making the best case? Let's get to Mike in Lake Orion. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about last night, the jersey retirement. Just a fantastic evening for everybody, and I think the most special moment for me was watching Sergei walk over to his jersey, get lifted in the rafters, and have his whole family by him. It's something that he never got to do as a player, and seeing that for him was just really special.
Yeah, I think his wife taking a couple photos, taking it all in as the jersey gets raised up into the air.
Yeah, and a cool moment for his kids. How old are his kids?
They're younger.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is kind of one of the things that, and my kids never saw me play or don't remember it. His kids didn't see him play for the best years of his career, but to live that moment and see Dad's jersey go up and stand there with him, like that is an awesome moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, Mike.
Very happy for him. Thanks, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to Steve in Livonia. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Great.
Good.
I got one thing about Stafford, Barry, and Calvin. Barry and Calvin played their whole career in Detroit. Stafford didn't want to be in Detroit anymore and has to be traded. So why should we honor him? He didn't want to be here. He quit on us.
I mean, some would say Barry quit on us.
Or Calvin.
He quit on us. They did. They both did, all three of them. But they played their whole career in Detroit. They didn't ask to be traded. They quit playing football. They didn't ask to be traded, Barry and Calvin. They just quit football.
I mean, I think that is a good point that Stafford just said, hey, I want out.
Right.
And, yeah, I think a lot of people would have an issue hanging his jersey when he is the guy that wanted out of Detroit.
It's a crazy catch-22, though, because if he stays in Detroit, I'm not sure that he achieves the things that he needs to make the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, because obviously if you don't make the trade, you don't get the first-round picks.
Right.
And so, could they have done the same thing with Matthew Stafford here?
But harder.
That's my point. So
that's what makes it such a weird.
Yeah.
Like, part of the reason he becomes interesting as a jersey retiring candidate is because he could cement a Hall of Fame resume, but the way he would be doing it would be after he left Detroit, which is why I think the word was weird when I brought it up, or even awkward as we talk about it now. Mm-hmm. All right, some of the questions and feedback on Mike McDaniel in town today. Guys, there's one other wild card in all of this. Would the Eagles be a better job if they fired their offensive coordinator? 2 stud receivers, stud tailback, quarterback who's won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but you've got a lot of drama with A.J. Brown, your number 1 receiver.
True, and St. Brown couldn't be more different here in Detroit.
Correct. And I don't know what was up with Saquon this year. He clearly didn't have the same season he had last year, not the same offensive line either. So
if you're projecting ahead, who's got more tread on the tires, it's Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah. I think if you're just comparing OC jobs, I think the one in Detroit is superior.
I think so too. Mike McDaniel needs the Lions for a year for his own long-term success. He could learn from a leader like Dan Campbell, and it could benefit him big time with the next job and the right job. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
This one says, yeah, he should absolutely come here for a year or two, drive our Ferrari offense, and then see what head coaching job opens.
Mm-hmm.
If you're taking the Titans job, number one, you love Cam Ward, and two, you have to be ready to trade Simmons and collect high picks, start peaking 2 or 3 years from now. This text says, if you like the Titans, they basically need 21 new starters to build a Super Bowl roster. That's a tough job.
It is a tough job.
McDaniel would run the risk of failing twice in a row as a head coach if he takes one of those head coaching jobs. The Lions OC makes the most sense. That's E in Wixom.
And then you just keep doing what you're doing until the opportunity, like it was for Ben Johnson, to go to Chicago with a young quarterback that you felt like you could believe in. Now, on the flip side, okay, we're talking about jobs possibly next year. The Jets are picking 2. If they take, either Dante Moore or Fernando Mendoza, then Aaron Glenn has to sit there with a, rookie quarterback. Mm-hmm. Do they have a similar year? Is he out next year? And then you can step in year 2 with a young quarterback. It's very similar to what's going on with the Giants right now.
What are some other jobs that could, this is so hard to do a year in advance, that could open up? I mentioned Dallas because it's always a powder keg. They missed the playoffs this year. Dallas could open up. See, I don't know, like if LaFleur and Tomlin stay another year, but they don't get any further.
Well, the question for Pittsburgh, even if Tomlin stays or doesn't stay, is like, what are they going to do at the quarterback position? I don't think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers, and you're not going to take that job knowing that you only got Aaron Rodgers for a year.
I mean, a text points out, what if he ends up as the Packers head coach? Like, does a stint here and then goes to Green Bay.
Oh, so we can just populate the division?
Basically, yes.
That's a possibility. And then, I mean, the wild card is going to be the Buffalo Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do they do with Josh Allen? Like, we talk about a Super Bowl window here. How about their Super Bowl window?
All right, we'll get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, thankfully, a serial scammer is off the streets. Yes, a Dearborn man has been charged with 8 counts of larceny after allegedly running a scam on unsuspecting shoppers for months. So police say that he would look for victims at Fairlane and other strip malls across the city. And once he found somebody to target, he would tell them like a sad story. He needed money for formula, or he needed gas for his car. And then he would ask for cash and say, if you can loan me some money, I'll give you money back, like through Zelle or through a Cash App, right? Well, then when the victim would take out the money, he would just grab it and run. So there was never any exchange, of course, at all. And police say they're looking at least 10 reported thefts as of now in Dearborn. And they say this guy is still in jail and is being held on a cash bond and will require a GPS tether if he's able to post bond. Hey, Michigan Central race days are almost here. This sounds pretty cool. So Ford Racing will host a season launch event at the historic train station on January 15th. And then for nearly 2 weeks afterward, the station will be transformed into the ultimate racing headquarters. You're welcome to go down. It's the Michigan Central race days are described as where innovation meets the fast lane. Take place from Sunday, January 18th through January 30th. There's going to be several different experiences and activations you can go and be part of. You can go and take a look at a bunch of different race cars. You can
But there's
sit
not going to
in
be
a
any
car.
actual races.
No, it's more of like learning the history of Ford Racing, seeing the race cars in person. You can sit in them. You can't actually drive them, but there will be simulators that you can take part in. It's an event for the whole family. All ages are welcome. So kind of cool. Rock and Brews, a restaurant founded by KISS members Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons, is bringing live music and more to Royal Oak this spring. So the restaurant is going to fill the 3-story former Hopcat location on 5th Avenue. It sounds like there's going to obviously be a dining space, but there'll be a concert area as well on the 2nd floor, a rooftop bar that will include a DJ, and then they'll have obviously music, but they're going to have televisions for sport watching. They say it will also feature scratch-made American classic dishes, signature drinks, and Michigan craft beer. It's going to be the first Rock and Brews restaurant in the state, and they are currently hiring. So if you're looking for work, they've got basically every position is up for grabs.
It's a great location. There actually was a place between Hopcat and this. It was like a pasta place. It just never worked out. The location's awesome. So
is it walking distance for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little less than a mile walk.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everything in that area
it's
is
super walkable. So interested to see.
For sure. I hope it does well. Speaking of new restaurants, the first Chick-fil-A in downtown Detroit is opening this week. It's going to open on Thursday. So it's located in the First National Building, which is right outside of Campus Martius. It will be open 6 days a week, starting at 8 a.m., 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Thursday, 8 to 11 p.m., Friday and Saturday. And sounds like this also created a bunch of new jobs in the area. It created 110 jobs. Also recently made a $50,000 donation to 3 area nonprofits. So
cool.
Very cool. So Gen Zers have a new term they're tossing around, and it's the term Choppelganger.
What?
Yeah, have you heard this yet?
No.
So
Choppelganger.
doppelganger
So
with
it
what?
basically means that
Oh, can I guess?
Yes.
So someone who's chopped is like ugly. So this is like an ugly version of you.
Exactly. It's like, hey, you're so-and-so's Choppelganger. Like, you're their doppelganger, only uglier. So it's like an insult, but they're using it, I guess, in a playful manner. They're not using it to, like, be really harsh, but yet it is kind of harsh. But I would guess if you're comparing somebody to, like, a really attractive celebrity, most likely we're all Choppelgangers to that particular, but it depends. Like,
I don't know, some of the celebrities you see without their makeup on, or not on the big screen.
I guess there's a lot of beautiful female celebrities. Maybe the men.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with that.
Are not, but like it depends who you're being compared to.
Yes, this is correct.
If you're,
So it's funny this comes up. I got a message from a guy yesterday. He goes, "Are you at the Red Wing game tonight?" I was like, no, sorry, man. He goes, "Oh, I've been yelling at this guy Cookies all night."
Oh my gosh.
And then I saw he's a little too big to be you. So he is my
Is he your Choppelganger?
Yeah. What is he,
That's
6'2"?
funny.
I think he meant like he was FJC.
Oh boy.
Fat Jim
Fat Jim
Casa.
Casa.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I got to write down all these new things.
Schoppelganger. All right, coming up next, Upside Down Pineapples. It's a QB
Oh, boy.
swapperoo. It's 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. That award reflects what his patients and his family already know. So Dr. B, he's had the procedure himself. He's restored his son's hair and his nephew's too. And when it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
You hear the ads. It's law firms bragging about some giant verdict. To them, it's a trophy and it's a number, but that's good for them. If you've been in a car accident, what does it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Feminino. He wins big, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. Give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Oh, it's feeling like it again. It's a wonderful time in Hockey Town. We're going to talk about it at 9:02. The buy-in for this hockey team, which is in first place in the Eastern Conference. We are beyond the halfway point. Let's take inventory. And we'll do it with a scale of 1 to 5 car flags.
Mm-hmm.
Get into it at 9:02. John, we got some response to our switcheroo, swapperoo, upside-down pineapple quarterbacks
That's
question.
Your thing.
If you say so. All right, here's the response. And I think we did it right if you have the following feedback. Homer. And then another one that says, no wonder Goff gets so pissed at the media. Load decorum.
Right, yeah. So the Homer thinks that you're probably sitting there going, okay, the standard, right? Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, and I had Drake May. Who was your fourth?
I also had Drake May. And then I had Jalen Hurts.
Right, and there's if you're calling us the homer, you probably think Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts,
Jordan Love,
Caleb
Williams. There's a couple texts on these guys. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
The Herbert question. So your guys telling me if the Chargers called and offered Herbert for Goff straight up, 1-for-1, you'd say no. Get out of here.
See, I was conflicted on that one, and I mentioned I am a big Justin Herbert fan. He has not been protected. And I think with the other thing, too, is I'm a sucker for a tough guy. Mm-hmm. And I think he is as tough as they come. He's played with a broken hand.
He's very Staffordish early in his career, I think.
It's eerily similar.
Yeah.
3 playoff losses to start your career. Arm talent, tough, stand in there, play through pain.
Okay, so then another 4 years, when Goff is at the end of his career, we manufacture some way for him to have this mediocre career, a lot of numbers, but a mediocre, playoff career with the Chargers. He comes here and wins MVPs and Super Bowls. There's your path to your next quarterback.
Perfect.
And Harbaugh comes too.
No, thank you. Just the quarterback.
This one says, guys, I hate the Packers more than anything, but Love gets unfairly painted as a turnover-prone dude when in reality he actually has less interceptions the past 3 years than Jared Goff has.
Sorry, I was distracted.
Says that Love is unfairly painted as turnover-prone.
It's not necessarily turnover-prone. It's the times when he throws the turnovers or misses the wide-open receiver.
Yeah. I would have to concede that he did do a better job limiting turnovers this season. At the same time, I just think Jared Goff is better. I mean, Jared Goff throws more touchdowns. Jared Goff leads more prolific offenses. Jared Goff leads more playoff wins.
Yeah, he's more dependable.
Yeah. Guys, so where we're at right now, you'd still pick Goff. If we live in the now, I would take Caleb Williams.
If we lived in the 2-year future, I would take Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is a 58% completion percentage. And there are times where he just air misses. And it's shocking to me because of a lot of the overthrows that he has or just completely off the mark that there's not more interceptions. When he misses bad, he misses so bad it can't even be intercepted.
Guys, anyone who watched Goff this year sees he can move fine in the pocket as long as there is a pocket. He'll step up and move left or right and deliver the football.
Agree. He's got great pocket presence. And he was top 5 in completion percentage, and that's with the amount of times. If he was simply concerned about just his numbers, he would have had, 10 more sacks instead of dirting the ball at the running back's feet or throwing away to a wide receiver. If he just simply cared about his numbers, his completion percentage would be more in line with Drake May's at 72% versus the 68 point something.
Yeah, and the difference with May is he doesn't have to take those sacks because he does have that added element. Gov must not have watched Purdy against the Seahawks.
I'm counting his entire career.
Okay.
There's good and there's
bad. It was the
bad.
here and now.
It's good and bad for Purdy at times. That's certainly Jared Goff at the same time, too.
I thought John made a great point. If you could get Shanahan with him,
right,
it's a different conversation. But if you took Purdy away from the Shanahan offense,
I think he would look pretty nice in this offense. Needs to be tinkered with, maybe with a new OC.
Guys, I'd take Purdy over Goff. I like his mobility. Michael and Allen Park.
Yeah, but then you also have the injury issues. Now, his UCL, like that, he got hit, right? I'm not going to put that one on him, but I don't remember what he was out for this year. He's missed some time almost every single year.
Purdy's mobility is needed to make up for his inability to be a high-level passer the way Goff is. That's what I would argue, unnamed ticket texter.
I think Goff is a high-level passer.
Just remember, they've both lost a Super Bowl. They're okay,
but here's the other argument. If guys are in a similar tier, I'm going to stick with my guy.
Yeah,
right?
because it's the known quantity, right? That's what I even put down. I mentioned it during the segment, like Brock Purdy, even.
I'm different than you guys because I've seen what it looks like with Goff. Therefore, I would make the change.
Okay, I've seen what it looks like with Goff, where he had a 17-point lead at halftime of the NFC title
that guy
game.
beat him.
And he
it puts the ball right in his hands.
Yeah, sorry. Josh Reynolds got to catch a football, man. Jahmyr Gibbs can't fumble the football, man. Defense got to get a stop down the stretch of that football game.
Why couldn't they get a stop?
Because they didn't trade for Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, you just did the layup there, Brennan. I love that. Thank you.
All right, 9 o'clock hour. We're going to talk hockey. How about that? How about these Red Wings? It was Fedorov night last night. We'll spend some time talking about that. Our Chris Stapleton winner, Pete in Sterling Heights, won the tickets to see Chris Stapleton. You can do the same when tickets go on sale this Friday.
Yeah, it's a great concert. I'm sure it's changed a little bit, but I saw him live last year. He's awesome.
Talking hockey next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. After last night's overtime victory over the Carolina Hurricanes, the Red Wings have won 9 of their last 12 games. The Wings will look to keep stacking points tonight as they will ship up to Boston tonight to face the Bruins. The Wings split their first 2 games with the Bruins earlier this season, losing one in a shootout 3-2 and winning the other 5-4 in regulation. The Bruins enter tonight on a 3-game win streak and having won 5 of their last 6. That game gets started at 7:30. Our pregame coverage begins right here on 97.1 at 7:15. And Mike McDaniel is set to interview with the Lions today. He is applying for their offensive coordinator vacancy, of course. Yesterday, he met with the Browns about their head coaching job. He's also set to speak with the Titans, Ravens, and Falcons later this week for their head coaching vacancies. The NFL divisional round kickoff times have been announced after the wild card concluded with a 30-6 Texans win last night, and one of those games affected a Michigan State basketball game. On Saturday this weekend, the divisional round gets started in the AFC with Bills at Broncos at 4:30. Then the Seattle Seahawks will host the San Francisco 49ers at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. With that, Michigan State basketball's road game against Washington was moved to a 6 p.m. start time. The Spartans could get lucky as a usually passionate crowd may be preoccupied getting ready for a Seahawks playoff battle against a division rival. The Spartans take on Indiana tonight at home at 7 o'clock first before heading out west. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, Hockey Town. Vibes are at an all-time high. Well, in recent memory anyway. Fedorov jersey goes to the rafters. The 90s were in the air. He's in the Corvette. We got Karen Newman doing the national anthem last night. Everybody's feeling good about this hockey team, and they won. They beat the Carolina Hurricanes, John, and the Red Wings have the most points of anybody in the Eastern Conference.
They made it as exciting as possible. Who wants a runaway win on a night like that? You got to have some heart palpitations.
It's the kind of team Carolina is, too, by the way, where they're going to smother you. They're going to have the puck most of the night. They're going to have more shots than their opponent damn near every night. And once they scored the first, it was hold on tight. Larkin turnover, shorthanded goal, then a 5-on-3 late, all tied up.
Mm-hmm.
And Kopp probably got away with the cross-check late, but it's only cross-check if they call it. He scores the game-winning goal in 3-on-3 overtime, and the Wings pick up an OT win against the team that many think is the best in the Eastern Conference. So now you start to make the case. This is a little bit like a week ago when the Pistons beat the New York Knicks. You're making your claim that you're the best team in the Eastern Conference. But let's just zoom out. What is your level of buy-in right now? Because I mentioned vibes are high, people are feeling good, team's playing well. Let's put it on a scale of 1 to 5 car flags. 1 for each window and throw the 5th on the tailgate.
Yeah, if you have one.
If you have one, or the little windshield wiper if you're in the golf cart like me.
I'll lead off, and I'll go with 4. And the reason I'm going with 4 isn't necessarily because of some of the young talent, because we don't know that young talent, how it's going to look over 82 games. Is there going to be, hey, the season's long, there's this break, how do they handle that? They're still learning. I'm hoping that they continue to improve throughout the course of the season, but we don't know. We also have a whole lot of veterans that have let us down over the last 3 years, some more than others, and it's one of those mental hurdles to try and get over. The reason I'm going with 4 car flags is Todd McClellan, their coach. They've had 1 4-game skid. They started off the year with an abomination, and then we heard him address it publicly. We know he addressed it behind the scenes, and the team responded. It feels like with the entire offseason and the benefit of having what happened last year, relearning about the Detroit Red Wings since he was here before,
but seeing this
group of guys, how they struggled in March and how they came up short, then having that entire offseason, having an entire training camp, it feels like he's got his thumb on the pulse and he understands what this team needs when they need it and how they're going to respond.
You're a 4 out of 5.
Yes.
I'm a 3 out of 5. And the 2 things that are missing for me are how they handle the trade deadline and MARCH. Because we've been here before. We've seen this team build a 9 or even 10-point cushion 2 seasons ago and miss the postseason. So I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying what they're doing. And I'm still more car flags than not.
Mm-hmm.
But there are the 2 roadblocks they have to clear down the stretch. McClellan was here last March. I'm hoping things go better this time because of the lessons that he observed and this team learned together. And so far, so good. Like, let's be clear. I can't really ask much more than what we've seen to this point. It's just the fact that we're only at this point. But right now, Gibson is playing like the best goalie in hockey. Best goalie since December 1st. Whether he is the best or not, he's a legit number 1 goalie they didn't have last year. Simon Edvinsson and Mo Seider together, you're playing damn near half the game with a shutdown pair. Their penalty kill went from league worst to league average. Well, that'll play. That'll help you out most nights. A little things add up. James Van Riemsdyk, he's a depth signing. He's an aging player. How much does he have left in the tank? Well, he has more goals this year than Vladimir Tarasenko had all of last year. The little things that add up. Andrew Kopp, he got hurt last year.
Right.
And he's not been an overly productive player, but he's playing like a good, true number 2 center. 19 points in his last 20 games. And he plays a 200-foot game to center a line with 2 offensive players in DeBrincat and Kane. I mean, these are positives. These are reasons to buy in. These are reasons why it's fun to watch this hockey team right now. I'll even go to the Stars. Raymond and DeBrincat are point-per-game guys, and Larkin's just behind him right now. So it's not like those guys are letting you down either. There's a lot to highlight. There's a lot to feel good about with this hockey team. They're also not barely in the playoffs right now.
Right.
They're in first place in their division. And I know Tampa's played 3 fewer games, and Tampa may be better. They've won 10 in a row. But Detroit is in the right conversations right now.
They are, and that's the thing. When you're looking at where this hockey team is, and yes, they're in first place, but they've played 3 more games than Tampa, as you mentioned, another game more than Montreal, Hurricanes. They're 2 up on the Maple Leafs, 3 up on the Sabres, who are right at the cut line right now, along with the Washington Capitals. So, yeah, they have a chance to, that margin could be shrunk, but they keep adding to that margin. They keep that margin consistent. It was at 4 for a long time, then it was at 5, then it was at 6, and now you're looking at it going, well, it's at 8. And the Buffalo Sabres play 3 more games. They and let's just say they win them all.
Mm-hmm.
Right now you're at 2 over the Sabres, but you have that buffer.
Right. The buffer is, again, we've been here, but the buffer is a good thing. Especially when you're going to have a layoff and a layover and there's going to be some time away from the ice. You want to bank as many of these wins as you can. I just point out, 3-0 against Toronto. Toronto's been in a free fall. That's a good thing for Detroit. 1-0 against Florida. Florida's dealing with some of their own injuries, but these are the wins you got to be banking early in the season. They've been very good in their division. In Montreal, they just evened up the score. Carolina, they just evened up the score looking at top teams in the East. The Dallas Stars were here. That's a very good hockey team. They beat them. They're going to face the Avs this month. That is maybe the best team in hockey. They'll face them later this month.
And there's 15 games before the trade deadline, and that includes, obviously, the Olympic break. My question, I think maybe the biggest question I have is not necessarily what Stevie Y is going to do at the trade deadline. If they're in first place or if they're even near first place, we all want them to add, even if they're right in that wild card spot. We want them to add to make this team better and seal the deal of being able to get into the postseason. But it's John Gibson. He is playing at an elite level right now. Do we think he is an elite level goaltender?
I don't know that he would sustain elite level play, but he's a true number one.
Okay, so yes, but
it's shades of gray,
right? And so he is in a great rhythm right now. He's performing at an elite level.
Yes.
And how does that Olympic break affect him?
Yeah, a confident hot goalie that takes time away. Does he hit the ground? Yeah, it's a fair question.
Does he come back? Does it take time to get going again? Does he pick up right where he left off? Or what does that look like?
And just so we understand this too, like the season-long goalie stats are distorted because it's been very streaky. Early in the year, I think they were hanging out their goalies to dry, and the goalies weren't making big saves, and it was ugly. Well, now they're blocking shots. They're cutting down on odd man rushes. They're not giving up as many chances in the slot, those high-danger areas. Goalies are building confidence, Gibson specifically. But what's the truth? He's not as dominant as he's playing right now, and he's not as bad as he played to start the year.
Right.
So if you just look at the save percentage for the season, it's actually lower than 2 years ago where they missed the playoffs. So a lot still has to get sorted out. They have to show that this defensive backbone
is real.
Is real, yeah. I mean, that's a huge part of this.
So why, with that especially, why wouldn't you believe that Seider and Edvinsson are not real?
Well, they're only 2 of the 6 defensemen that play. Yes.
But starting with them, to me,
it's a good place to start.
The improvement by both of them this year is a huge reason to believe. See, I'm at a 4. You burp. You just burp, John?
I was on mute.
Oh, so I just heard a weird noise.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I had to clear my throat. Yes, I was on mute.
It's okay, John.
It's okay. We all burp.
I'm not
I don't know why
belch
you
into the microphone.
drew attention to it. It's all right.
Anyways, jeez. No, and I think the goaltending, the Gibson thing, I would side towards believing in long term versus not, because it does take some time for a goalie to get used to playing in front of his defense. So the trend towards the second half of this, if you're splitting since December, is a good thing. I don't think he's going to continue to play at this elite level. But I mean, at this point, we're talking about making the playoffs, right?
Yes.
This is a successful season if the Red Wings make the playoffs.
Yes.
Now, you get to the Olympic break and you're still the 1 seed and you've created more separation. Expectations can change like they have with the Pistons this season, right? I just find it, I think you're still burned from the previous season.
Oh, yeah, guilty as charged. I mean, and you could say that's wrong, or I should do a better job separating and compartmentalizing
I think it's very
this
common for Red Wings fans.
But look, if it's the criticism that just treat this for what it is for just this season, maybe it's easier for you than it is for me, because I've done the sappy, this is going to be the year, my childhood's back, playoff hockey. I've even talked about this year, setting aside and making sure I'm there the first night, whether it's in the ticket plan or not, because it alternates. I want to be there the first night they host a playoff game. I think we've seen tastes of it. I want it 7 car flags out of 5.
Yeah.
But there's just 2 things that I want to see them do down the stretch. It's conduct themselves properly at the deadline and conduct themselves properly in the month that follows February. You do those things, they'll be playing playoff hockey, and we'll be partying at LCA.
Yeah.
I mean, and too, a lot depends on what happens with a few other teams. Like, is Florida going to make a move?
Right.
But we've said that about the Rangers, I think I remember a couple of years ago.
I think they're, yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, look, I just, the fact is they're not where they've been the previous seasons in the standings. They may still only have the same type of lead that they do right now. There's an 8-point cushion to the last playoff spot, and that's similar to the past couple seasons, except you were already 8th. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean,
some of that's the makeup of the league in the East specifically, but yes.
So, look, is it I just feel like I like to enjoy the ride. I'm buying into the younger players getting better and being more mature. A lot of these guys are starting to hit that 23, 24, 25-year-old status where NHL players mature. And I think we're seeing that. My eyes are telling me that. So why would that change? Most of them aren't playing in the Olympics. That can actually be a healthy break for a lot of these guys.
It's one of the silver linings to Edvinsson not being on Team Sweden. A couple points about the young players. I would say yes and no. So for some of them, you mentioned guys that are 24 and 25, this is the natural step. There's also a pocket of young guys, and maybe it's a positive, that are struggling right now and may have a light bulb go on. But Casper is not having a good sophomore season.
Right.
Johansson, I know he scored yesterday, has not had a very good sophomore season. Emmett Finney is clearly a 7th-round pick hitting a wall. He's playing on the top line, and we're not seeing top-line production. I'm not trying to bury these guys. I'm just pointing out, like, there is a wave of young guys who are going through predictable young guy things. And maybe Pelika, who I think has overachieved, knock on wood, doesn't hit a wall at some point this season.
These are all valid questions and reasons to be. I just feel like March it's more. You're the biggest Red Wing fan on the show, and therefore I think you're most fragile almost to March. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm guilty as charged. Let us know. 248-539-9797. We got the text pouring in. We got some spots on the line. We want to talk to Red Wing fans today, especially after last night, especially with how people are feeling about this hockey team. What's your buy-in? 1 to 5 car flags. 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, obviously I'm going to turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And it adjusts, sometimes on a weekly basis, but surely on the year. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And when you're talking about communities, you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
Sergei Fedorov last night.
He didn't have to say it, but Red Wings fans, as you could hear the response there, loved it.
Look, it was first class all around. You're right. He didn't have to say it, but he did. Mm-hmm. And the presentation was first class. They spared no expense. They didn't cut any corners.
No, they did it right.
It was, from the Corvette to the white skates and the Fedorov jerseys for warm-ups. They crushed it.
Yeah.
You also love hearing him say Russian names. Can we play that one for people?
Thank you, Stoney.
Little assist from Stoney. But each name got more Russian as he did it. It was phenomenal.
It was awesome.
He started saying, hey, I'm not a public speaker, I'm a hockey player. But, John, I actually thought he crushed it. It's one of those, it was a long speech but didn't feel long. He hit all the high notes. He had the crowd in the palm of his hand. He's going up to different people and interacting with. He's a showman. Yeah. Even at this point in his life, he's still that showman.
No, it was well done by the Wings, better done by Sergei, and best job by the fans because they showed appreciation during every single moment, even during the game when they would show them on the big screen.
Yep, and a 3-0 lead quickly turned into a 3-3 game, but the Wings won the game, ended the night on a high note, and we've asked you guys that question. What is your buy-in? Because everybody's feeling good today. Feel good. You're in first place. Feel good. We hit on all the different things that they're doing better than they did a year ago, and we asked you to put a number on it. 1 to 5, 5 car flags. Let's get to Dan in Grand Rapids. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, I got to say a couple things here. Number one, the Red Wings did get it right last night. I watched it from the interview to the drop of the puck. And needless to say, I grew up watching the Red Wings since the 90s and got a little emotional watching him go over to Vladimir and give him a hug. With that being said, my buy-in on these guys right now, I'm on the fence. Here's the reason. Do I think they can make a playoff push? I think they can make the first round. Here's why. These kids are so young. They're not used to playing that long of season. And we all know that once you get in the playoffs, it is a different brand of hockey.
Yep.
I don't think we're that tough yet. And I think if we play a tough team that is physical, we're just going to get mowed over. I want to see a trade deadline of toughness. Maybe another defenseman that can pair up so we're not relying on Seider and Edmondson so much because you're going to wear them out. I mean, these guys are playing 20. Yeah, they're young, but they're playing 20, 22 minutes a game. Yeah. You're going to wear them out. And, I got to see what happens with the first 2 weeks after we come in from the
Dan,
Olympic break. Yeah.
And, Dan, I think you're right that postseason hockey's a different animal. And it could be like the Pistons where they show up in a couple spots and win a couple games, but ultimately just aren't ready for the playoffs. But now look at where the Pistons are a year later where we feel like they should be in, will be in, and will make some noise. It's getting that taste so these guys know what it actually looks like, sounds like, feels like to play playoff hockey. And John, one of the big differences, you're not going to win overtime 3-on-3 hockey in the playoffs. So I know they did it against Dallas, and I know they just did it last night against Carolina. If that game goes 5-on-5, Carolina had all the momentum.
Yeah.
Carolina probably wins that hockey game. And that maybe is the difference come playoff time. But you take the win right now.
Sure.
You get in the playoffs, and you get this team that necessary benchmark, that next step.
And I would love to hear what the plan is for these young players over the Olympic break. The guys, and even not just the young guys, but the older guys. What's the plan? What does Todd McClellan have in store? Obviously, some time off to get refreshed, get your legs back underneath you. But is that 3 weeks, is that enough time to work on some skills, to work on some things, even though you're not going to be at full strength because you are going to have some guys that are playing in the Olympics?
Let's get to Nick in Commerce. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, so I'm putting myself at three flags out of 5. I think we're lacking a little bit of goalie depth, and I think we're lacking a bit of defensive depth. I know Edmondson and Seider are playing great, but when you're playing 25 minutes a game, they can't keep that up. I hope they can keep it up the whole season, but that's a lot to put on them.
But you know that's tough. And the goalie depth's actually a good point. No one's brought it up. As hot as Gibson's been, they're playing him a lot right now. Talbot has struggled this year. Talbot's going to have to play games at some point here. He's going to probably play tonight with the back-to-back. Yeah, I think that's one thing that gets tested when every point matters down the stretch.
Yeah, I think it was kind of flip-flop in the beginning of the season.
Yes.
Gibson was doing bad, and then Talbot was doing bad. Now it's like Gibson's got all the motion, but he's got nothing to come in and help him out.
Appreciate the phone call, Nick. A couple texts. This one says 3 out of 5 car flags. They're still in a tough division, and a bad week could change things. I'll be all in if Yzerman is aggressive and can get a top 4D/top 6 forward. That's JP on the text. I have no confidence in this team because of the man in charge. Zero faith in Stevie Y. This team will never accomplish anything under him.
Wow.
Feels like a text we would have gotten a year ago, not a text from a first-place hockey team.
Well, okay, they weren't in first place at this time of the year, the last couple of years, but they were in a position to make a playoff run. So I understand it.
Yeah. 5 out of 5 car flags.
Oh, wow.
Because Jim buried them before the season with his double-digit disco. Thank you, Costa.
Yes, you did.
I'm just doing my part.
Yeah, but you believed it.
Did my part, John.
Still believe it?
On your little scale of 1 to 5, I'm a 0 from an unnamed text. Says, I think this roster is not good enough to sustain the rest of the season and into the postseason. Zero faith whatsoever that the front office will make the right decision to buy at the deadline.
It's about sustaining, though, the next 11 games, really, because that's what you play before the Olympic break. Like, to me, a lot of this hedges on if they continue to play at this pace. Let's say they're second in the conference as you get to the winter break, maybe even third.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Steve Yzerman has got to buy. The reason he hasn't bought in the past because he didn't think the team earned it and deserved it. They have earned it and deserved it. You'll have 4 games until the deadline, actually 3, before the day of the deadline. And I don't know how you don't add. That's when I would really jump on Yzerman. If you're a competitive team and you don't buy.
Yeah.
Well, and I would hope that it's time. I mean, it's felt like it's been time. Do you need another first-round pick that's 3 years away, or do you need to try to sink some resources into this team being a playoff team? And not just to get in, because I know that's always the rebuttal, but to get in, establish some experience, give yourself a shot when you get in a 7-game series.
Yeah, I think they're more the latter than the former.
Yeah. The guy called in and talked about the emotion of last night when Fedorov addressed Yzerman. You could tell it got to him a little bit. He said, "You're the best captain I ever played for." You could tell, and when Fedorov talks about the Ilitches and says, "Risk built you 4 Stanley Cups." Like you, as much as we're living in the nostalgia of the '90s, you got to apply some of that, right?
Yeah, you do. And in terms of Yzerman getting a little choked up or showing some emotion, like the fans did.
Yeah,
right. And the fans. The nostalgia of remembering those moments. Can you imagine this nostalgia of actually being in those moments and having those moments, knowing what they are, not just on the ice, but in the locker room, outside of, the Red Wings facilities?
Let's get back to the people. Justin, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. Good morning.
Good. Hey, man. I just a couple things. I've been a Red Wings fan for most of my life, and obviously we remember the teams in 2002 and all the good teams that Fedorov was on. I think Lucas Raymond doesn't get talked about enough about how good of a hockey player he is. They kind of shuffled him down to the third line. He's been nothing short of phenomenal. And then last night, you watch the game, and Simon Edvinsson, I know we have a lot of hope for him and what he's going to turn into. On the 3-on-3, he's just, and I understand 3-on-3 versus 5-on-5 is just a completely different player. Like, he grabs the puck and he's skating and he has a lot more room, and you can see the potential. And I kind of wish that he could do that on 5-on-5. And I texted my friends last night. I was like, okay, Simon Edvinsson, we're in overtime and decides to turn into Cal McCarr versus 5-on-5. He's turning into Tyler Myers. My other point, I think we need to bring up Kosa. I think Talbot, I don't know if he's the guy who's going to help us in the playoffs. I think Kosa and Gibson sounds a lot better to me. And then I really hope Stevie makes a move for a top defenseman. I know Dougie Hamilton was just recently scratched for the Devils. I think he would be something that you can get at a cheap cost. And I mean, as a birthday wish in March, I would be much more happy if they found a way to somehow get Zach Werenski out of the grips of the Columbus
Oh my
Blue
gosh,
Jackets
could you
and
imagine?
pair him with his best friend Dylan Larkin. I mean, that would be amazing. But yeah, man, those are just some of my thoughts. I think we're all pretty shocked at where they're at. I text my buddies before the Montreal game. I said these next 3 games, I'd be happy if they got 2 out of the 3, and
Here
we
we are.
already got 2. And I mean, yeah, they're. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're doing it. So it's great. And you guys do an awesome job. I listen to you guys on the way to work. I appreciate what you guys do.
Thanks, Justin.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah, and I think we all are a little stunned to see a first-place hockey team right now. But as far as like, well, why are they here? How are they? You can point to things like goaltending, improved blue line play, penalty kill, little extra depth. Like there's reasons to explain where they're at. It's just will they sustain it? We'll keep taking your phone calls. We'll get to Heather's news. It's all coming up. It's 97.1. Ken Cal on the call. First place, Red Wings. What's your buy-in? 1 to 5. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Tom in Commerce. Tom, good morning. You're on 97.1.
How we doing, guys?
Good. Yourself?
It's not bad. As far as the team, I'm going to give them a 3.5. But I think they did Sergei dirty, okay? Because the fact that they did that on a Monday night in January, how about, do a Friday, Saturday game during the holidays or in the springtime. I mean, I know a lot of people that got tickets last minute last night. And it should have been a much bigger deal. And I still think there's a lot of bitterness there.
But for who?
For the team, for when he left.
So that's why they put it on a Monday night?
They were like, hey, we're willing to honor him with the greatest recognition the organization's ever had.
So, but we're gonna
do it on Monday as the slight. Like, look, I would have preferred it on a Sunday or a Saturday, to your point, but I don't think that's the organization.
And I definitely don't want it over the holidays.
But like, I just don't understand your point, Tom. Like, if they wanted to be petty, they just wouldn't do it at all. Like, do you think looking back, Sergei's going to go, yeah, but they did it on a Monday?
No, I don't think Sergei cares, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem. Whether they did that or didn't, I don't think he cared at all.
I think he 100% cared.
Are you calling him a phony? You think everything he said last night's fake?
No, it's been a long time, and there's a lot of water under that bridge. But I still think there's a lot of hard feelings on both sides.
If he had any hard feelings at all, he wouldn't have said it was the worst decision I made in leaving Detroit.
I don't think we're getting a rebuttal on that.
See what conspiracy theory stuff online has done to people. Dude, where is that coming
from? Last night's a feel-good moment.
Yeah.
And look, would Sunday have been...
That's a guy that just can't be happy.
He initially led me to believe that the reason the tickets it didn't sell out so quick. There were tickets available I saw as late as Saturday. I did see the press release, but there was still animosity from fans for him leaving. Or trying to leave, the whole thing. I
think that's bygones be bygones.
Yeah, where was that coming from?
Yeah.
Look, if you want to poke,
that's the guy that's the most fun at the party.
Look, if you want to poke at some of the problem areas, you could probably inflame some tensions. But I really think it's bygones be bygones, and I think that was the point of last night.
Yeah, on both sides.
Yeah.
The team genuinely did this. You might not like some of the things that are going on with the team or something like that, but come on with that. That's a bunch of hogwash.
I think it's such a small point. Would you rather have been a Saturday or Sunday? I guess, sure.
And in fact, we've talked about this off the air, Jim, but I think they selected last night to troll the Hurricane franchise a little bit because there's the ones that tried to take Fedorov initially.
Well, he accepted their offer. So, I mean, they kind of are at the center of this. They're the first team he tried to leave Detroit for. Detroit blocked it, matched the offer, kept him.
I don't find that coincidental that it was against them.
Well, we pointed that out as soon as they announced it. It wasn't like, I didn't realize this. Immediately, you and I, when the schedule came out and they made the announcement, we noted that.
Yeah, because back in the day, Peter Karmanos owned him, and he was a local guy trying to take Fedorov away.
Yeah. I mean, they even referenced it on the broadcast last night. And then Ken Daniels pivoted to a point about Aho, who was the same thing. The team tried to poach him, and Carolina matched the qualifying offer. So, I don't get this feeling that there's still this, secret bad blood they wouldn't have done that then.
No.
On either side. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So a Pittsburgh area school district actually delayed start times today so that students could stay up late to watch the Steelers in the playoffs. Obviously, didn't go the way they were hoping, but at least they got to sleep in. So the superintendent of the district made the announcement on Sunday saying that all schools within the district would start 2 hours later than normal. So the
parents
kids
were saying, well, gee, I still have to be at work at the same time. How am I going to get my kid there?
The things I'm learning now, right? Like, oh my gosh, snow days were so cool once, and now I'm like, a snow day?
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do? How do I have childcare?
I know, yeah. It's cool.
It is cool.
Obviously, and the kids are loving it.
And the superintendent like didn't shy away for why he was doing it, right? Like was very blatant about it. Was like, you know what? Let's watch the Steelers. Like this is why I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Enjoy the game.
Could be Tomlin's last game.
That's 5 straight playoff losses by double digits and 7 consecutive losses.
gosh.
You got to go all the way back. Their last playoff win was the 2016 season. Yikes.
A Detroit man who was busted for stealing from a Walmart in Sterling Heights over the weekend turned out to be a wanted murder suspect on the run. Pretty crazy. On Saturday afternoon, officers were called to the Walmart on 14 in Van Dyke. And as they were talking to this suspect, just kind of took off running. And you can see the body cam footage, runs through the parking lot, keeps going, kind of runs in and out of wooded areas. And as he's running, he's taking off layers of clothing as to hopefully like
shed his identity.
Yes, like you're not going to recognize me if I'm wearing red instead of a blue puffy coat. Like you'll never know. Obviously, he was eventually arrested. So he was wanted by the U.S. Marshal Service for a triple shooting in Tennessee. 2 people were killed. So yikes for sure. Jimmy John's Field in Utica will no longer be named Jimmy John's Field. So obviously still be there, but undergoing a big rebrand. So the ballpark, which is home to a small pro baseball league of 4 local teams, has officially been renamed UWM Field. So on Tuesday, United Wholesale Mortgage announced that it signed a 10-year naming rights deal with the park. So same park, same field, new name.
John, you struggle with these names.
Oh, there's no question. A team moves a city. I don't get it for about a decade.
Still the San Diego Chargers?
Yes, it is. The Oakland Raiders. But it will be... Oh, and I'm just getting used to not saying Tiger Stadium. I'm getting ready to say Comerica Park on a regular basis. And then they're going to change the name of that one.
You know what? It could be like Pine Knob, though. Could eventually go back to its original name. I never stopped calling Pine Knob Pine Knob.
No, yeah, me neither.
So thankfully, it's back to Pine
Pine
Knob.
Knob, yeah.
Yes. Oh, listen to this. Students who attend Detroit Public Schools could make up to $1,000 in cash just for attending class, just for showing up. So it's pretty cool. Detroit Public Schools is offering up to $1,000 in cash payments for students with perfect attendance. It's this not new, but semi-new Perfect Attendance Pays initiative. This is the second year in a row they have done this. It started on January 5th at all Detroit Public School high schools. Every student has the opportunity to actually earn $100 gift cards for every full week of perfect attendance, up to $1,000. The program will end on March 20th, and they're doing this because they say during these cold winter months is when they actually see attendance decline significantly. So this is just incentive to get kids to show up to school every day consistently.
And it's incentive for the parents to get their kids into
Sure.
school. Because, I mean, that's where it starts. It starts at home. I mean, you got to get your kids to school because if they don't stack days, they're not going to learn anything.
Exactly. Finally, the man accused of opening fire at a house party in Sterling Heights over the weekend appeared in court from a hospital bed on Monday. Police say an argument broke out at the party, and then the 23-year-old suspect ran out to the end of the driveway and just started firing shots towards the house. 3 people were hit. He was also hit by gunfire returned by somebody else who fired in self-defense. And anyway, he was arraigned on multiple charges, including 3 attempted murder counts. So he was given a $1 million bond.
All right, that's Heather with the news. And coming up next, we should grab Gator. We had a $2,000 slam winner today. We'll play that for you guys next, 97.1. John, we had a 2 Grand Slam winner. We're going to play that for people before we get out of here. We'll also give Gator a chance to see if he could beat our listener. I just wanted to throw something out at you before we get to that.
Okay.
We started doing this off air, and I'd like to finish the exercise on air. The spreads for this week's games in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
I've given you 2 of them, but just so people who don't know, Texans, Patriots, you got this spot on.
Yeah, 2.5.
Pats, home favorites by 2.5. Bills, Broncos is a pick'em in Denver.
Not surprising. It's good on good. It's good Buffalo offense against a really good Denver defense.
The other 2 playoff games, what do you think the spread is for Seahawks hosting the Niners?
Seahawks hosting the Niners. I'm going to say Seahawks by 5.5.
7.5.
Okay. Yeah, I figured it would be a bigger spread, just because, especially since who's the tight end?
Kittle.
Kittle went down.
Yeah. It feels like San Francisco's been on fumes this whole time.
Yeah.
But do you want to lay more than a touchdown with Sam Darnold?
I don't know. And I know something that we'll talk about is that is interesting is a ticket situation going on in Seattle with the 12th man.
Yeah.
And we're not going to get into it now, but that is something that is very, very interesting.
Maybe tomorrow. Okay, last game. Rams, Bears. Guess the spread.
Rams, Bears. Now, it's in Chicago. I haven't taken a look at the weather. Weather probably doesn't matter too much right now. I'm going to say Rams by 5.5.
Rams are favored by 3.5.
Okay. I would thought that would have been a little bit bigger because Chicago, their MO is, hey, they suck in the first half, come back in the second half. I don't think this is a defense that they're going to be able to come back against.
Weather's going to be in the teens.
Ooh.
It's going to be cold. Maybe that's why the spread's down a little bit.
Could be.
Total's still 50.5. So they're expecting, these 2 quarterbacks in a hurry can
put up points. Sure.
I was going to guess 5.5 points because it's the Devil's number.
It's the Devil's number in the Devil's game.
Yeah, and then it was pointed out to me that it's the opposite. It's the Pope. The Pope's a Bears fan. That's what's really going on here. Okay. It makes as much sense as anything else.
Is it any more cruel that it's the last game of the weekend, too? It's 6:30 Sunday. Everybody's dialed in.
Yep.
And you're watching the former OC and the former quarterback.
I am glad that it's 6:30 because it'll be done by 10 o'clock at the latest.
The last spot to get into the championship game.
Yeah, and there's a world where the Bears are playing to host the NFC title game.
And the Rams.
Well, and the Rams. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, actually, that would be the case.
If the Niners win Saturday, the winner of Rams-Bears hosts.
Yes. Gator, we had a 2 Grand Slam winner today on the show, and we want to see if you can get all 10 of them right. We don't do this every week, but we have a winner. I think this is fun to do.
All right. Yeah, so he's going to do this, obviously, with Sans clock because he doesn't have his ears on. No, I know we'll have the clock. I just didn't know if Gator was going to put his ears on.
He can put his headphones on. Give him a second to settle in here. We'll play the winning audio after.
Yes, so we don't want to give him all the answers.
No, that's a great point, John. That would be very bad form.
Do you think I can get this?
Yes, I do.
There's one question that if you can get it, you'll get it.
Okay.
Heather, are you ready to do this?
I'm reading it.
We have to do this authentically.
I don't have it in front of me. Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready. Now I'm ready. Okay. Your timer starts right.
Well, hold on. You have to ask me if he's ever played before. How'd you do the last time?
We're running out of time. Let's go.
Okay, so your timer starts now. What jersey number did Sergei Fedorov wear as a Red Wing?
91.
Who is Indiana playing next Monday for the national championship?
Miami.
Stranger Things airs on this streaming platform.
Netflix.
Who is the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks?
It's the guy from Michigan, former. I'll pass.
Who leads the Detroit Pistons in rebounds per game?
Jalen Duren.
Who played Wonder Woman in the 2017 movie Wonder Woman?
Gal Gadot.
Where did Drake May play in college?
North Carolina.
This artist had the 2013 hit Take Me to Church.
The 2013 hit Take Me to Church?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Who is the starting quarterback of the Miami Hurricanes?
Carson Beck.
Who won the Heisman Trophy last month?
Fernando Mendoza.
Who's the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks?
McDonald.
Yeah.
All right, you
got 9 out of 10.
I have no idea what this is. The country.
Yeah,
is
see,
it
that's the
hit?
one I thought. Yeah,
no,
that's
it's not
what we
country.
thought you wouldn't
I
get.
was just going to guess like Jeezy. I don't know.
Jeezy?
Yeah.
No. GC.
Okay, it is not. This is how it went earlier today at 7:25.
It's great to win on a technicality. I think that's awesome.
On a technicality?
Yeah. I think it's great to win on a technicality.
What's the technicality?
What's the issue?
Well, I'm just saying, if I were to look at a roster of Indiana football players and quarterback specifically, there are two people with the last name Mendoza.
It's his brother, right?
Right. I know. Which was he talking to Alberto or was it Fernando? I mean, Fernando Mendoza won the Heisman Trophy. Alberto Mendoza is a freshman who comes into mop-up duty and clearly did not win the Heisman Trophy. I mean, I'm just saying. Saying Beck with Carson Beck, I think, is passable.
We were just allowing the answer key
that's
just says
passable. But I mean, am I wrong? It's nice to win on a technicality.
He
I
was
mean,
reaching into this
Heather,
guy's
you're the one who
pocket.
reads these questions. I mean,
I'm not the one who writes the question.
No,
so
I didn't say you're the one who writes it, but I'm just saying with. There's two guys with the same last name and they
then
haven't
you should,
related.
I guess,
You should.
have
I mean,
a
if
first.
it's
If
Jeopardy,
it was Jeopardy, yes.
you got to do
But
it.
it's
I mean,
the
most
two
times you
Grand
can just go with the
Slams,
last name, but I mean,
Yeah,
if
I
you've got
think
two people-
maybe the next question, but the harder question would have been, who's Fernando Mendoza's brother?
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's not easy to answer. That's
He's like the
that's
Ozzy-
two Grand Slam question.
He's the Ozzy Canseco of the family, right, Gator?
Yes, exactly. It's the Ozzy Canseco, right? And when you got two guys on the same team with the same name, they have to be related. I just think you probably let people know who it is. That's all. It's a nice job. Really nice job.
You're such a
hoser.
Yeah,
Hosier.
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 Yeah, I thought you were calling yourself a hoser.
Hoosier.
Have you heard the song before? John had never heard the
I
song.
don't think I've ever heard the song.
No.
I mean, I've barely heard of the band or person, whoever the hell it is.
Person.
Yeah. See, like I said, barely.
I said you're such a, and you said hoser.
Hoser.
You thought you were filling in the blank.
Anyway, what's on the Carson Anderson show today?
Look, we'll talk about the big meeting that's taking place today in Allen Park with the offensive coordinator coming in to take with the offensive coordinator job. We got last night's hockey game. I was there. It was spectacular. Whatever that caller was saying when I was driving in, talking about how they did Sergey dirty.
Come on,
because
That's
there were
ridiculous.
90% of those seats were full at 5:30. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Crowd showed up. The Wings did a great job of letting people know what was happening.
And again, the tickets 3 times what I would have had for a regular game. People wanted to be there. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, I don't have to ask you today what you did last night because I know what you did last night. You went to the Red Wing game, Sergei Fedorov night, and I'm going to guess that you enjoyed yourself as much as anybody.
I did. Yep. I really did. The only thing that I didn't do, and I regret a little bit, was not getting there 1 hour earlier to be there for the media session with Sergei, but I needed to spend some time at home before I left, so I couldn't get there. So I got there and got up to my seat right as they were starting to do the ceremony, and I didn't miss a word of it, and it was great.
Well, and they won the hockey game too, which was a big game. I mean, we're what we want is authentication. What we want is verification. What we want is to have a credible hockey product that we don't have to question whether or not it's going to unravel. Unfortunately, I don't know that we'll know that until March, but because that's when it's unraveled the last couple of years. But man, they're doing things that are impressive. To beat Montreal and Carolina in back-to-back games. I mean, Carolina, who allowed 25 shots their previous 2 games combined, and Red Wings win in overtime. Yeah, it wasn't great blowing the 3-goal lead, and yeah, they got a lucky call in overtime. Got it. Gostisbehere totally got cross-checked by Andrew Kopp, but whatever. You can nitpick about calls all anybody wants. Depends how much you want to. If that were a playoff game, and obviously they wouldn't be playing 3-on-3 in overtime in a playoff game, but if the Red Wings were to allow that goal in a playoff game in overtime, we'd have 10 phone lines jammed for 2 days straight after that.
Sure, but I mean, there was also the call that went against the Red Wings in the third period where they called a hook when the guy barely tapped on the arm. It was certainly not what they called, and it led to a power play.
It was.
So I mean,
the egregiousness of that last call was pretty.
Well, is it because it's overtime, right?
Exactly.
But it makes no difference if they're going to. I mean, it's
you know
overtime.
how this works.
I know
the
how
game
it
winner.
works, right? But you know what I say all the time: you're going to call a penalty in the first period, you call it in overtime. I don't care.
Yeah.
And they were calling penalties. Should they have called it? They should have called it. Should they not have called the one on the Wings in the third period? They should not have called it. But it's okay.
It was very cool,
Works
though,
out.
to get a win that night. And Fedorov, his speech was awesome.
His speech was great.
I got to tell you, I love when people admit they make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because so many people in this world won't ever admit when they make a mistake. And, I mean, Fedorov just said, I should have never left Detroit. It's on me. Should have never left Detroit. And that was like, ooh, really? And of course, he signed, was it 2003? He signed with Anaheim? 2002, 2003? No, it was 2000. Well, whatever it was.
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
He, and I think he had said something similar at the Hall of Fame induction speech, but this was in front of the Red Wing fans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's 20,000 people there last night, all the smiles on their faces. And there may have been a handful of people that just went to the game because they're Red Wing fans and may harbor a grudge against Sergei still for leaving a team. But after that speech and after watching highlight package after highlight package and seeing the joy on his face, his teammates that were there on the ice and the legends that were there and everything else, I mean, you couldn't help but get caught up in it. And I would imagine it was it had to be a Grinch moment for people that still harbor ill will towards Sergei Fedorov, that your heart would go 3 sizes larger after watching the events last night. It was, I don't want to make too much out of it, but I can't help it. It was one of those great events to be at. It was well done.
I don't necessarily think we need to relitigate whether or not anybody should be mad at Sergei for leaving. I would imagine also that percentage of the population is pretty small. But when somebody comes out and says, yeah, I should have never left. Look, people make mistakes. People at different times in their life see things through different prisms. Like you grow up, you mature, and you start to see things differently. I mean, you know, decisions even I made when I was in my late 20s, early 30s, I probably wouldn't make now that I am a more grizzled veteran of this lifetime. So, you know, I mean, I can't imagine holding a grudge over that. Do you think there is that out there?
Yeah, I think there are still some people that feel that way. I don't think there's many. I think it's a very small group of people, but whatever. I mean, he left at the time to take less money to get out of Detroit and probably out of the shadow of Steve Yzerman and try it on his own. And it didn't work out. And, you know, Red Wings survived. Mm-hmm. They won another Stanley Cup a few years later, got back to a cup final the year after that, and all without Sergei Fedorov. And it sucked because Sergei was such a huge part. It was this whole story of him coming to the Red Wings and being drafted in 1989 and I think the 4th round or whatever it was. It's a great story to come full circle and see him last night and really had just this giant smile on his face the whole time. And his speech was so good. It
was really good.
For someone who doesn't have a tremendous command of the language, he was great. He was great. And to see his family up there was awesome. And, his teammates couldn't have been prouder of him. And I thought it was kind of funny when he said that that was on him and he apologized. He turns around to look back at Yzerman and the Ilitches, and Yzerman gave him a look like, yeah, dude. And it was very subtle, but it was funny to see that.
So what else was subtle? And, I think everybody has their own observations, so their own favorite moments. And if you want to share them, 248-539-9797. When Sergei said Steve Yzerman was the best captain I ever had, they had a tight shot of Yzerman. And
he was tearing up.
Looked to me like he was fighting back tears, man. And that's the kind of stuff that it breaks the external veneer that is put up by a team executive who tries to, who is exuding nothing but professionalism in his role. And, I know people in that inner circle that have said he's all about winning. And, we all want it to happen. And maybe it's starting to happen right here, right now. I think it's a fan base that really is desperately hoping that this is happening, but also skeptical because of what's happened the last couple of years. But when he started to tear up, you know what that was? That was Yzerman, the executive, giving way to Yzerman, the former player.
Yeah.
Yzerman, the former player, started to come out there. And Yzerman, the executive, has dominated his public persona for the last few years.
Well, when Stevie got up and spoke, it was also, it was a little bit of both, but you could see there was Yzerman, the former teammate, also, really proud and frankly amazed at some of the things Sergei was able to accomplish on the ice. He went through a list of goals that Sergei had, and it's like, go in the memory bank and you can think of those things. And it's like, yeah, I remember the goal that he had that went in and out of the net so fast that they weren't sure it was a goal. And, fortunately they had replay at that time.
Was that overtime Dallas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had replay, fortunately, and showed, no, that's a goal. All right. It was literally one of those, if you remember where you were watching that game, you're like, I think it went in. I don't know. It was a great shot, but he was such a great player and leaves a legacy. And now that number 91's up in the rafters where it belongs, this was long overdue. And I'm glad it happened. I thought the Red Wings did a great job of kind of letting people know that this was happening, at what time to be there and all that we talked about on the show yesterday. And I was worried because I'm like, 5:30, that's going to be tough. Or 5:40 was going to be the ceremony. But with people that leaving work and are they going to get there on time or not? And this is one of those things you want to have full attendance if you can. And I think too often in sports locally, we've had events like this that happen before games, and maybe it's more specific to baseball, where you just don't get the crowd that you want to see because it's a late arriving crowd.
We got it yesterday. Not only
awesome.
the best part about it is it married up with an interesting hockey game and a good hockey team.
Yeah.
These things are sometimes scoffed at by the cynical that says, oh, this is just to take attention away from how bad the hockey team is. And they're just trying to sell tickets because the team won't be worth seeing. Team's worth seeing. Opponent was good. And those things were already in place. And it just so happened to coincide with Sergei now. It's really cool. It's really cool.
These were the top two teams in the Eastern Conference battling for the top spot. Mm-hmm. You had a game that went to overtime, and you had an overtime winner. And one of the other things I thought was really cool is when they showed after the goal was scored and everybody's going nuts, they flashed to Sergei Fedorov, who was still there and was awesome with the way that he was cheering it on, and then they'd play the Don't Stop Believin' stuff, and he was singing along with that and did like a final arm movement to it. It was great. The whole night was great, and thankfully they were able to get the win after giving up the 3-goal lead into the third period.
All right, what was your favorite moment? 248-539-9797. We go to Mike and Troy. You're on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
It was
Mike, you got to keep your radio down. That's one of the tenets of Sports Talk Radio. Please, everyone, keep your radio down when you call the radio station. We'll get the phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. That was interesting. Not a lot of people do that anymore. People don't like to admit mistakes. And I got to tell you, I think it goes a long way. When you can say, yeah, I screwed up. What can I tell you? mistake. I love it when coaches do it. Dan Campbell does it. You don't want him to always make mistakes, but in the fog of war, in the middle of a game, you can make a bad call. You can do something that you later regret.
Yeah, you're right. He says it all the time.
248-539-9797.
Not that he's constantly making mistakes, but
well, you know what the
he's
truth
been known
is?
to say after him, yeah, that one's on me. I got a little excited, or I shouldn't have, called that. We checked out of something, whatever it was. He does admit to mistakes.
Well, the one thing is, you make hundreds of decisions in a game as a coach. You're going to make mistakes all the time, right?
Yes.
248-539-9797. Jim in Wall Lake. Hi, Jim.
Good morning.
What's up?
You were talking about favorite moments. I had two where they mentioned the three trophies. They showed him sitting there, and they said he was the only player ever in the NHL to win all three in 1 year.
Yeah, it was the Hart, the Selke, and the Pearson trophy, I think, all in the same year.
And then when Yzerman was speaking, and he was talking about the Washington game, and he said, Washington 4, Fedorov 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the 5-goal game was incredible.
Yep. That was very cool. All that was very, very cool. And I mean, look, you're reminded of how good he was. And this happens to me all the time where I'm like, I didn't appreciate him enough.
I mean, when they retire Pavel Datsuk's jersey, and you see there's a highlight package for Pavel, it takes it to another level. Like Sergei's highlight package is insane.
Yep.
Pavel's is going to be even more so because of the magician that he was. But Sergei was just this absolutely complete player that you could put anywhere on the ice and he would dominate that position.
Well, Bowman moved him to defense for a while.
Occasionally, yeah. And then he ended up playing defense with, I think, Colorado. I think he played some, or not Colorado, Columbus. I think played some defense there.
Doug in Royal Oak, you're next. Hi, Doug.
Hey, I'll tell you, it was just an unbelievable experience. About 5:30 last night, I called my grandson up, the 10-year-old Detroit Bulldog center, and I said, let's go downtown and we're going to maybe watch the game close by the stadium, So we do. He has no idea we're going, and then I walk up to the box office because I'm not very good at the StubHub stuff and everything, and I said, any chance you got any tickets? He said, I got two, but they're that second row from the top in Portal 71. I said, I'll take them. And we went into the game, and we got in on the mid-level there for the whole ceremony. And the wonderful lady who was kind of guarding the area there invited him in and gave him the Fedorov 91 pin. Took it off her shirt and gave it to him. I thought that was
was nice.
Incredibly sweet. And then she takes and videos the whole ceremony with the flag going up. And I will just tell you, it was beyond anything, any emotions that I can express, because it was, I think it was just an unbelievable time. And you could just, he was very articulate in everything that he said. And so we went up to that Portal 71. We're watching the game. You're looking straight down. I thought I had to change the light bulbs up there. I'm so high up, and then so he said to me, of course, we had all the food, pizza and stuff. And he says, Pop, I said, can we go up there? Look how high up those people are in Portal 81. I said, I don't know. I said, we'll go over and get an elevator. We went up the elevator, and I said, do you have a ticket here? I said, we think we know someone here. He said, oh, go ahead. So we walked down there, and there's a group of people there. There's only two rows of seats, or a row of seats and one row of tables. And looking down over that ice was majestic. I had never been up there, and of course he had.
Well, it's a whole different world up there, up in the gondola areas, and seeing from the high parts of the stadium, and where the media sits, we're the highest part where you can be, and it's just this ledge, and you're looking over it, and it's
I love
a great
the
vantage
perspective.
point.
Looking straight down at it, you can just see everything develop.
Yep.
You never miss anything. Are you far away?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Mike and Troy, what's up, Mike?
Hey guys, my wife and I went down to the game last night. We got home about 4:00. Normally worked about 7. We got there right when it started. It was electric. My moment when Sergey said to his wife, Karima, and his 2 children, I love you, you're my heart, and hugged them. The place was electric. What a hockey game. And, guys, are we getting a rivalry, Carolina-Detroit? Because it seems like lately these games are tight and they're playing good, and we may have a little rivalry in the Eastern Conference.
Well, it'd be great if they did. There's certainly history there. They met in 2002 and for the Stanley Cup Finals. I don't know if there is or isn't, but the Carolina's been a really good team, and the Red Wings this year have really taken it to a different level. So it'd be great.
That would be great. Again, everything was perfect last night. They did it right, and I was amazed. We got right there in our seats when Ken and Mickey were talking. The place was packed. And, everybody was in there. Like you guys said, before at the ball games, the baseball games, the place is not full. But last night was perfect. You couldn't draw it any better, guys. You guys have a great day.
They did a really nice job. I'm happy for the Red Wings. I'm happy for the people that put these things on. I'm happy for Sergey, and I'm happy for the fans. Because you're right. There have been some of these things that when they go down, the stadiums aren't as packed as they should be.
No, and I cited baseball. It's tough because they seat over 40,000 there at Comerica Park, and it's typically going to be a late arriving crowd. And when they have a 7:05 first pitch or 7:10 first pitch, and they're going to do a ceremony at 6:30 or 6:15, you're not getting the whole crowd there, and you're getting a fraction of it. And in the middle of the summer, when you're not getting big crowds anyway, when the team wasn't playing as well, it was even worse. So you'd have some kind of ceremony. There's 10,000 people there. It was a little embarrassing at times, but it's hard to plan the perfect time for a ceremony when you're asking people to, hey, can you sit still for 45 minutes to an hour while we go through all this?
Can you get here early on a work
circumstance?
day?
Yeah.
Pete and Macomb, you're next. Hi, Pete.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
I'll admit, Doug Foley, I was the guy who hated. I didn't want him to retire the number. I purely felt that what he did in '97 with Carolina with the contract stuff, he did. After everything they did for him, but like you said, a man can change. I was very happy now that it was done the right way. I mean, I wish he'd been on those Datsuk teams as an old wily veteran and retired as a wing. Things don't happen in this life like you want them to. I thought it was a cheap ploy by a cheap owner to get some hype in there with the retirement. I don't want the Red Wings retirements to be cheap and like the Pistons one.
Why do you think it was cheap?
I thought it was a cheap Chris Ilitch move.
How? How?
Because of how cheap he is with the Tigers on the wing.
Okay, but
how was
hold on.
last night cheap?
Yeah, what does this have? Honestly, and I'm intrigued. Your points may be very valid. What about this feels like a cheap move, or is it just everything he does you are skeptical of?
I'm skeptical of everything.
Okay, well then that's completely different. So there's no just because you don't like the way he's running the teams, you thought last night was some sort of what?
When I first heard of it, after everything was said and done, and the way Fedorov, his speech was amazing, but it really pulled me back into a complete 180.
So, Pete, then just real quick, to bring this thing full circle, and you started by talking about how people can change, and I mentioned how people get. Do you think that you might have been wrong about this then?
Oh, I was completely wrong. I thought the Rocky thing went on. You can change and I can change. Let's go.
There you go. A little Rocky IV for you.
Pete, it was cool, man.
How
it was
appropriate. That took place in Russia, and here we are honoring a Russian hockey player.
Hey, put Datsuk in the rafters next.
He might be. Datsuk or Zetterberg or Ozzy, I think they all have a shot.
I'm not saying he's wrong, but it's funny. He's like, don't make it cheap like the Pistons, where they just put everybody up. And now put Datsuk up. And I'm like, oh, you might be right.
Well,
he would
Hall
probably
of
be
Famers deserve to be up there.
He would probably be the next to go.
Could be. Here, Zetterberg, yeah. I think people that want to bag on Chris Ilitch, did you see his face last night?
I mean, yeah.
Chris Ilitch had a smile on his face the whole time. If there was any animosity between the Ilitch family and Sergei Fedorov, I don't think it was from Chris.
Well,
he looked like he was a guy that Sergei was probably one of his favorite players. And
let's keep in mind, Sergei praised the Ilitch family and he praised Steve Yzerman.
Yeah.
Two entities that people call and bitch about all the time.
Yeah.
On the inside, the people that work there, and the people that, they had very nice things to say publicly that he did not have to say.
Well, and those people did not get booed last night. We've seen Detroit fans turn on, ownership certainly when they get announced, even if it's a nice ceremony.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen. Certainly on on management that's happened or with coaching with coaches, whatever. And it was not the case last night. It was just a great atmosphere all around.
248-539-9797. Now, how the teams are run, whether or not you'd like to see them spend more money, that's a different thing, especially when it comes to the Tigers. But I thought, appropriate for Sergei and really cool moment to have for fans of this team that's jump-starting us into a stretch run. And I want to piggyback on what somebody said there about rivalries in Carolina. It's something we really haven't seen just yet. And we will get to that today at 10:36. Plus your phone calls and feedback here on 97.1.
What's great about that is that while he's saying that toward the end of his speech, the whole Carolina team is out there.
Right.
They're in front of their bench and they're wearing shorts and shirts and they're just sitting out there like the Red Wings are too. And everyone's going nuts except for the 25 guys associated with the Carolina Hurricanes. Like, yeah, let's just play the game.
Yeah, I will say something when the ceremonial puck drop and you get both centers hugging Sergei, and that's just cool stuff. When the guys from the other team have respect for.
Yeah, and Tom McClellan said afterwards was really cool. He's like, look, I give those guys credit for being out there, and he goes, and if we're in the same situation to honor one of their players in their arena, we'll do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
That's part of the fraternity of hockey.
Jackie is next on 97.1. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, guys. How are you guys doing today?
All right, Jackie.
I was the last minute. I decided to go to the game. I decided I'm going to take myself on my own on a little date, and I'm going to go to the game. And not only was I blown away by the pomp and circumstances of everything of last night, I got to check off a bucket list item of mine and get my picture taken with the Stanley Cup. As a transplant, I lived in Florida pretty much my whole life. I was in a northern household, Red Wings fan my entire life, but I never got to see the cup. So to actually do it was not only a bucket list item, was very emotional for me. But I also need to say that the gondola seats are superb seats.
You like 'em?
I would exclusively sit up there. The way you can see the play develop is, bar none, one of the best ways to watch hockey.
It's kind of like the all-22 in football. You just see so much more when you can see the whole field in football as opposed to the TV shot and the gondola seats. I mean, I've always thought that there's nothing wrong with being up high and there's nothing wrong with being in an end zone at a hockey game.
100% agree. Yep. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for the phone call. James is next on 97.1. Hi, James.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight? I was at the game last night, and the main thing I want to say is, first and foremost, it was a first-class celebration by the organization for Fedorov. Anybody who was there could feel it. And being in my early 20s when they won all those cups, I think the thing I noticed the most is it was like the final closing of the circle of the healing between Fedorov and the team. But my best moment of the night was when he said, I got to admit I made a mistake by leaving. And the first person he turned around and looked at and smiled was Steve Yzerman. And Steve just shook his head like, now you tell me. But I think all in, the fact that Fedorov has had the ability to come home and heal like this, it's similar to Calvin Johnson and the Lions or other strained relationships.
Or Barry Sanders,
between former team and superstar athlete, and all the way around, hats off to the Red Wings organization for what they do.
Hey, appreciate the phone call, James, and thank you. So the one caller brought up and asked, are we starting to develop a rivalry with Carolina? And I think that only plays itself out over time. It has to be things that make rivalries include elite competition between two competitors. Like they're really, really close, and the games are really, really close, and that box can be checked. But there needs to be an injection of emotion, sometimes irrational. And many times it has to do with what happens off the ice. I mean, there's one that's very authentic now because a new coach came in and said, I like beating the Packers twice a year. And then every locker room chance he says, F the Packers, except he says the whole thing. And that's Ben Johnson. Right now, Bears-Packers has got that off the field extra emotion injection into two good teams. Now, do I really care about that? No. What we haven't had with Detroit, and something that we couldn't wait to see, and we've only got a little pinch here and there, is Eastern Conference postseason hockey.
Yeah.
Eastern Conference postseason hockey. And it hit me watching that Montreal game. Could you imagine a 7-game series with Montreal? Can you imagine a 7-game series with Toronto?
With Toronto would be incredible. I mean, either team. But yes, you're right. You get the original 6 teams, and we had battles against Toronto back in the day in the 90s and before that. But in the 90s, there were some great battles with Toronto in the 80s as well. In Montreal, we haven't.
Brophy, who's choking now. Yeah, all that stuff.
Because Montreal was never in the conference.
Yes. So here we are 12 years in to being in the Eastern Conference. And we got 3 trips to the playoffs, all one and done, 2 against Tampa, 1 against Boston. Now, the Boston thing's cool. But what makes a playoff memorable, of course, are long postseasons. And, of course, the idea that you go from Toronto to Montreal, like you start playing all these teams in the East in the postseason. We haven't really had that. And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. There's a lot of hockey to go, and there's still just too many teams jammed in there tight. You're a bad week away from being on the outside looking in. So,
which, by the way, that's for every team. It seems like people conveniently forget that that's the rest of the league. That's not just the Red. Hey, the Red Wings are only 6 points away from being out of the. So is everybody else. Yeah. It's just how hockey is right now.
Well,
you
how the
separate
East
yourself
is.
in the next couple of weeks.
The not so much in the West. The difference between Colorado has 74 points. The last team in has 48.
Well, Colorado's on a different level.
Okay. Dallas has 63. Yeah. The last has 48. That's still a bigger gap than the East, which is 60 to 52 from first to eighth. So it is jam-packed in the East this year. And I just hope, like, that's the best part of being a hockey fan is Stanley Cup playoff hockey. And you put them on the ice with some of these teams where just the mere sight of the jerseys together invoke some emotions and memories and history.
Yeah.
In football, we call them helmet games. In college football, this is sweater games in hockey.
I just hope that it's not too far removed from having those memories, because it's been a long time since Red Wings were in the playoffs. And frankly, Tampa could be a great rival because that's where Steve Yzerman was the GM over there and then came to the Red Wings. It would have been, that could have been nice, but I feel like way too much time has passed since then. Carolina could be a great story too. Hey, remember we renew that rivalry? They had the matchup in the 2002 Stanley Cup Finals, and this was the team that tried to get Sergei Fedorov signed into an offer sheet, and didn't happen. But it's just going to happen organically, and it will be great. Yep. And I think this team is destined to make the playoffs this year. How far they can go, I don't know, but I'm going to enjoy the ride, that's for sure. And we'll see. Playoff hockey is where the rivalries happen, for sure.
And it's so intense, and it's so memorable, and games echo for days until they hit the ice again. Officiating becomes a massive topic, a massive topic. But we haven't experienced what it really is where you earn your soul in the Eastern Conference again. And God, it's, I remember when they moved over, I can't wait. Well, I'm kind of still waiting, right? We're kind of still waiting for the best part about being in the East with all these teams that traditionally Detroit goes way back with Montreal and Toronto. And hell, they could have a playoff series with Pittsburgh, which they met up with the Stanley Cup a couple times. But all right, 248-539-9797. You want to keep talking about Sergei and the Red Wings, feel free. In the meantime, it is a big day for the Detroit Lions as Mike McDaniel is interviewing for the offensive coordinator job. I mean, I don't feel like there's sometimes when somebody interviews, you feel like there's a don't let him leave town without a contract kind of feeling. But I don't think that's the case here. I think he leaves town and he keeps leaving towns. And in the end, if nobody's offered him a head coaching position, he ends up here as our OC. But kind of want to get a sense for how big of a day fans think this is. So we'll get to that coming up today at 10:47. Also, at 11:02, Vegas odds on NBA players and who their next team is. One of them, their next team, the favorite, Detroit. We'll get to that today at 11:02. It's Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to warm up the winter with hot deals. like a 3-year lease on a 2026 Chevy Trax LT for just $239 a month with $19.99 down. You heard it, $239. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through Ally Bank, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends February 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass. Kenny's here as well, answering phones. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Tuesday in Detroit. Sergey night last night, and the Red Wings won. Maybe as important, if not more important. In the meantime, big day today for the Detroit Lions. Mike McDaniel is interviewing as the offensive coordinator. Yesterday we brought it up, and we got quite a bit of discussion on it. And I guess I'm intrigued here a little bit. On a scale of 1 to 10, how big of a deal is this? How much do you want Mike McDaniel? With 10 being, I think next year's future rides on this. It completely replaces Ben Johnson, maybe even an upgrade. Offense is fine. Like it means everything to get Mike McDaniel. 1 being, don't care. I don't really care who the offensive coordinator is. Pretty much Dan Campbell's offense, and they'll be fine either way because they're super talented. Where are you on that scale from 1 to 10? How important getting Mike McDaniel would be?
I think it'd be great if they did. I think it would be great, but do I know? I don't know. I mean, it's introducing somebody else, and I think there's always the risk that it just doesn't work out. It's not a good fit or whatever. But I would think that these guys would know what a fit is, and if they deem that he's a fit and they want to offer him a job, then I would say it becomes like an 8 or a 9, if that's the case. Otherwise, I think generally the position is kind of like, I think it sits at a 6. Like, it's important that you get somebody in here that you trust and can do the job. And if it ends up being another hire like Johnny Morton that didn't work out, that's really unfortunate. And I'm not sure why it didn't work out. I don't know if they pulled the plug too early or if they were too punitive, given what the real problem with the team, which was the offensive line. I'm not sure play calling was ever really the problem with this team, but internally they know what they're doing. They see every day how somebody prepares or how somebody is going to call and things, and if it totally doesn't jive with what the head coach wants, then you got to make a change. So I think it's important that they get somebody who's competent. I do feel that McDaniel seems to fit that bill, but I don't know for certain. So that's why it's not a slam dunk 10.
Yeah, I'm at about a 5 on this one. I think the job is very important. I think there are other guys out there that can do the job. I don't think Mike McDaniel's the only one.
Right.
And I think putting all your eggs in the Mike McDaniel basket's a bit of a mistake. However, the one thing about it that's really intriguing to me is I feel like Detroit fans in this city has a bit of a hole in its football heart right now because of Ben Johnson leaving. And to get a high-profile hire to come in and replace John Morton would be, I think in many people's eyes, would check a box, would fill a void, I guess, left by Ben Johnson. Kang, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important do you think it is?
To get Mike McDaniel or get the right
Mike
hire?
McDaniel, specifically.
I would say an 8. I really want Mike McDaniel. I think the hire is like a 9, important as far as just whoever they hire, because I do think it's important. I think Dan Campbell fired Johnny Morton for a reason. Mm-hmm. They want somebody in there that is going to execute the game plan and the vision he sees for this offense. I don't think Dan Campbell, I think he likes calling plays. I don't think he necessarily wants to call plays. And I personally don't want him calling plays either. So I think this hire is very important. And Mike McDaniel, I think, can not only keep it going, I think he can even unlock a new level we haven't seen. They didn't have the best offensive line in Miami. Achane still would go off. He's the same type of running back Jahmyr Gibbs is. Give him a little bit of space. It's like Barry. You're going to have your losses. You're going to have your 1-yard gains. But you give him that one crease, home run. And that's the type of explosiveness Gibbs has. Achane, the same thing. Tyreek Hill, he's your JMO, right? I think Mike McDaniel could unlock something that we think 30 points a game is a lot. This could be a 34, 35 point per game team.
248-539-9797. Mike McDaniel interviewing with the Lions today. Scale of 1 to 10. How important would this hire be in your estimation? Let's go to Colin and Macomb. Hi, Colin.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you guys doing today?
What's up?
Hey, so I have him down as a 7 out of 10, and the only reason why he's not higher, like a 9 out of 10, is because he's kind of dealt with a little bit more of mobile quarterbacks, like a Tua. I can't remember exactly who the quarterback was for him when he was over with, I believe, the 49ers. And I know at the Browns he had Johnny Manziel. So for him to deal with a non-mobile quarterback, I would really like to see what his scheme would be to fit Jared Goff. But I think Kang hit it right on the head with the bad O-line, but Devon Achane still going off for over 100 in countless games. I think that's why his is still a 7 instead of lower.
So, yeah, I mean, he'd have some stuff to prove. And in terms of, but I mean, look, he also would have a quarterback that can make a bunch of throws that Tua couldn't, right? So it would be intriguing to see the balance of, if you're Mike McDaniel or you're looking at the Detroit job, like, I'm fired up because I can call these plays that I couldn't call with Tua, or am I limited because?
And I'm extremely excited for the pre-snap motions. He's a very motion-style OC. He does move a lot of pieces around, which Jared Goff needs to read defenses before the snap. So I think to him bringing that aspect back, like Ben Johnson was very big into motions, I think that's a very big portion to the Jared Goff's game, which I think he could bring a big part to.
When he was in San Francisco, I think it was the Garoppolo years. So 248-539-9797.
So it's interesting with the run game, right? And Gibbs had a great year this year, running and receiving. And Achane had a spectacular year this year, rushing the ball in particular. 11 times this year, Achane had over 5 yards a carry in a game. 11 times. This is surprising me when I read this about Jahmyr Gibbs. For Gibbs, it was 5 times all season that he had over 5 yards a carry in a game.
Interesting. And by the way, the Garoppolo, just for people who don't know, not considered a mobile quarterback. No. Considered more of a pocket passer, more like Goff. So he did have success there. 248-539-9797. Joe in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how's it going today, guys?
What's up?
Hey, I want to say I'm kind of perplexed about seeing how much trade talks are going about Monty. I know his utilization's been less this year, but I feel like with the McDaniel hire, I'll probably rate him between like a 6 or a 7 with his in terms of the importance of the franchise. I know Campbell came from the Dolphins, so did Ben Johnson. But the question is like the proven playoff wins, and obviously they see something going on right with our team with wanting to poach Calvin Shepard already with 1 year of experience. I mean, what do you guys think about all that?
I don't know if they're going to try to poach him. I think they're just interviewing him and see how he does in an interview and move on from that point. And that they're interviewing for a head coach, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think he's going to get that job.
I don't think he's going to get that job.
But I like that he's getting that kind of experience and at least an acknowledgement. It doesn't change how good or bad he is as a defensive coordinator, but
I would just say it's important for McDaniel to come in because I think the one thing that Montgomery that a lot of people are oversighting is the amount of trick plays that he was really involved in this year. I mean, if you look at the Lions without Johnson, it really seems like Montgomery at quarterback was a really pivotal, go-to, put him in Wildcat and put Goff in the outside and then, surprise them with the receiver that's going to go to. And I think if you trade him away, you really lose a lot of that viability of your offense. I mean, for us, a lot of times in the Chiefs game, even though it was called back, that play was phenomenal. And he's had a lot of plays this year that was phenomenal and consistent. And I can't see another running back really providing something that entertaining and interesting on offense on any other team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how many snaps do you think David Montgomery took in Wildcat this year?
Probably 4 or 5. That's being, conservative.
How many do you think he should?
I mean, I don't think he should take probably more than 10 because then it really loses like the gimmick of it. But my point is with having Montgomery on the team and having Gibbs with the runs, the explosive routes, and him being able to be very versatile, a more experienced, coordinator in the offense could utilize a player like him. I mean, if we trade away him, we lose the power back in Montgomery that's been consistent.
Well, but you can always draft a running back, and if you trade, I've been weighing this in my head if it's the best move to trade Montgomery or not. I like David Montgomery. I know you like David Montgomery too, but are they paying him too much? Does he need to? And like they said, it's the writing's kind of on the wall there when they talk about he needs to be utilized in a different way, and maybe we can't do that for him. Maybe we can find somewhere that can. I don't know what the trade value is for Montgomery. I would imagine it's like a 5th round pick.
Yeah, I don't think it's a lot.
But thinking about the draft, you can find running backs all throughout the draft. I mean, there's 2 running backs from Penn State that are pretty good that you might be able to get in the 4th or 5th round.
If you got a 5th round or 6th round pick for David Montgomery, basically what you're getting is $4 million in cap space.
That's
so
the big part.
you're trying to replace him, and then you're hoping to get probably basically 2 players. One is a replacement for him in the draft or a lesser paid free agent and feature Gibbs, which Gibbs was already being featured over Montgomery. And 2 is the money goes towards somebody else. I mean, at some point they got to clear some cap space.
Well, they got to clear cap space.
And we talked yesterday about Decker maybe being somebody who would be cut because of the money that it would free up. But then you have to get a tackle. So 248-539-9797. Scale 1 to 10. How big a deal is it to get Mike McDaniel? 97.1.
The Red Wings hold a 3-6 record on the second night of a back-to-back this season, but they'll look to improve that mark tonight when they take on the Boston Bruins from TD Garden. Boston has a day of rest on the Wings after they beat the Penguins 1-0 on Sunday. Tonight's game gets started at 7:30 p.m. Our pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 at 7:15. Just before that game, Michigan State and Indiana will tip off in East Lansing. The 12th-ranked Spartans are coming off a win over Northwestern last week. Meanwhile, the Hoosiers led by 16 points in the second half at home against Nebraska and ended up losing 83-77 on Saturday. Lions owner Sheila Hamp-Ford penned an open letter to Lions fans this morning. She started by thanking the fan base for their continued support and then said, quote, "I also want to acknowledge that our results on the field this season were not what any of us envisioned, and frankly, were not good enough. While we do not believe it is a time for drastic change, this is an opportunity for us to focus, evolve, and move forward. I am proud of the roster we have built and the 36 wins we have accumulated over the last 3 seasons. That success doesn't happen by accident, but it also does not guarantee future success. It is incumbent upon us to continue growing toward our ultimate goal of bringing a championship to all of you and the city of Detroit," unquote. And with the NBA trade deadline around the corner, BetOnline says Denver Nuggets forward Michael Porter Jr. has 2-1 odds to get traded to the Pistons. That's the highest of any team on his list. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So there you heard it in the update. The Vegas odds on several players around the NBA, who their next team would be. Ja Morant. Detroit isn't on the list, which isn't a surprise. The favorite is Miami at 5-2. Zion Williamson. Detroit isn't on the list. Golden State is the favorite at 2-1. Michael Porter Jr., Detroit is the favorite at 2-1, as you heard. Now, that would be, we've talked about, him as an addition. It can make a lot of sense. It basically comes down to what do you have to give up to get him? That's a big factor here, right? That's one. Two is, as I look at Zion and Ja, is
1 and 2 in the draft.
What's that?
They were 1 and 2 in the draft.
Yeah, and is Ja Morant going to go to any other Eastern Conference team that it could impact this race? So the Heat are 5-2, the favorite there. Toronto's 4-1, Milwaukee 5-1 from the East, but no Boston, no New York, no Indiana. A lot of teams out west. Zion, the Bulls are 3-1. They're the second favorite. Miami's 4-1. And the Knicks are 10-1. Now, the thing about Zion is he's got that Anthony Davis. Yeah, but is he going to be healthy? Question mark hanging over
I
his
think
head.
Anthony Davis says, yeah, but he's got the Zion problem. I think Zion is like the poster child for not being able to stay healthy.
Yep.
He ties his shoes and it's a risk in the morning.
So, I mean, I'm glad I don't suspect the Pistons are in on that. When they were desperate, I was kind of a fan of making a desperate move and rolling the dice. How do you get out of this NBA purgatory that they're in? And sometimes you got to take a chance. They're not in that place anymore. And so I'd like them to be smart and calculated. Michael Porter Jr. can make a ton of sense. He's a guy who can shoot it from the perimeter. He's got good size. Seems like a really good locker room guy that would fit in. It really just comes down to price tag. I don't know how he is as a defender. I think that's something that people question. But
That Porter Jr. is?
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's a legitimate question. Amari Sankofa in the Free Press today had 3 trade proposals for the Pistons.
Is this one of them?
For Michael Porter Jr., he had one, and it was the Pistons would send Tobias Harris, Karis LeVert, a 2027 first-round pick protected 1-2, protected 1-10, and 2 second-round picks.
Yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
I think I would do that in a heartbeat as well. But then there's the other trade that I think you would be interested in, and our listeners would be interested in, which is a trade with Utah for Lauri Markkanen and also George Niang. And it would be Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, next year's first-round pick unprotected, a 2028 first-round pick unprotected, and a 2030 first-round pick protected 1 to 4, plus 2 second-round picks. Now, the unprotected stuff doesn't matter to me because I feel like the Pistons are in a position where they're not going to be in the lottery anytime soon. So giving up 3 first-round picks and a couple of second-round picks, second-round picks are handed out like candy. I don't really care. So you're talking about Tobias and Jaden Ivey in the draft capital to get Lauri Markkanen.
I'd do that too.
Right. So which
I mean,
one?
Ivey got the start the other day, right? It didn't do much in that game. And I've been a staunch believer in Jaden Ivey, and I will be until I'm not. And I'm not at a point here where I'm ready to pull the plug. I still think he's going to be an asset to this team if he sticks around. Really like the way he was developing last year. He hasn't gotten back to that form. I don't know what the requisite amount of time is, but I haven't reached any kind of clock's not taken down to 0, in my opinion, on Ivey just yet.
No, so you got 2 players here in Markkanen and Michael Porter Jr. They're both guys that average over 25 points a game, which is intriguing. The third name he brought up is an oldie but a goodie. Keeps coming up all the time for years. This has been a name. Zach LaVine and Keon Ellis from Sacramento to the Pistons simply for Tobias Harris and Karis LeVert.
I am not a Zach LaVine fan.
I'm not either.
No,
However, all
never
he's doing
have.
this year is averaging 20 points a game and shooting 38% from 3.
Yeah.
Which is seemingly what he does almost every year.
Something rubs me the wrong way about Zach LaVine. And I don't know how Zach LaVine would fit with this team, but I could be wrong on that one. Kang, your thoughts? Would you want any of these trades?
They all kind of intrigued me except for the Zach LaVine one. I was a Zach LaVine guy before the Pistons became so good so quick because I thought he might help jumpstart that. And Kate I'm always looking for a second scorer, the Robin to his Batman. I don't think this is the right time to add a Zach LaVine, but I do, like the fact that he shoots a 3 and they need a 3-point shooter. So whether it's Michael Porter Jr. or Markkanen, those intrigue me. The question is, do they play defense enough for this team? Because everyone plays defense. That's a really important part of being on this team and the culture of this team. And what kind of veteran leadership you're going to lose with Tobias? I know it sounds weird because Tobias is going to be included in every trade because of his contract. He has to be. But I think he's unk on this team. He helps these guys kind of stay level-headed, and he's a guy that they can lean on for just, playoff situations that none of them had been in before last year, right? So are they seasoned enough now to move on without a veteran like that? Because when you bring in Markkanen and Porter Jr., those guys are younger guys. Porter Jr., I'm not sure.
Well, Markkanen's 28.
Yeah, but he's never played for anything. You know what I mean? That's what I mean.
I hear.
Yeah,
He doesn't have that experience,
Yeah.
and I get that part of it. The other part is there's financials involved. Like with Porter Jr., you'd have him for this year and next year. Next year, I think he's due to make over $40 million. With Markkanen, he's in the first year of a 4-year, $195 million contract that expires in 2029. So you're talking, $50 million a year for the next 3 years.
Yeah, it's a longer commitment for sure.
Yes.
But he's that stretch 4 I've been looking for forever. Porter Jr., instant points when you let him, do what he wants to do. Because in Denver, he was kind of handcuffed. Jokic, Murray out there. But now in Brooklyn, he's able to just, green light it every night.
So Sankofa says this about Markkanen. It says, with Cunningham in the first year of his $269 million extension, the Pistons would have their top 2 scorers under contract together for a potentially multi-year contending window. They also would have a tough time retaining their young players such as Jalen Duren, Asar Thompson, and Ron Holland, who are all due for extension negotiations within the next 3 years. Now, that's factually true that they're all due for those extensions. However, in the NBA, you can go above and beyond the cap to sign your own free agents. And
we have an owner that doesn't seem
Exactly.
any fear of that. So 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Terry in Southfield. You're on 97.1. Hi, Terry.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up?
You know what? I think as far as when it comes to Mike McDaniels, I feel the same way about him like you feel about Zach
LaVine.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's not, I feel more comfortable if we get realistically, if we could get the guy from the Rams, the OC from the Rams. Mike McDaniels seemed like, he wasn't like a leader of men or not like that. He just seemed like he didn't have a good relation with the players over there. Yeah, I know he's a good mind. He's a qualified OC. I'm not going to debate that, but I just don't got a good. I don't think he would fit in with the culture here, with the Lions. And also, you know, Mike said something on his show yesterday. I don't agree with everything he said, but yesterday I agreed with him that we kind of got the entitlement. We still kind of living in that 23 season mode. You know, I'm talking about offense and defense. I know Hutchinson is the one who went on the show and said the stuff, you know, about the injuries and things like that. But, you know, I just think Dan Campbell is the only one who really accepts the fact that, okay, I got to get better. I got to make sure I do this. A lot of other people ain't saying that.
Well, I mean, I don't get too carried away with what people say publicly. I think athletes and coaches are guarded. I think they're aware of how what their words impact their teammates, and most of them don't want to rock the boat. And honestly, it's one of the reasons why we don't do very many interviews here, because most of them are rather bland. Goff is pretty interesting, and I'm glad we talked to Jared. And he finds a way to kind of let us know what it's like to be the quarterback of the Lions, and I think he does a good job of it. But I'm also aware that Jared does the same thing. Those guys know. If I come out and say, if Hutch came out on that show and they said, what do you need to improve defensively? And he said a corner, a defensive tackle,
Right.
and a linebacker. How do you think Terrion Arnold, DJ Reader, and Alex Anzalone feel? So, you know, I'm not that worried about what Hutch says publicly. I do think it's important that Dan Campbell, whatever he says at a podium and what he says to his team, probably should be rather consistent. And he never talks about, he doesn't bring up injuries as a reason why they lost games, even if they very well could be.
Well, the other thing is, never once heard, nor will we ever hear, that Hutch just doesn't work hard enough.
No.
Or that he's a bad teammate. You don't hear that.
No.
So, you know, that's a guy who's giving it his all every single time he's on the field, never wants to come off the field. And maybe that's the downside of Hutchinson, is it needs to come off the field a little bit more to maximize what he can do, because maybe he's just too tired sometimes. And I think they started to manage that in the second half of the season a little bit better. But he's not a problem at all.
No.
He's going to be one of the major reasons this team continues to have success.
I mean, he essentially, and I know some people had a problem with this yesterday and called the show and mentioned it. He was asked on ESPN, what's the biggest problem? He said, I just basically think, well, if we have everybody healthy, we'll be good. He's not making that decision. And Brad Holmes isn't going to go, oh, well, Hutch said we'll be good. I'm not going to do anything. Hutch, I think, is just supporting his teammates. And to a certain degree, he's right. How much better would the defense be with Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, and Terrion Arnold all healthy?
Oh, right. But people don't want to hear about injuries.
No,
because
they
everybody
don't.
deals with injuries, and because the damn San Francisco 49ers continue to push it.
Which
That's
is good
why.
for them. And the Lions did it last year with all the injuries they
during
suffered.
the
They
season
overcame
they
it.
did, yeah.
You can do it. It doesn't mean it. And I guess the point is, you know, that's where you get into, we need drastic personnel changes around here, or do we just need subtleties here and there and depth moves?
I don't
that,
need,
by the way, are affordable.
I don't need the edge rusher telling us what the deficiencies are. He just go be the best edge rusher in football, and that's what his mentality is. That needs to be left up to the coach and the general manager to get their heads together and figure out where they need to improve. And, you know, talking about different positions all over the field, you can have those discussions honestly and say we need to upgrade, and there's a number of positions where they can. There's a move that one team is trying to make. They're hoping to make happen. It's just being reported. Well, I guess it was reported about 40 minutes ago. Lions have to follow suit.
Well, we will get to that today at 11:18. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback. It's Open Lines here on 97.1. So we got a couple things floating around. One is Vegas odds, according to our friends at betonline.ag, say the Pistons are the favored team to land a player if he gets dealt. That team is, or that player is, Michael Porter Jr., who's currently with Brooklyn. Good three-point shooter. 6'10". I think he's 6'10". Stretch 4, kind of exactly what this team needs. 20 points a game kind of guy, and it would seem to make a ton of sense, be a really nice fit. And the asking price, according to Amari Sankofa, what he came up with, whether it's actually steeped at all in a possible reality, but what he came up with doesn't seem like that much. And what was it? Tobias, LeVert, a first and 2 seconds for Michael Porter Jr.?
It was.
Well, anyway.
It was Tobias, LeVert, a first and 2 seconds.
There you go. I remembered correctly.
Look at you.
No,
Look at steel trap you are.
Steel trap indeed. Do you so that's something we're kicking around. We also have the Mike McDaniel possibility. He's interviewing today with the Detroit Lions for their offensive coordinator job. He's interviewing, I think, at Tennessee tomorrow for their head coaching job. But you just said some team is doing something and Detroit has to follow suit, which is?
Ian Rappaport has reported the Commanders are hoping to interview Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores for their vacant defensive coordinator job, sources said. Flores' contract is up in Minnesota, so is he able to look at other similar jobs. So, again, the word is hoping to interview. If I were the Detroit Lions, I would also endeavor to interview Brian Flores.
Oh, dude.
Calvin Shepard may be a guy who's going to work out for this team, but you can't not look at guys that are absolute know-it upgrades. It's no offense.
Yeah,
it's no offense to Calvin Shepard. It's this guy. If this guy's available, we got to at least talk to him.
That's a tough deal, right? Because I don't know how you do this. Do teams interview coaches for positions that are currently filled? Like, you don't hear Detroit is interviewing Brian Flores for their defensive coordinator position currently held by Calvin Shepard.
No, I think you try to do it on the down low, low down, no doubt, and sneak it through, and then eventually you make a decision. But I would have a hard time thinking that the Lions would just let Brian Flores pass by.
If there's accessibility to Brian Flores, you have to investigate. It doesn't mean you interview, but call him, ask him, can we have a clandestine meeting?
Yeah, or you go agent to front office.
Kang, you got to do this, right?
I would, but I think you're in a situation where you still have your defensive coordinator, right?
Yep.
And do you ruffle feathers?
It's
Is
a
our
little
feelings
wonky.
hurt? You know what I mean? Things like that. I don't know how the relationship is. Hey, because everyone gets it when a coordinator goes and interviews for a head coaching job. It's a better position. It's a promotion. But if you're still the coordinator and then you hear your bosses are interviewing someone for your job, which you technically still have, kind of weird. I love Brian Flores. I'd love for them to secretly call him somehow.
Right. That's the thing. We all want to do it with the most respect possible, and yet, I mean, that guy is really good.
I mean, so how much you want to pay him too? Because he's going to get paid a boatload of money. I mean, potentially, theoretically, you could have the highest paid offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator.
And
you land
it doesn't
McDaniel.
count against the cap.
No,
more,
not at
more
all.
power to them.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I mean, the Ford family does spend money, and I don't think they would hesitate to do this.
This would be like a dream team of coaching staff.
It would be.
Right?
McDaniel is your offensive coordinator. Flores is your defensive coordinator.
And Dan Campbell is your head coach.
Yeah. Yeah, that works. Here's what we're doing, though, and I hate when we do this. We're creating a unlikely scenario that becomes the expectation that everything else is a letdown by comparative sake. And I don't want to do that. But, hey, if he's doing interviews, they're not in the business of keeping Calvin Shepard as their defensive coordinator. They're in the business of winning the Super Bowl. And, it's kind of a tough deal, but if they're committed, you got to be committed to Calvin Shepard 100% until you're not. And by that, I mean, until you have a commitment from somebody else that you know is an upgrade.
I guess you could always say, too, hey, you've got to interview for a head coaching job. We just got to have, backup plans ready, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if how would you feel? I don't know if you found out they're not just Brian Flores, they're just interviewing other defensive coordinators.
Yeah, I mean, I would be looking for a job, is what I'm doing.
There'd be conversations that have to take place behind closed doors and probably with Kelvin Shepard so that you don't ruffle those feathers. But understand that this is a business, and you're trying to make the upgrades that you can make. And if you can't make the upgrades, then you don't. But if you can, do it.
Very interesting. 248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. You can text us at that same number. Excited to see what Mike McDaniel, this is from Stephen Ann Arbor, sorry. Excited to see what Mike McDaniel could realize from this offense that is yet to be discovered. Also excited to see a new chapter in Lions coaching fashion. Imagine Dan Campbell rocking the sideline capri pants.
Oh.
I'm rather suspect whether or not Dan Campbell would assume Mike McDaniel's wardrobe.
Yeah, I don't think he would.
It seems like a bit of a stretch.
I don't think he would.
Unnamed texter. McDaniel's the only OC candidate I'm aware of from that Shanahan tree, which is the system Goff thrives in. Play action off a top-notch run game. If he doesn't get a head coaching job, Sheila needs to make him the highest paid OC. Don't disagree with that. Unnamed texter. Everyone's excited about Mariucci. Look what that got us. Okay, you're
was a
right.
head coach.
You're right. Don't hire McDaniel because Mariucci didn't work. That makes sense. My bad. You're right.
Some guys are. I look. You're talking about an offensive coordinator job, not a head coaching job, right? And Mariucci. Everybody wanted Mariucci at the time, sure, to be the head coach. How was the front office for the Lions at that time?
It was not as good as this one.
Was not good?
No,
it was not good. Okay, so things just didn't seem to work out. There was a common denominator with a number of coaches during that time. If I could only think what that common denominator was. Oh, that's right, Matt Millen.
Yeah,
was that common denominator?
Next text from Nathan Clausen. What do you think of Mike McCarthy as OC? I don't hate it as OC. No, not at all. Next text. The Lions would do well to get the best OC out there. I scored a level 10 importance as far as Mike McDaniel goes. He gets 3 from me, guys. What? The Lions would do well to get the best OC out there available. I scored a level 10 in importance as far as Mike McDaniel goes. He gets a 3 from me, guys. So you don't like McDaniels, okay? There is no punctuation in this, so it's
difficult.
No one will believe me, but I told my wife I wanted McDaniel back around Thanksgiving when the Dolphins look bad. It's a 10 for me. It's from Jared in Waterford. The question is, how important would a hire of Mike McDaniel be to the organization? Scale 1 to 10.
Look, I think there are potential pitfalls there. It's not like their passing game was great the last couple of years, but you go back 3 years ago in the 2023 season, and it was a prolific offense. Last 2 years, not so much, but what Devon Achane was able to do was amazing. And with an offensive line that was not built for success, that gives you excitement about, okay, can you kind of replicate that here with the Lions?
Here's my favorite one. I'm at a 1. The dude is a weirdo loser whose offenses have fallen off a cliff the past couple of years. I personally think he's overrated, and we could do a lot better. I do not want to hire this buffoon.
Okay, what was the first word you used?
Did he say I'm at a 1?
No, the description
weirdo loser?
Weirdo loser and the buffoon.
Yeah.
I do enjoy the word buffoon.
Yeah. I'm at a 1. The dude is a weirdo loser.
He might be a little weird. I don't know if I would call him a weirdo loser. And the other thing is, guys can be a better coordinator than they are a head coach. And maybe that'd be the case with him.
Yep.
And if he's a great coordinator, that's great, and it won't work out long because he'll get a head coaching job somewhere else at some point.
248-539-9797. Gator, I'm going to admit something. You put something in your show sheet. I don't even know what it is. We'll get to that at 11:35 here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Started the show with Sergei talk and Red Wing discussion. If you want to keep going down that road, what moment stood out to you last night? And hey, look, hockey team, we're all, I think, pensively watching, maybe a little bit excited, but leery because of what's happened the last couple of years come March. And, these back-to-back games against Montreal and Carolina, 4-0 shutout win over Montreal, an overtime win last night over Carolina. A game that, hey, it was a good and a bad. I mean, Carolina's good, so it's no shame in giving up three goals to blow a 3-0 lead. Against that team, you don't want to do that very often. But, hey, look, they won the game in overtime, and every time they do something more like that, it's another check plus in the authenticity category, and let's hope they can keep it up. We're also talking Lions. Mike McDaniel interviewing today. Scale of 1 to 10, how important would this be? Would 10 be, hey, makes up for the loss of Ben Johnson? I think they're all set offensively, even with their shortcomings personnel-wise. 1 is, I just don't care. I'm at a 5 because to me, it's in part, there are other good candidates out there. It's not just Mike McDaniel. Now, he would be my favored guy, but I don't think it's a wrap. I don't think if they get Mike McDaniel, the offense is a wrap. I think they still need the personnel. 248-539-9797. You were at a 7?
It's like a 7 to an 8, somewhere there. I think McDaniel's a very good candidate for an offensive coordinator job. And but that's provided that the Lions really think, if the Lions were to hire him, then obviously they think that he's a perfect fit for them. He is a guy that shares their same vision and same ideals, and that's what they want to do. Then I would have confidence that that's the right guy to do it because I think he is a good offensive mind.
Meanwhile, our guy Kang here is an 8 and how important it is. Let's go to Luden. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Luden.
Hey, Doug. How are we doing today?
What's
Gentlemen, having a good one. You guys touched on it briefly a few minutes ago, and I just had a thought. If Calvin Shepard is going out and interviewing for head coaching positions, why can't the Lions go out and interview Brian Flores and try to improve there too? I mean, I like Shepard, but I mean, if we can go get Brian Flores, I feel like that's an upgrade.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a valid point. You bring up a good point.
I get like it was his first year, and like I think he did some good things, but there was also some growing pains, and there's some times that he failed to adjust in some situations, and I think it cost us a few things. But I really feel like Brian Flores is an upgrade there, and if, like I said, if he's going out and interviewing, I feel like we have every right to do the same.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, just say, hey, nothing, just in case you get that Miami job, where you got to be prepared to strike. And look, if Brian Flores is doing DC interviews, I think you got to talk to him.
If he does, yeah. I mean, like that tweet said hoping to.
Right.
Yeah, then I would hope that the Lions follow suit and would do it as well.
Tim in Royal Oak, you're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, I'm glad you guys are still talking about the Wings. I watched that last night. What a game.
Yeah, it was
great.
Something else.
The resiliency is really what strikes me. I was watching with my wife, and they scored one in the third, and I'm like, okay, they just got to batten down the hatches. Then they gave up another one, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, and sure enough. But man, they came through. I think DeBrincat's a new skater, like he's got a newfound jump in him.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, even dudes like Sherratt are making moves. If they could just pull is the trade deadline already done?
No, it doesn't happen for another.
Oh my God!
2
They
months?
could just pull the trigger on a modest scorer.
Well,
and they
there's a few things. One is, DeBrincat, Dylan Larkin. Dylan Larkin's going to have a career high in goals this year at this pace. And, you always look back and you go, I gave it a cursory thumbs up. Gator, I should have been more excited about the addition of James Van Riemsdyk. Should have been more excited about that.
Yeah, JVR has been a real nice addition to this team. And the last couple of years, the more adults they brought in the room, now they're starting to get it right with those guys. Andrew Kopp last year got hurt around this time, and it really hurt this team. And because he was he was one of those guys who was sneaky good for them. Came up with the occasional goal. It was a difference maker, but I think he was one of the glue guys that lead by example. And then he got hurt, and everything kind of went to hell in a handbasket after that. But this year, he's healthy. He looks great. Yeah, Kopp looks great. JVR looks great. Comfer is playing. Everybody's got their role on this team, and they're doing it. And if you're not doing it, they've got a cycle of guys they bring in and out of the lineup that they just try to get going.
Amen. Hey, man, I'm sorry to say the Lions are in the rearview mirror for me. I'm all about the Pistons and the Wings now.
It's fun to watch. No, it's fun to watch them play. I don't know if the NFL ever is going to be on the rearview mirror here, but hey, it's off season and it's an important one. It's a huge one for Brad Holmes. All right, Gator, you put something on your show sheet today, and I don't even know what it is. Do you have any idea what it might be?
Yeah, I think I know what you're going to say.
Okay.
That is the peach question?
Yes.
You don't know what peach Melba is?
No idea. Gang, do you know what peach Melba is?
Does not ring a bell.
Kenny, do you know what peach Melba is?
I have no idea.
Today is National Peach Melba Day?
It is.
Okay. I'm glad I have company because I'm like, okay, I'm going to admit I've heard the term. I don't know what it is. Is it like a drink?
No. It's a dessert.
Is it? I guess I should know that it was one or the other. It was either going to be a drink or a dessert. What is peach Melba?
It's a dessert with peaches and vanilla ice cream and a raspberry sauce, and you can poach the peaches. So what you poach them in is up to you. But say you want to poach them in some kind of liqueur if you wanted to, or whatever. But it's a dessert.
And are you a fan?
I've never had it.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of peaches, which is really with the question. That's where I came up with the question.
Well, I think I've stated on this show before that a younger version of Doug, an inexperienced Doug, got into a bottle of peach schnapps.
And this is, I think,
a
common story.
That was my last experience with peach flavored things, with one exception. My Canadian cousins introduced me to a drink called a peach fuzz, which was basically, I think it was a pint of vodka, two peaches, a whole can of frozen concentrated lemonade, and the rest ice.
Interesting.
And you blend it all together. That didn't feel like peach flavored something. That felt more lemonade-y, but it was called a peach fuzz, and it was really good. But I generally will avoid peach flavored things.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's had some kind of experience with peach schnapps that has soured them on peach flavoring altogether. Like when I was a kid, did I eat peaches? Sure. Occasionally you had peaches with like cottage cheese or something like that, pears with cottage cheese, but peaches are fine. And then one day you might discover what a fuzzy navel is with peach schnapps, orange juice, and with or without vodka would be the fuzzy navel. And because it's a sweeter drink and you don't really know what's happening, you drink too much of it and then you get sick. And the next thing you know, you're swearing off anything that's peach flavored, which I think that's the path a lot of people have gone down. And I don't mind peach flavoring, but I don't seek it out. We talked yesterday about the Busch Light apple.
Yes, sir.
And it's actually quite tasty. And then you mentioned the Busch Light peach that you're not a fan of. And I remember that I did get some of it and I actually thought it was pretty good.
Did you?
I did. But the best way that I found to use it was not just drinking it out of the can. I added it to another drink. I made a white sangria.
Yeah.
Which was really good. I added a can of the peach beer into it, and it took it to a different level. It was delicious.
Okay.
It really was. But I think most people have an aversion to peach flavoring.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think, and it's, what do you know about peach, other than like peach cobbler, down in the South? We're not really big on peach, this part of the country.
Well, you might suspect there's not been a lot of cobbler served in our house. But yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with peach flavored stuff based upon that one fateful evening. I remember the apartment complex. I could probably take you to the apartment.
Was that Michigan State?
No, it was not. It was at Eastern Michigan University. And I was out after that. So not a fan. But yeah. Okay, Peach Melba Day. Now, how are you going to celebrate?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No, because I'm like I said, I'm really not a peach guy.
Well, if it makes you feel any better,
I'm a peach. I'm just not a peach guy.
We got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 11:30 or 12:35, excuse me, where I'm sure you're going to find some stuff that you like. Gator, is this the beginning of the end? Big move yesterday. We will get to that today at 11:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So somebody in the game of baseball sent me a story about the Skubal Tigers arbitration case. This thing runs deep, and we will get to it at 12:02. A little bit of perspective on what's going on here, but I see it now a little bit differently, not a ton differently, a little bit differently. Also, Kang, in your neck of the woods, did you see the USPBL, the deal that they just pulled off?
No.
United Wholesale Mortgage has reached a new 10-year naming rights agreement with the USBL in Utica. Is that what it's known now? Sorry, my bad. Stadium formerly known as Jimmy John's Field will now be known as UWM Field.
Oh.
But what I like about this is 10 years. Is that a commitment that this league's going to be around?
Well, it's a commitment. We don't have to change, call it what we call it for us, just regular people. I hate changing, when stadiums change their names, you have to, change whatever they call it. Like, remember the whole DTE Pine Knob thing, right?
Yeah.
That was the one here, of course.
Yeah.
I hate it when places change their name, sponsorship.
So I remember I had a boss that when Comerica Park opened, this boss told me, "You're not calling it Comerica Park." And I said, "Well, that's the name of the stadium." And he said, "Call it Tiger Stadium." I said, "Okay, you're the boss, but you realize that's not the name of the stadium. Like I will do this." And he goes, and I said, "Well, can I just ask you why?" And he goes, "Because they're not paying us." And I'm like, "Huh. So you think that Comerica, when they bought the naming rights, should have also paid all the media to call it by the name Comerica Park?" And I'm like, he's got a little bit of a point, but
because everybody I know with that field, they call it Jimmy John's. They just go, "Hey,
Yeah.
the one over at Jimmy John's," and now we're gonna have to call it what?
Yep.
UWM.
Yep.
Yeah, I imagine that people will still call it the same thing because it's
Jimmy
not
John's?
changing venues; it's just changing the name of it. Yeah, people are going to be stuck with the name. With
I'm sure
Comerica-
UWM's happy about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just how it is because you mentioned the whole DT
Yeah.
and Pine Knob thing. I mean, it really it kind of caught on as DTE, but it was really Pine Knob. I mean, and it's so ingrained that it was Jimmy John's Field. But good luck to them and trying to change perception there. With your old boss, it's a different venue altogether.
dude, I know.
Is that guy still around?
I mean, I haven't seen him in a while, but he moved. Where did he move to? He was a good boss. Ray was awesome. But anyway.
They move with Depker or something?
No, it was, Depker
Somewhere
was
better?
TV. Depker was TV.
Okay.
Ray was radio.
Didn't Fifth Third just buy out like Comerica Parks,
Yes,
naming
they
rights
bought
or something like that?
They bought out Comerica.
Yeah,
Comerica
so
Bank, right?
yeah, so that might be changed. We'll be doing another name change here.
Yeah, could be. Oh, great, another Fifth Third Park.
Yeah.
It's like,
How about an American Airlines arena? Do we need more of those?
Dude.
There was at one point, like, I think 4.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium after like a couple of those.
I don't know.
Isn't that what Dallas and Atlanta?
You mean Jerry World?
Yeah.
Is that known as Mercedes-Benz
I
Stadium?
think so.
That's interesting. I had absolutely no idea. Yeah, naming rights. I mean, look, the truth is, it goes back forever. We think of and some Wrigley Field was named after the Wrigley Corporation, right? I mean, it was, but it felt like in the day, it was calling it by a different name doesn't radically change my life. So it's not something I'm going to go to war over. But all right, Gator, I ask you a question. Is this the beginning of the end? Brooks Koepka is leaving LIV and going back to the PGA. Your thoughts?
It's actually AT&T Stadium in Jerry World, I think, maybe. My thoughts on Brooks Koepka coming back.
Yep.
Okay.
You don't care?
No, I mean, until he gets relevant again.
Well, I think
I'd rather see him play in a PGA Tour than on LIV Tour.
You know,
He's a name, and
I can't
won
stand the
majors.
LIV Tour. Yeah, if I've made my
Yes.
my feelings clear on that. I hate the LIV Tour. I hate what it's done to golf, and not even getting into above and beyond the morality part of it and where the money's coming from. But I think it's really, there's a couple of things about this. One is, do you think Koepka will be the first of many? Do you think a bunch of these guys from the LIV Tour are going to go, you know what, this isn't worth it?
Yes, I think he's the first one to get it done, but he has to pay a price for it, right?
So there's a few things here. The PGA has a one-time returning member program that the PGA board developed, and they approved it last week. It applies only to players who've won a major or players championship since 2022, which is interesting. The penalty is a $5 million contribution to the charity the tour will help decide. Now, the cutoff of 2022, people are saying is very specific because that eliminates Phil Mickelson, who won the PGA in 2021, and they think that
You talk about petty?
Literally cutting it off, right? So Phil can't be part of the return to play program.
Yep. Oh, sorry, Phil.
Yep.
I think it's interesting that they did that to Phil. And I think might speak volumes as what people think of Phil.
Yep.
With Koepka, I mean, Brooks was a younger guy, had won multiple majors, kind of exciting player, and had charisma to him the whole bit. And then when he left, I think people were like, no, why? And got pissed about it.
Mm-hmm.
But now that he's made his money from that tour, that initial contract, wants to end that and move on. And there should be a heavy price to pay for those guys that took the money and left. Not everybody got the giant contracts that left.
No.
There are a handful of guys that got giant contracts, and it should be difficult for them to come back in the good graces of the PGA Tour. It stung. It really did. From what I understand, Tiger Woods may have gotten involved with this as well to try to smooth the waters here and get Brooks back. But, yeah, I'll be interested to see him back on tour and the leaderboard and all that if he's still playing really good golf. And, okay, fine. I don't know if I'll be rooting for him. You know, guys like him and Dustin Johnson and Bryson DeChambeau, all the guys that went to live, I'm not going to be rooting for him.
So there's a couple things here with this. With these parameters that they've laid out, the only players eligible as it stands right now, Brooks was one of them, Bryson DeChambeau is one of them, Jon Rahm is one of them, and Cameron Smith, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But that means Dustin Johnson isn't one of them. He doesn't qualify. But there's a few things here. I think they opened up this door for a reason. I think they opened up a door because some of these players have expressed an interest to come back. Brooks is the first to jump from LIV back to the PGA. I suspect others will follow, and then the rest are going to be playing to get back. They're going to want to win majors so they can get back, because I think you're going to see them. They're going to realize that they're basically toiling on a minor league tour with some of the bigger names coming back. Now, LIV is going to try and counter. For sure, LIV, to keep up its relevance. You don't think they will?
Well, I think the counter is they're trying to assimilate into the PGA. I think they want some sort of partnership, and they want to find a way because they recognize what's happening. They took big time players away. They paid massive amounts of money because apparently they didn't care about money. They had money to just waste and burn, and they did. And now they're at a point where, okay, the business model doesn't necessarily work. Let's figure out another way where we can have a softer landing. I think there's been rumors for a while now that they've got some deal worked out with the PGA. We'll see how it ends up. But I mean, this is a big price to pay. So I'm curious with the guys that make the big money. Is it just simple? Yeah, here's $5 million. I appreciate it. This goes to the March of Dimes or goes to whatever charity you want to do.
The Human Fund.
The Human Fund, whatever, Chad Tuff, Sandcastles,
Sure.
whatever it is,
Yeah.
something cool.
No, look, and the reason I don't like LIV is I think it's weakened golf as a product, personally, just overall, and I have zero interest in these LIV events.
Yeah, I don't have much interest in the LIV events either. The format, some of the format I think is interesting and appeals to me. Not all of it does. The 3-day golf, I'm used to a 4-day golf tournament, so I don't like the 3. But having like shotgun start is interesting to me. Trying to create some sort of a team atmosphere is interesting to a point. I'm not sure they figured it out correctly, but I don't mind it. I think team golf is interesting because I love like the Ryder Cup and the President's Cup. I think those are awesome, but are they more awesome because they're every couple of years as opposed to every week?
Yeah.
There's something to that. I think there are ways you could tweak the tour to make it better and bring about some of the things that come from LIV.
The latest on what's going on with Scooble coming up today at 12:02. Jack and Warren, you're on 97.1. Hi, Jack.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Hey, the reason I'm calling about the Brooks Koepka deal, I think they should take the guys back. I know there's going to be a penalty for them leaving. But one of the other things they need them for is I'm tired of watching them getting shellacked in the Ryder Cup. You put Dustin Johnson and Brooks Koepka back on that team, they got a lot more firepower than I watched the last one. Irregardless of the comeback, they got shellacked for 2 days because they just don't have the players that left for Liv.
Well, I don't know if those players. I don't know anything about Liv in terms of how with the tournaments, who the best golfer is in Liv, but I don't know if those guys are even playing well enough to make the team.
It's hard to know. They're out there in this tour where they don't need to win to make money.
Bryson was on the team.
Are they really as good as they were? I think the skills might erode, but all right, a lot of nuance going on with Scuba. We'll get to that today at 12:02 here on 97.1.
The Red Wings will take on the Boston Bruins tonight for their second game in as many nights. There's a couple streaks on the line tonight as the Wings have won each of their last 4 games and the Bruins have won 3 straight. Lucas Raymond also brings a 4-game point streak to TD Garden tonight. Puck drop is at 7:30. Our pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 at 7:15. We have some updates today on a few possible trade targets for the Pistons. First Bet Online says the Pistons are the most likely team to trade for Brooklyn Nets forward Michael Porter Jr. The online market says MPJ has 2-1 odds to land in Detroit. Porter Jr. is shooting 40% from 3 on 9 attempts per game this season. And Brett Siegel of Clutch Points also says that the Pistons are among 5 teams, quote-unquote, monitoring Hornets guard Colin Sexton. Sexton is averaging 15 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists per game this year. Lions owner Sheila Hamp wrote a letter to the Lions fan base today. She showed appreciation for Detroit's continued support of the franchise and said that while the results on the field were not acceptable this year, this is not a time for drastic change. She also said she's committed to continue performing at the highest level and working towards bringing a championship to the city of Detroit. And Michigan State basketball returns tonight. The Spartans tip off in East Lansing against Indiana at 7 o'clock. The Hoosiers are 12-4 this season under first-year head coach Darren DeVries. They most recently lost to Nebraska at home. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
One of the true signs that we are living in a bizarro sports timeline, Scott Anderson, is the fact that our guy Shabat there with the update mentioned that Indiana's last game, they lost to Nebraska. I want you to think about this fact. Nebraska basketball is 16-0. And Indiana football is 15-0. Nebraska basketball is better than Nebraska football, and Indiana football is better than Indiana basketball.
It's a crazy world.
It is a crazy world, of which relevance I can tell you don't really care all that much.
No, I do find it's kind of cyclical how some schools become the opposite of a football school, become a basketball school or vice versa. It's kind of weird how that works out over the years. And it all comes back. I imagine Indiana basketball can be back quickly if they wanted it to.
Yeah, they're not.
In the NIL world, you can turn things around quickly, and if you have the donors for it.
Yeah, they're not bad. Indiana's not bad at basketball.
No, but Indiana hasn't been relevant, in the grand scope of things for a long time.
I don't know when their last Final Four appearance is, but they're a tournament team at least. But all right, so look, somebody in the game sent me something to read regarding Skubal, and it was a story put together by Ken Rosenthal. And basically to sum up what's gone on with Skubal and the arbitration offer that the Tigers made, when you dive into the nuance of this case, Rosenthal's argument is that the Tigers' position, A, is competitive, and B, isn't all on them. It's not all on the Tigers. And and remember how I said I'm kind of waiting for something to make sense here, because the downside of offering him $19 million when he is asking for $32 million way outweighs the upside of that and the money that they might save. And I just did not understand what the heck they were doing with that. And this is something that I didn't realize. And that is that I'm going to read this from Ken Rosenthal's story. It's fair to question the Tigers for not filing a higher number, but portraying this battle as simply one between the team and the player would be an oversimplification. MLB's Labor Relations Department plays a role, recommending salaries for teams to offer players in arbitration. The Players Association advises player agents on how to best represent their clients. And then Ken Rosenthal adds this. In some ways, the Skubal case is but a preliminary to the main event, the heavyweight bout looming between the league and union in collective bargaining and negotiations. So the league has a Major League Baseball has a labor relations department that recommends to teams what they should offer. And the Players Association recommends to the player and the agent what they should ask for when a player is arbitration eligible.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I guess you don't have to follow said recommendation, but what's interesting is that the feeling is that there's no way that this is going to get resolved before it goes in front of an arbiter, and that they're digging their heels in and Boras is digging his heels in, and he kind of wants a fight. Ken Rosenthal made the point, and I'm going to read this later in his story. The two sides appear entrenched in their positions. People familiar with the respective positions say a hearing is all but inevitable, presuming Skubal remains with the Tigers. For all anyone knows, forcing a trade might be part of his motivation for asking the team to more than triple his salary from last season. So that could be in play here too, is that they went with the highest ask and the biggest increase in the history of Major League Baseball for a starting pitcher, above and beyond any precedent that has been set in an arbitration case, to try and force a trade, which I'm not against at this point.
No, in fact, I think that's the path they should go to. It's clear that Scott Boras, his agent, wants to get him the biggest free agent contract in baseball, and you're not going to get that from the Tigers. You're going to get that from the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Mets, or one of the other teams, but it's not going to be the Tigers. So if you know that, then you either have to accept it and say, fine, we're going to move on next year with Tarik Skubal for 2026, and we'll lose him at the end of the year to free agency, and the Tigers get a compensatory pick because of it. But they'll have Tarik Skubal for the duration of the season as long as they want to, unless they want to trade him at the deadline. But to have Tarik Skubal on his team keeps them in World Series contention. And that's the other side of it. But I'd rather trade him, get something for him. I understand the other side of it. This is interesting, though, because I don't like hearing that Major League Baseball they have their
Labor Relations
Department that's going to recommend. No, I don't like that at all, because that to me screams you start to walk down the path of collusion. And I don't like that.
So here's the deal. I think their point is, and you think about it, if the Players Association is recommending salaries to the players, Major League Baseball wants a voice in it too, to recommend offers to the teams. It's basically their team. The Players Association is a team that's representing the player. Major League Baseball wants to help the clubs in the same way. Here's more later in the story. More likely, this is simply a case of Skubal and Boras challenging the system with virtually nothing to lose. Boras relishes this type of fight. Another of his clients, Chris Bryant, filed a grievance in 2015 accusing the Chicago Cubs of service time manipulation. Bryant lost and was denied an extra year of service time. So Boras wants the fight. And the Tigers, they didn't have to do what the MLB Labor Relations Department said. Okay, they didn't have to. But, this is all part of the arbitration process. And, I mean, we can go into how what the Tigers offered was like a record in terms of percent raise year to year for a starting pitcher. What they have asked for is, way above that. And Boras is going to argue that this is a unique case scenario. There are comps, though. There are comps with like Jacob deGrom, when it was an arbitration case, was one when his case came up, and he didn't get this kind of raise. But the idea that this is the players' union planting a flag, Major League Baseball planting a flag, and that we get the guinea pig case for a preliminary to the main bout of the Players Association versus Major League Baseball. All of this sucks. And I suspect that, quite frankly, most of you out there don't want to hear this. But this is sort of the backdrop and some of the nuance of what's going on here.
Yeah, and, with Jacob deGrom, you're talking about, I guess it's 6 years ago, I think, that he got his the arbitration number. Mm-hmm. As I'm looking at his career earnings, he jumped from making $9 million up to $25 million, and then he got a contract that paid him $35 million a year. more than that actually. I get that, but this is now even later. This is another pitcher that's got back-to-back Cy Young awards, and I think the ball's in Boris's court in his favor. I just do, in Skubal's favor in winning this arbitration case. Now, maybe it doesn't work out that way. If it works out the way that it's $19 million for the Tigers, if they're not negotiating any further than this, if they keep those numbers out there and they don't negotiate to the middle before it goes to the final ruling, if that's the case and it ends up being 19, I think there's going to be a lot of angry baseball players out there that think that he's being underpaid, because the Players Association, obviously, they represent the players, and the players want to get the most money that they can, as they should want to get the most money that they can. I think the rules of baseball are probably going to be challenged here too.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
free
system,
agency thing is just crazy. How long you have to wait before you get to free agency and service time and all that. And we've got this. When is the collective bargaining deal is up after next year? Is
after
it
this coming season?
Yeah, after the 26th season.
This might be the last baseball season. This is under the system. It's clear they're not going to just roll it over.
Yeah, so there's a lot of negotiations going to take place in baseball, and baseball is going to look, I think, a lot different from a salary structure moving forward after this season. And some guys want to get ahead of it, and I don't blame Scott Boras for trying to get ahead of it and also pushing the envelope. And does he want to fight? Yeah, I think he does like a fight. I think he wants to be the hero for the Players Association. And if he gets $32 million for Tarek Skubal, that eclipses the $31 million that Soto got. And, Soto's not a pitcher. But if you look at things and say, okay, in a free agent market, Tarek Skubal's going to sign a deal that's going to pay him more than $40 million a year.
But he's not eligible for free agency yet. So, I mean, so why?
Right, so they're just everything's pushing early.
Look, this is probably a rational fan, Doug, talking, but to me, Scott Boras is the man that empowers players to leave our team. And that he knows he can always get more money from those other teams, and he has no interest in bringing back any player that he represents to a team that's not, name the five, the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Yankees, Red Sox, Mets, or whoever maybe Texas, I don't know.
But look at the Major League Baseball side of this, right? Their labor relations board that comes out and suggests this number. I mean, is the number low? I mean, the number for the Tigers that they've offered is technically a record, but is it still a lowball offer? I think we can all agree that's a lowball offer for the last year of arbitration. So are they doing themselves any favors?
Well, I just looked down at Twitch, and None Special Here Now said, let's face it, a strike is coming, and everyone will hate baseball again.
Hope it doesn't get to that point. And what I really hope doesn't get to is I hope they're not stupid about this and put off negotiations until the 11th hour, which is what they did last time around, right? They waited and waited and waited and waited and waited, and then you literally have like days. And then okay, let's go to the table now. Like, don't do that.
Well, it's kind of how negotiations, unfortunately, because nobody wants to blink.
Right. But, I mean, we talk about the NHL all the time and how ahead of things the NHL is.
The NHL, God bless them, they did a year ahead of time. I can't say. Gary Bettman?
Yeah.
Bravo.
Got it done. And that's a league that has a salary cap, and it's directly tied to revenues. And everything's an open book for the owners and the Players Association to look at that and understand what it is. And so it's all out in the open. Same thing needs to happen for baseball, but they don't have a salary cap in baseball. They've got such, baseball has such major issues to work out that I just don't see how they're going to get it done if they haven't started the negotiation process already.
It's a weird take, and it just popped into my head. You tell me, am I wrong? Is this whole thing about one inning? If he'd gone out and pitched the seventh and they won that game, and they didn't give it, because remember, he left the game and they gave up the tying run, went 15 innings with Seattle. If he pitched the seventh, they'd held on the lead, won that game, went to the ALCS. Would the Tigers offer be higher than $19 million?
No, I don't think there's any.
Don't you?
Nah, even a little.
Okay. Gator doesn't think so. Popped into my head. Gator dismisses it quickly. 248-539-9797. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:35. And Sergey said something last night that I wonder how many people can relate to. We'll get to that today at 102 here on 97.1. All right, so look, if you want to keep talking about the Skubal thing, I think this is the kind of thing that sports fans just despise. Is this business aspect, all this negotiation, arbitration, comparable cases, billionaires fighting with millionaires. I think people hate it so much. I almost regret bringing it up. Suffice it to say, the Ken Rosenthal story, if you are interested, it's on The Athletic. It's a deep dive into the nuance of this case, and there's a lot of moving parts, including an undercard to a greater labor relations issue between baseball and the Players Association, and it sucks. They have released the video that showed Marcus Freeman and his interaction with a high school wrestling coach. If you missed the story, Marcus Freeman's son was in a wrestling meet this week, and I guess it got heated afterwards between the opposing kid's coach and Marcus Freeman. The opposing coach said Marcus Freeman two-hand shoved him. He filed a suit saying that he was physically assaulted, or called cops and said he was physically assaulted. There is security video at the high school, and Gator, you've seen it. I've seen it. We don't have audio, and it's blurry, and it's far away, and it's kind of choppy. But it looks to me like any interaction between the high school coach and Marcus Freeman, it looks to me like it was initiated by the coach, if anything.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has anything to worry. I don't think Notre Dame has anything to worry about. I don't think Marcus Freeman has anything to worry about. I mean, unless I'm missing something. Does this guy, show up on a police report with a beat up face? Did Marcus Freeman beat the hell out of this guy, or was it just did they argue with each other, and was it did somebody bump into somebody? Ooh, no. Look out for that.
Marcus Freeman leaves the gym, and what happens after that, we really don't know. But the coach, people have done some digging on the coach. I guess he's been arrested a couple of times. And so there's some of the quotes from him sound like he knew what he was doing in terms of trying to instigate something with Marcus Freeman.
Goad somebody into something. Yeah. I'm not worried about Marcus Freeman in this situation.
I'm not either.
Unless there's another video that shows up that is completely counter to that.
Yeah.
If you see an altercation outside, if somebody's got a video of that, where he looks like he's the aggressor, then you got a problem. But yeah, I don't know. In this, I guess it kind of looks like the wrestling coach is the one that makes contact. But what's contact? He barely bumps into him, or I don't know. I think this is kind of a nothing story at this point. There's nothing there's no meat to it.
Well, at one point in this video, it looks like the match is over. The wrestling coach's kid won and beat Marcus Freeman's kid. The coach appears to be talking to Marcus Freeman's kid. He's not his coach. And, that to me, this looks to me like, the more I watch it, like a over-aggressive coach going after somebody else's kid and then the dad. And the video doesn't make Marcus Freeman look worse, I'll tell you that. He's not the one that looks worse here. All right. Gator, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tyler in Macomb. You're on 97.1. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I just wanted to touch on the subject you guys were talking about earlier with the PGA Live Tour. I really don't understand why they publicly came out with these guidelines. If you take a look at it and you do your research, there's only 3 people that are still playing that qualify for this. That's Brooks Koepka, Phil Mickelson, and Bryson DeChambeau. And they come out with all these guidelines and the $5 million donation. I just don't understand why they're doing this.
ESPN says John Rahm and Cameron Smith qualify and Phil Mickelson doesn't.
He didn't?
No, because the cutoff was
2022,
and
Yeah,
Phil's
you're right,
PGA
22.
came in 21. That the only other people that are eligible to return, other than Koepka, who's already returned and is going to pay the $5 million, are DeChambeau, Rahm, and Cameron Smith.
And another thing is the forfeiture of the FedEx Cup as well. They're not going to be winning any bonus money, which I find pretty stupid.
They can't accrue points towards it or something, right?
You mean at this point, Bryson or Koepka can't win the FedEx Cup?
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't know why they had to come out with all these guidelines when they could have just addressed them individually.
I don't know either.
I think you have to have a guideline, right?
I guess that's true.
I mean, addressing
It
something on
doesn't
an
make any
individual
sense to
basis in
me.
this, I mean, then you could be showing favoritism one player to another. But if you actually have the guidelines out there, everybody knows where they stand.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they did it that way, but hey, I hope personally, I got a grudge against Liv. I hope it leads to Liv being dissolved. All the way on down to nothing. Bring everybody back and have everybody playing on the same tour I mean, I'm not a hardcore golf fan by any stretch of the imagination, but I am less of a fan since Liv came around. Gator, I don't know if you saw the news. I saw Jordan Reed of ESPN be the first to tweet this out. Damn it. My guy that I wanted the Lions to get, Amari Washington, the defensive tackle, has announced he's returning to Oregon. There's got to be pretty good money in that, returning to
Must
Oregon.
be really good money to return for another year.
Yep. He is going back. He's projected in many people's first rounds. I want him to be a Detroit Lion. I'll have to wait a year for that to be the case. Damn it.
I'm sorry, Doug.
It's okay. It's okay.
There will be others.
I know. And I've just started draft prep. Well, I'm kind of paying attention to college, but I'm starting to align players that I like and do they make sense for Detroit, what their draft stock is. Mari Washington was at the top of the board. And now I gotta start the board all over again, Scott.
Yeah?
248-539-9797. Another edition of Are You Gonna Eat That coming up at 12:35. Sergey Fedorov said something last night that I bet many people they can totally relate to. We'll get to that at 102 here on 97.1. So you were at the Red Wing game and probably saw little, if not any, of the NFL playoff game last night, Houston and Pittsburgh.
I did not see any. I think I got home as I did see the last minute and 13 seconds. That I did see, and I'd listened to it on the way back.
So there's a couple things about that. When you look at perfect endings, and like John Elway, the perfect ending to his career.
Good for John Elway.
Yep.
Couple of
go out
Super Bowl
on top
champions.
and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
To me, that was the perfect ending of Aaron Rodgers' career. Perfect.
Last pass being a pick six in a playoff game.
He gave up a pick six. He got sacked, fumble, scoop, and
scoop,
score.
Yeah.
He got sacked 4 times, hit a whole bunch, whining to the officials, looking for personal fouls, yelling at teammates, tight shots of him on the sideline in his coat and his hood up, looking completely disinterested. I mean, I don't know that I could script it any better how I want him to go out. An all-time villain in Detroit. Guy was a pain in our butt. You know, the player wants it one way and the fan that doesn't particularly love you wants it another, and put me in that category. Kang, is that not just the perfect bow on the career? I hope that's it for him so he can go out on bottom.
Well, it depends on how you feel about Aaron Rodgers, man. I mean, for you, yes, it was. For a super Aaron Rodgers fan, that was not the way he wanted to see his idol go out.
I wonder how many super Aaron Rodgers fans there are now. Like, I don't know if like Packer fans, they love Aaron Rodgers as much, you know, that whole way that finished up. And, of course, his last pass as a Packer was an interception. Oh, to the Lions.
Yeah.
And then it was maybe his last pass in the NFL is a pick six is hysterical. But last night was just weird. Like I was following along on my phone to see what was going on. And I noticed in the first half, it was 7-6 at halftime. Like, oh, 7-6. I'm looking at the stats. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Stroud's got a lot of passing yards and they're running the ball. They seem like they're doing all right. Then I came across fumbles. CJ Stroud had 4 fumbles in the first half and lost 2 of them. He had 5 fumbles in the game and lost 2 of them. What?
Yep.
They left a lot of points out on the field.
They weren't great either for much of the game, and yet I don't know. I hope this doesn't spell the end for Tomlin. I have so much respect for Mike Tomlin.
I do too.
And I don't dislike
Well, you
Pittsburgh.
were rooting against them last night, though.
I was rooting against Aaron Rodgers.
Which roots against Tomlin?
I was rooting for Mike Tomlin. Don't at me, Kang. Don't at me.
That's tough.
Okay, Doug was rooting for Mason Rudolph.
I was perfectly comfortable
Yeah, I hear you.
rooting for Pittsburgh and against Aaron Rodgers.
So I'm listening to the game on the way home, and I have the Pittsburgh feed on my radio, listening to it. And I'm hearing this, and at the time, the pick six hadn't happened yet. I think it was, I forget what the score was. It may have been
It's 23-6.
Yeah, maybe it had been right before they scored. It was right before they scored that touchdown to make it 23 because they missed the extra point. It would have been 24, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it was 17-6 at the time, and they're talking about and Houston's got the ball, and they're like, okay, so here's what's. It's not over yet, guys. We can still if we get a 3-and-out here.
Right.
This is with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah.
If we have a 3-and-out here, we're in good shape. And then 2 plays later, they convert that first down, and they're like, okay. and then they're still trying to talk themselves into thinking they've got a chance. And then next thing you know, it's a bleeding the clock situation. They've eaten up 5 minutes on this drive. And there's
It turned into the furthest thing from a 3-and-out.
Under 4 minutes to go, and then you have the running back scores the touchdown. Woody Marks breaks free, and he scores. I mean, the way that they described it, they were just absolutely deflated. And then you've got the pick six, and he's going 51 yards the other way. It's a pick six.
Hey, I've been there.
Wow, yeah, we've all been there. Yeah, but you as a
Arch
broadcaster.
Manning makes one man miss in the backfield, and he's gone.
Oh, that's a 60-yard touchdown run.
Yeah.
Look at that. But it was so deflating for them. And yet, in the end, Houston is a superior team to Pittsburgh. They deserve to advance. Their defense is really freaking good. And they made a point last night about their defense that is 100% true. When teams get into the end of the game, and you're on defense and you have the lead, but you're on defense and you're really trying to just protect this lead and you're going to be conservative. You're going to have extra defensive backs out there because you know the other team's going to be throwing. Houston doesn't even have to change what they do because they only rush 4 to begin with. They don't need to blitz.
No.
When they've got those 2 bookend defensive ends. It's a really it's a fun brand of football that they play when they've got those guys that can do it. And then offensively, they can do enough to score points that way too. And they're going to be a tough out in the playoffs.
Well, I got to tell you, last night, the player that we wanted in free agency 5 years ago showed out, and that was Christian Kirk, the wide receiver from Houston. Had a big game, and it was a guy I remember when he left Arizona before he went to Jacksonville. We were trying to get him here to Detroit.
Well, like Danielle Hunter, too, when he was a free agent. Wanted to get him, and that didn't happen.
All right, you ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Yes. Hungry.
All right, here we go, Gator. Couple things. It's a list of the best snack foods in 2026 put out by Snackulator. Snackulator. These are innovative snack foods.
Snackulator, okay.
Okay, so Popsicle, which is a brand of popsicle.
Yes.
Popsicle
Twin
is
Pops.
showing a range of character-based frozen desserts from Hello Kitty and Bluey. They're coming out with the Hello Kitty strawberry and cotton candy popsicle and the Bluey mixed berry bars. Now, I know I don't just ask you, are you going to eat that? I know I've got a father of 2 young girls behind the glass that also plays along. Gator, the popsicle, Hello Kitty strawberry and cotton candy popsicle, or the Bluey mixed berry bars? Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I try them both. I'm a big fan of popsicles. When it's nice and hot out in the summertime, it's good to have a popsicle.
He's a yes. Kang, you?
Oh, yeah, I'm a yes. And plus, as a dad, you should always try your kids' food before they eat it. So I'm going to definitely eat that.
Okay.
Good tip right there.
I have a no on that. Next up, Chips Ahoy.
You're not trying the food out before your kids
Yeah,
do?
he'd rather have his kids be the experiment.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really do that. Chips Ahoy has come out with the new Brookie Bites.
Okay.
Brookie Bites combine brownie-style dough with classic chocolate chip cookie flavors, bite-sized treats, positioned for quick snacking and sharing.
Yep.
The Chips Ahoy baked Brookie Bites.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you get cookies and brownies. Those are both great, and trying them together, I got no problem with that.
Gator's a yes, Kang?
I'm a yes.
Yeah, I think I might give these a shot.
Oh!
Yeah.
Moment on the lips.
I know.
Lifetime
I
in the
know.
hips.
Extra lunges for Doug today.
That's right. Another 20 on the Pelly.
Good luck.
Lay's.
Give me luck. Wish me luck.
Lay's is coming up as something they call the flavor swaps. Flavor swaps. What are flavor swaps, you ask?
What's a flavor swap?
Well, it's a flavor crossover. Fans can grab Cool Ranch Dorito Ruffles, Ruffles Cheddar and Sour Cream Doritos, and Lay's Sweet Southern Heat Barbecue Cheetos. Gator, crossovers from Lay's.
Wow. Yes. Hell yes. Oh, yes. This is amazing.
Why hasn't this been done before?
Why hasn't this been going on? Yeah,
This is
why
innovative.
so long?
Did Mike McDaniel take over? He's very innovative. I'm into Gator.
Yeah. Which sounds more appealing? The potato chip that goes that way, or that goes around the
I don't
Doritos?
know. At
or
first,
the
this is
Dorito
going to
goes-
mess with my head.
Yeah.
You know how like if you see something, you expect it to taste a certain way or whatever, and this is
Chip that tastes like a Cool Ranch Dorito.
Sour and cream Dorito?
That's weird.
Well, the one that I'm
Can't wait
most,
to try
the
it.
only one that I will try, and I will try, the Lay's Sweet Southern Heat Barbecue Cheeto. A Cheeto that
tastes
like
a-
barbecue chips.
what a Lay's chip would normally taste like.
You wouldn't try the others?
No.
Like if we had a bag, you wouldn't grab a chip.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm not going to go out and buy any of these, other than maybe the Cheetos.
Okay.
If you walk in here with a bag and say, "Here, try this," I'm going to try it. But
I think that's what we're going to have to
I'm
do.
talking about real world
A true-
scenarios.
Sure, but
I
a
wanna
true
try all
taste
these.
test. I want to try all of them. Kenny, you want to try all these, right?
Oh, dude, Kenny.
Yes, absolutely. I'm surprised it hasn't been done before.
Yeah.
I think Kenny invented this at
sounds
home
like
one day.
something,
Just
yeah.
mix the bag together and just.
Well, that's not all Lay's is up to. They're also up to 3 new Lay's baked flavors.
They're not lazy.
Lay's is launching 3 standalone baked flavors besides the flavor swaps.
Okay.
They're going to have baked bacon grilled cheese, baked loaded baked potato, and baked roasted garlic and herb.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's hard to come up with a flavor combination for a chip that doesn't sound appealing. I mean, bacon grilled cheese? Yeah, I'll go with the bacon flavor with cheese. Yes.
So the fact that they're baked doesn't scare you
No,
off
I'm
at all.
fine. Would not. Of course not. No, a healthier version of what they have. I mean, it's not healthy, but it's a healthier version of what they do. Yeah.
Less unhealthy.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just a healthier version. Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, it'd be I do eat the baked Lay's quite a bit. So, Shaq.
Does it affect your stool at all?
Not a question I really probably going to answer here.
I
on the
mean,
air.
things, a little.
Everything affects my stool, Gator. Everything I ingest has an impact on what comes out.
Things a little looser on the Karsh throne.
Not with the baked.
Okay.
No, these aren't those
Alestra
chips.
Okay. I didn't know.
Shaq is adding another entry into the candy brand, Shaqalicious Slams. These are gummies with crunch-coated watermelon gummies, strawberry and orange gummies, and mango-flavored gummy hoops. Shaqalicious Slams, Gator. Flavored gummies. Are you going to eat these?
These are just candies. This isn't like cannabis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big gummy fan, so I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I don't really, not typically going for the gummies.
Kang, you?
I mean, I like gummies. I'm just sick of supporting everything this guy puts out there, man. This guy's all over the
He
place.
is
There's
everywhere.
nothing he will not shill.
Try this.
Right? Okay. I will go on that Carnival cruise and buy the printer ink with the gummies and the insurance that you want me to get. Gold Bond.
The general wants you to have pizza.
Enough. He pimps everything.
So you
Right.
want to say
Get your
yes?
car from Carvana.
Yeah, I like
Chef
gummies.
Anna.
Yeah.
You're going to do it?
I'll try it.
Okay, I'm a no. That's just straight sugar, not worth it.
No, it tastes like real Shack.
Reese's.
Sugar Shack.
Reese's is coming out with a pretzel. It's a PB&J filled pretzel. Reese's combining the sweet and salty with the PB&J filled pretzels, peanut butter that is filled with strawberry flavor inside crunchy pretzels.
This is going to surprise you.
Yeah.
It's a no. Sorry, dog. And the reason it's a no is because I've had the Reese's PB&J peanut butter cup, and I don't think it's anything special. I think I'd rather just have a regular peanut butter cup. I don't need the jelly added to it. And I like peanut butter pretzels, but because I didn't like the peanut butter and jelly Reese's, I'm not going to go throw jelly in the pretzel. I don't need that.
Gator's a no.
Wow,
Kang?
you're a no. I'm in. I'm going to try it.
Yeah.
Doug?
I'm a no. I'm with you. I was really disappointed in the peanut butter and jelly Reese's peanut butter cup.
I hope this is going to be life-changing, and it's not.
I thought when they had some here at the station, I'm like, ooh. And I was like, mid. All right. And finally, Peeps.
No.
You haven't even heard what they're going to do.
It doesn't matter. It's a peep. Peeps are gross.
Peeps is collaborating with Sunny D to add citrus flavor to its traditional marshmallow chicks. The limited edition release blends Peeps' signature marshmallow texture with Sunny D's citrus flavor, marking another seasonal collaboration for the brand. The Peeps Sunny D flavored marshmallow chicks. Gator, you've already said no.
Oh, wait, Sunny D? Yeah, no.
What about the purple stuff?
Purple stuff is different. If they had purple stuff Peeps, maybe. I find Peeps disgusting. I think there's...
Peeps to me are like coleslaw. I always try it, and I'm like, no, I still don't like
Why?
it.
You don't like coleslaw?
No, I'm not a coleslaw guy.
Peeps are like, they're decorative for me.
Yeah, just like coleslaw for me.
It's a nice garnish for the plate. Yeah. Okay, what you get the barbecue? I got some ribs. I got some coleslaw. I got some, brisket and a little piece of chicken there. Oh, and what's left on the plate? The coleslaw.
Yeah, might as well be, like parsley. Yeah. I'm not going to eat it.
So that's 3 no's on the Peeps Sunny D flavored. And there it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? It's Karsh and Anderson, 97.1. Nice win for the Red Wings last night as they beat the Carolina Hurricanes 4-3 in overtime. A little bit of a controversial goal, to say the least. Carolina was mad because Andrew Kopp cross-checked Shane Gostisbehere in the back right in front of the net. DeBrincat found him wide open. He was wide open for a reason, and he finished to give the Red Wings the win. Don't really care. It's going to happen in the course of a season. We all know that. And it's big. It's big for the Red Wings to go out and get themselves the 2 points against the team that they're now tied, right, atop the Eastern Conference.
Yep, tied with Carolina.
60 points. And look, you couldn't help but feel like it was appropriate on Sergei night because whenever they honor anybody from that era of Red Wing hockey, or there's any reason to go back and remember what it was like, when the Red Wings were competing for the Stanley Cup every year, you get in that mode, and then the hockey team jumps out to a 3-0 lead, and you're just sitting there going, we're back, baby. We are back. We are so back. And that's the emotion of the moment, getting wrapped up in it. We're all looking for vindication, or validation, rather, is a term I'm looking for, of everything that they're doing now is for real. But they keep beating good teams like Carolina, like Montreal. Now, an overtime regular season 3-on-3 game winner is cool and everything. We all know in the postseason the 3-on-3 goes out the window, but whatever. They belonged on the ice with Carolina.
They absolutely did, and got to a 3-0 lead and held on to that going into the third period. And then, unfortunately, it's not just Carolina; it's a Red Wing problem. They have a problem in the third period of closing things out and not giving up the lead. And fortunately for them, they were able to withstand the barrage, get to overtime, and then win the game in overtime, albeit with a goal that clearly Andrew Kopp, cross-checks the defenseman to free up the space. But
wasn't him.
Yeah, I don't know. It
wasn't him.
Some ghost out there that did that.
Ghost.
Yeah, you'll take it. You'll take it. Yeah, different than Gostisbehere. It's fine. At this point, I want to see them win and stack up points, and that's what they're doing. They need to keep doing that. If this keeps them on their winning ways, great. I think there might be an advantage for the Red Wings. I'm not sure when this starts to change and go the other way, but because they have played more games than anybody else, this Olympic break is coming up quickly.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, it's going to their pace of play is going to slow down in terms of how many games they're playing. And I think they're playing 4 games the next 6 nights or something crazy like that when you count last night's game, because they play again tonight against Boston. After the break, are they going to have a slower schedule than the rest of the league? And is that not advantageous for them to have some more days off?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be that significant. They'll have 2 or 3 games less through the second half of the season than everybody else. But, a little break here and there. The Pistons.
I'm just saying at some point there's going to be a lull.
Pistons have 4 starters out their last game. They don't play again until Thursday. They got this 4-day break here in the middle of the season. Awesome. They need it. And, the Red Wings hopefully will have some of those to get ready for what we hope is a long postseason run. The Red Wings have been like this junior member of the Eastern Conference since we joined it. Haven't really got a chance to sit at the adults table. I want that so bad. I want to get into a 7-game series with Toronto or Montreal. I want a 7-game series. Yeah. We had one with Boston, rather. And there were some great, back in the day, obviously they played Toronto way back when, but, we're still waiting for all the best parts about being in the Eastern Conference, which is long postseason runs where you face a lot of original 6 and old rivals.
It's been a long time since they played Toronto. I don't know if the last time was that Nikolai Borshevsky overtime winner. It would have been like 1993 or something. It's been a long time. But even last night when I was walking from the parking lot to get to the game and to get into the stadium, I had to go through the whole plaza area outside and to go into an entrance in front.
Mm-hmm.
And just I was thinking again, every time I walk past there, I think how incredible this is going to be.
The plaza
in May for playoff hockey games when it happens. Hopefully they're playing playoff hockey in May. When the weather's warm enough and people want to get there early and you hang out at they've got that whole Budweiser lounge outside and they're going to have bands outside and the giant screens and all that. It's just set up so beautifully there for a playoff atmosphere. And unfortunately, the Pistons, the Red Wings haven't really done a whole lot. The Pistons haven't been there as long as Red Wings have, but at least the Pistons have gotten a couple playoffs in there.
Yeah, and last year they competed.
Yeah,
like
they were really
they've
good.
been first round fodder in their LCA playoff lives, but first round fodder.
But
now tonight,
weather cooperating, it'll be great.
Tonight, Detroit has to travel to Boston. I feel like last night was kind of an emotional dump, and I'll be stunned if they come out flying tonight. I worry about tonight.
Yeah, back-to-backs, there's a reason to worry.
Back-to-back on the road, big ceremony at home, huge game, first place in the conference on the line. Well,
in some respects, having the ceremony like that can be tough on a team, having the players sit around and wait. You don't know what you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
But the Red Wings got off to a great start last night. A power play, and boom, Van Riemsdyk put the puck in the net and kind of set the tone. And they were fortunate last night. There were a couple of posts that were hit in the first period by Carolina. Tom McClellan said afterwards, it's like when somebody said, well, you guys kind of dominated the first couple periods. He's like, I wouldn't say we dominated. When you look back at it, we had a couple goals that were really nice to get those goals, but Carolina kind of took the pace to them and really changed things with a few minutes to go in the second period. But the Red Wings were able to weather that and, didn't give up a goal through the first two periods. It was important, obviously.
Yeah, look, nice win. And again, just TikTok get later and later every game, and they still look like they belong. All right, Sergey said something last night that I think many people can relate to, and we'll ask you that today at 102 on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Red Wings at Bruins tonight coming up in Boston. Detroit is looking to extend its 4-game win streak. The Bruins are on a 3-game heater with wins in 5 of their last 6 as well. Puck drop is at 7:30. Our pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 at 7:15. The NBA trade deadline is around the corner on February 5th, and a few players across the league have been linked to the Pistons as possible trade targets. BetOnline says Nets forward Michael Porter Jr. has 2-1 odds to land in Detroit by the deadline. Brett Siegel also says Colin Sexton is a guard that the Pistons, among other teams, are monitoring. The Pistons are also in the news today as center Jalen Duren is on the cover of the latest edition of Slam magazine. The basketball media outlet spoke with Duren about a number of topics, including the origin of the team's signature dog pound and the mentality and energy of the team this season. Duren joins Cade Cunningham and Asar Thompson as the only current Pistons to get on the cover of Slam. Detroit is off until Thursday when they face the Suns at home. And just breaking news in the MLB today, Nolan Arenado was traded from the St. Louis Cardinals to the Arizona Diamondbacks per Jeff Passan. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brennan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, Update Kid. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. I'm going to ask you a question. It might seem obvious to you.
Okay.
Might not. And I think it depends on the day, and I think it depends on the lighting. Is the sweatshirt I'm wearing brown or purple?
That's a great question.
The dress is gold. I'm sorry. What are we doing?
Different thing, yeah.
I mean, from my standpoint here, I think it's a great blend of the two. I think it
weird, huh?
Leads more brown than purple, but I can see why someone might say it's a little bit of a plum color in there.
I've been outside during the day, and it looks like I'm wearing a purple sweatshirt. I come inside, it's a little dark in here, and it looks like I'm wearing a brown sweatshirt. So, I don't know.
Plum. I'm going plum.
You are?
Yep.
So you can see it. I've just looked down at Twitch, and people are like it's all brown. They're brown, but
Well, maybe it looks different on
the
Twitch
screens.
feed.
Yeah.
Let me see what it looks like on Twitch.
Mhm.
It looks exactly the same as I see right now. It's tough. I think that's a tough color, man.
Yeah.
I think it's, and now I see more plum in it than I do brown.
When you, I'm telling you, it depends on the lighting. But it feels like I'm wearing a brown sweatshirt. It looks like I'm wearing
okay
a
with
brown
that?
sweatshirt. I don't really care. It's comfortable. 7 diamonds.
Do you have the same like your thoughts on food are, hey, it's fuel.
Yeah.
Right? As opposed to taste. You're not going for taste
Well,
first.
not
Now, taste
exclusively, but
no,
yes.
Taste factors in, but your number one factor is it's fuel. I want the nutritional value.
Yep.
Are clothes is it about the fit and the feel, or is it about the look? Which is more important?
I like to dress comfortably to come in here when I'm in professional Doug mode, like on Saturdays at the big house that's mostly influenced by the wife.
Okay.
She makes a lot of those critical decisions. So if you have an issue, take it up with her.
Have you lost your privileges?
No.
To dress yourself?
I still get some say.
Like lots of men have when it comes to, being in a married relationship.
If you really don't care all that much and the wife says, that looks good on you, I'm like, let's get it. If that's, remember why guys make decisions?
Oh, I know why guys make decisions. Yeah.
Get you closer to or further
yeah.
from. I still make decisions for those reasons.
Smart.
Yeah. All right. So, Sergey last night, they rode him out in the Corvette.
A burgundy Corvette.
Yes. And he had one back in the day.
Well, this was one from this was not a new Corvette.
Yeah.
This looked like it was like a mid-90s Corvette.
So the topic came up with him last night when he was meeting with the it was with the media, right? I didn't hear him say this in his speech. I tried to buy a Corvette in Moscow. That's still my favorite car. But at the moment, I have a family to take care of, so a 2-seater is not going to cut it. How many people out there think, what did you give up?
Mm-hmm.
when you basically became a father or mother? Like, what is it that was, hey, it's over now, I'm a dad, or it's over now, I'm a mom?
Sex. I'm sorry. Was that too fast?
Seriously.
No, seriously, Kings.
What, when you became a father, went away? Like him? He's like, hey, he's got 2 young kids. What are they, 10 and 8?
They look young, yeah.
Yeah. And so no Corvette for Sergey.
I don't even think, I mean, his reasoning is because of kids, but I think it also works just if you got married. There are things. I know, like in my family, for instance, my dad had some sweet convertible when he first started dating my mom, and then he had to get rid of it. Now, I don't think it was because my mom said get rid of that car, but he realized, hey, I can't have a convertible. You know, when we're living at the time, I think they were living in Chicago, and he's like, probably shouldn't do this with year-round car. My brother, when he was getting ready to, when he was getting engaged and was going to buy an engagement ring, he had a Mustang convertible, like a mid-'80s Mustang convertible that he ended up selling, I think in part to purchase the engagement ring. So these are things that they, in cars specifically, they gave up, like Sergey gave up the idea of having a Corvette because he's got a family and can't really, tool around with the 2 kids in the car.
Our guy Kang is still in pretty good shape back there. But Kang, I know you used to leave here and go to the gym.
Oh, yeah.
Regularly.
Yeah, I know the last time I went to the gym because it was the day before my daughter was born. The first one. So I know the exact date. That I gave up. I also gave up playing video games. Used to play a lot of video games before.
Yeah.
That's out the window.
Yeah.
I bet you guys, speaking of like sticking on the motor stuff, Gator, motorcycles probably, right? Guys are probably giving up.
I think a lot of guys have given up. The wife says, you're not ever riding that again.
Yeah, you're a dad now.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sergey said no Corvette because he's got kids. Many of us have had to make those decisions when you became a dad or became a mom. For me, because we got married and had a kid pretty quick, there was a time right before I got married where I was playing in 3 different hockey leagues. We played 15 games in 17 nights, and we went to TGI Fridays after every single game and sat in the bar. Scott, those days ended. Now, you can make an argument that I still played a lot of hockey, but not nearly as much. And you'd be surprised if you saw me play because I'm not particularly good, but loved it. Now I'm down to once a week, if that.
Do the women give up anything?
Do
you think your wife gave up anything?
I mean, we got women listeners. You can tell us what you gave up. 248-539-9797.
Can't be all one-sided, right?
You'd be surprised.
I like pushing you guys to get in trouble.
The courting is over on my end, so I could just say whatever at this point.
Oh, is the courting over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wanna? I can't leave, and I think she's too tired too.
Defeated couple.
All right, so Sergey said no Corvette because he has kids. What did you give up? Let's go to Hobbs in Livonia on 97.1. What's up, Hobbs?
What's up, boys? Huge fan.
Great.
I have 3 daughters, 6, 5, and 4. When I became a father, I gave up golf. I used to be a scratch golfer and flip-flops. I can't tell you the last time I picked up a club.
Wow. Scratch golfer and flip-flops. There's a degree of jealousy I have towards that. Are we feeling that? We got an update guy here, Chris Fillar, who's a hardcore golfer.
He used to be an update. Now he's a morning show.
Is he now doing that exclusively? Mm-hmm. Sorry, I don't venture over to that side of the building very much. I mean, he admitted his golf game's gonna
completely changed after he had his first child. Yeah.
I also traded in a nice car for the second best car in the family. Have a good day, boys.
248-539-9797.
Yeah, I know guys that have once they got married and once it came to children at a certain age they had to give up like golf memberships, country club memberships or whatever.
Bob and Shelby, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
So, back in the day, when my wife and I had our first son, we were living in a rental house in Clawson, and there was a lot available to build a new house and it was directly behind our minister from the church, and we were thrilled to get that and be able to build our new house. But in order to come up with all the money needed for the mortgage, I had to sell this big, blonde, beautiful Guild 12-string guitar that was made in the USA. I don't even think Guild makes acoustic guitars in the USA anymore. But that guitar, you strum that sucker and it would ring for a half an hour, and I've never been able to find another one like it. Gator, I'm sure you can relate.
I think there's nothing that sounds like a 12-string when it's strummed. It has to be in tune, but yes, they sound great.
Oh yeah, it's got to be. But see, that's the thing. The tuning gears on this Guild were so good that they would hold it in tune indefinitely. You could put it back in the case, leave it for 2 weeks, open it up, and it's in tune again.
That's great.
That guitar was a freak. Anyway, nice talking to you guys.
Appreciate it, Bob. 248-539-9797.
Your dad didn't give up his guitar.
No, he didn't. He still got it. Still got it. In the meantime, what did you have to give up? Sergey, no Corvette. He's got kids. Doesn't make sense. What did you have to give up? In the meantime, college football, some changes coming. One apparently is voted on and is going to get approved. The other one, well, they're pushing for it. We'll get to that today at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Sergey said he had to give up the Corvette and would love to get one, but because of having kids, no go. What is it for you that you had to give up? Let's go to Alex here on 97.1. Hi, Alex.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Nothing much. Just that topic caught my ear, and it takes a lot for me to call in nowadays. And I was like, for some reason, I was like, I don't know what made me call in, but what
you're mad at your wife.
I just wanted to talk, I guess.
Yeah,
to you guys.
you got to share.
Let's talk, buddy. What happened?
So, what I gave up was basically the video games that kept me sane. So I didn't give up video games like what's my man just
Kang,
said it. I'm sorry.
Kang said it. Yeah.
Kang, yeah. But what I did give up, I grew up and I was 24. So I said, there was no more going to the mall and I'm going to go to the sports. I just go to the sports stores, and I know when I'm one of them guys that goes in, gets what I want, gets out. So there was no more going to buy, new Tiger hats, jerseys, the splurging on myself.
The frivolous self-spending.
Exactly. It was all about my daughter, which that's absolutely fine.
Yep.
Even though I was a little tiny tad bit upset because
it takes some getting used to. Everything. The one thing I discovered in this day and age, like everything you can pretty much do with your son, you can do with your daughter. Not everything, but you can play.
Right. Well, and you just hit it on the head. And I told my the fiance at the time, I said, she was like, you're not going to make my daughter a tomboy, blah blah blah. I said, I don't want to make my own daughter a tomboy, but there's always a way. So when she was born, left the hospital, all that, I went and bought her during the going to work era. I bought her a Rip Hamilton pink and white Piston jersey. So I was like, well, if I can't, you can always, you got to balance things in life and substitute things. And I'm a giver. So I was like, well, I can't buy sports stuff for myself like I used to, but I can.
Oh, but you can treat your kids.
Attaboy.
Once they start showing a personality, you can really get in.
Kang, I did this, of course, for our daughter, and I bought her like some purple Derrick Rose basketball shoes.
Sure they weren't brown?
Yes. This confusing sweatshirt I'm wearing. By the way, you can go to Twitch or YouTube and see it and decide for yourself if it's purple or brown. She says these Derrick Rose, this version of these Derrick Rose shoes I got her are worth thousands now. Like, I don't know what they are, but they're like some sort of huge collector's item.
Yeah, it's very possible, man. The sneaker community is a very, very large one and very big in business.
I've just got her some shoes for basketball, and it turns out that apparently I should have bought a few pairs. 248-539-9797. Marie, you're next. Hi, Marie.
Hi, calling in from Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti area.
What's up?
First time calling in. Before I start, just want to say I hope my husband's listening in. I'm listening on the radio. He's usually listening in on his phone. And I'm glad I caught this conversation because with all due respect, all you guys are listening is mainly materialistic things or just time. But you're forgetting some of the most important things. Women, they give up their bodies to carry these children that we love. I went from 91 pounds to 176 pounds on my last appointment to carry a child that was, it was 9 pounds even and then lost some weight. He lost some weight. But not only that, I want to ask you, how many of your wives became stay-at-home wives? We give up our careers and we put that on hold. My husband is in the sports careers. He actually works for the Tigers. Shout out to all of them. So I gave up my career. I put that on hold. That is a huge thing that a lot of men, I think, can't even phantom of giving up. They don't even realize.
So, Marie, two things. One is, if you are attempting to make us feel shame, you are successful.
No.
You are successful.
Yeah, not shame.
No, it's just putting in perspective. There's
I get it.
I want you all to realize with your wives, who are the default parents if your wives are working, because I am a stay-at-home working wife now, because that's what I'm trying to do so we can get better, because he is just beginning his career at the Tigers. Everyone starts somewhere, right?
Yep.
Well, who is the default parent? Typically, it's the mom, because who does the kid want when they're sick? The mom. So the mom goes and picks them up from school, so they have to leave their work. So chances are the men can prioritize all these things and like the materialistic things like going to hockey. I can't even think of, now 3 years later, I'm thinking I can go into co-ed soccer because we're starting to get in there. But
Okay, hold on, Marie. Hold on.
Marie, did you miss the part
You know?
where I said I gave up video games?
I gave up
video
hockey.
games.
I gave up
You
hockey.
still do that? Yeah. Oh, hockey. I gave up. You know what I wanted to say about the Corvette or the golf club? You guys can get your golf clubs back when we can get a new set of boobs. Let's save up our boobs to breastfeed.
Listen,
if
that's a trade out.
Hey,
I think a lot of guys out there would make that trade.
I got to tell you, to hell with the new driver. 248-539-9797. Thank you, Marie. Always good to get some perspective and to get shamed by a total stranger. Jim is next. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, I had a 65 Mustang Fastback in really good shape.
Yeah.
And started having kids and just didn't make sense to have it. And on top of that, my wife had never ridden in it because the car was like Christine. If I went and started it up by myself, it cranked right up. If I was going to take my wife out for a ride, it would never start. And so she never got the ride. And it's like, well, there's no sense in having this car because I want my wife to be with me. So it's like, well, guess I got to get rid of the car.
Yeah. Well, we're doing this because Sergey last night said, hey, want a Corvette, but it doesn't make sense. I got kids. What did you give up for the family, for the kids? 248-539-9797.
My dad somehow was able to hang on to he had a Corvette, 92 Corvette, and I think within 4 months of having it, he got into an accident with my mom. And fortunately, they were okay. Everybody involved in the accident was okay. But I don't think my mom set foot in that car after that day.
Yeah.
And I think she secretly, or maybe not so secretly, wanted him to get rid of that car.
Get rid of the car.
Yeah. So now that is my car. It's ironic that I needed my mom's signature on a lot of things to finally get rid of the car to me.
Let's go to Doug here next on 97.1. Hi, Doug.
Hey, guys. I gave up independence, financial ability, not having to answer to anyone, control of the TV, hobbies, holidays, and then I got 2 pets, in-laws.
Oh, no.
Control of the TV is an interesting one. Kang, you don't have control of your TV.
No.
Evan, I sent Evan a text the other night, and he was watching like Bluey or something right before the Michigan State basketball game.
Kids, you ruin it.
But my wife said very specifically, you can have the basement. So I took it and ran, and I got my setup down there. So, but yes, control of the TV is a big one. None of it compares to your sacrifices, Marie. We get it. Let's go to Scott. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
So growing up in St. Clair Shores, I had a good buddy of mine. He owned 2 Corvettes, and I just fell in love with the car. And I told my wife that if I ever, could, my dream was to own a Corvette. Well, a short time later, we started having kids. Like Sergey, I had to give up my dream, and I bought a Ford Aerostar.
Oh, that's the Corvette of minivans.
Yeah. And the dream came true when I brought home the Honda Odyssey. Yes.
Hysterical.
So anyway, it helped getting the kids around to the soccer games eventually. So I guess it all worked out.
So we specifically very much avoided the minivans. But now, like when we traveled and had to rent a vehicle, and we had the 3 kids and we had all the luggage, and we're trying to get from Seattle to San Francisco or whatever, and we rented a van, it was always the minivans because they were the most cost efficient of the vehicles that could carry. SUVs were more expensive.
Sure.
So I did a lot of minivan driving. Like when we go get my kid from school, we'll get a minivan and load it up with all the stuff. They are the convenience vehicle. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, it's super efficient, especially if your kids are young.
Yep.
Like just the sliding doors, getting them in and out. You don't have to worry about them, wrecking some other car or your own car. Just it's way easier. I don't have one, but I don't care. I would take one.
I went out to see my buddy in LA many years ago, and he had 2 kids at the time, and they were both under the age of like 7. And we picked him up at the airport in a minivan. And I'm like, oh, nice wheels. And he's like, dude, you wouldn't believe how great this thing is. And he turns into like a whole salesman because for his lifestyle, once you give in and accept what's happened, then you buy into everything. You're like, this is incredible. Like Kang, like you said, I just press the button and the door opens up. I don't have, if I got 2 kids, I don't have to like hang on to both of them or set one down and say, don't move while I open it. I just press open the door.
Yep. You got one with captain seating, got that third row. Dude, I'm dreaming right now.
Comes
man.
with a 6 CD changer.
What? What year is this?
I thought it was a long time ago.
They really are convenient. What are the seats that fold under in the back? What are those things called?
5th row seat.
That's like stow and go seating.
Stow and go seating.
Right.
Stow and go seating. Oh, you got to get that third row. Quickly put it away.
You start taking
Use it
baby
for
aspirin
storage.
too.
Yep. Feedback coming in. What did I give up? I gave up my life. That's from Mark and Frazier.
Oh, Mark.
I gave up the sweetest motorcycle money can buy, but it was forced to sell it when my son turned 16. Needed to get to baseball practice. That's from an unnamed texter. I played 174 softball games the year I met my wife. It ended with kids.
Oh.
Next text. My dad gave up his Michigan football season tickets. It might have done more bad than good as a son here. That's from Kyle. From Ryan, I gave up the TV and the gym. The TV is always on YouTube or Disney Plus. I'm watching cable on my phone. Help me. From an unnamed texter, buddies and I had to go to Hooters after work every Thursday. Boss always let us go at 3:30. We all started having kids. Hooters closed. Ugh. 248-539-9797.
There might be some competition for the Lions.
For what? For competition?
Mm-hmm. For an offensive coordinator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Regarding Marie's call, Scott says she dropped the nuclear bomb on this topic. Call Me Leak on Twitch says, what I got from that call from Marie is that people who work for the Tigers listen to 97.1. Oh. Just give Scuba 32 million. If you're listening.
Or sign to a long-term contract.
Oh, that too. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Breaking news. Dallas Mavericks' Anthony Davis is likely to undergo surgery to repair ligament damage in his left hand and miss several months.
Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
So, about those trade ideas for Anthony Davis.
Dude.
Not so much, huh?
No. Who'd they give up for him?
Oh, jeez.
I don't even recall.
Good Lord. All right, you said the Lions have competition.
Yes, according to everyone who covers the NFL. This is Tom Pelissero, just to use his. The Chargers fired offensive coordinator Greg Roman. Now, here's what's interesting. If I took out the name and it had made you play the guessing game, or at least just listen to this sentence, this is tough. Team wins 11 games, despite a slew of injuries on offense. Both starting tackles got hurt. They had 32 different offensive line changes. But after another poor playoff showing, they decided to make the change, and offensive coordinator Greg Roman is out with the Chargers.
So Greg Roman, there's a lot of respect for him. And at one point, I felt like he was a very hot name in coaching. So you're saying, I mean, he does add to the pool of candidates, but you're saying that you think Harbaugh will interview Mike McDaniel.
Well, I would imagine that anybody that has an opening for offensive coordinator would want to interview McDaniel if he doesn't get a head coaching job.
If McDaniel gets a head coaching job, how do you feel about Greg Roman being the Detroit offensive coordinator? I mean, he made a name for himself with Lamar. Okay, now he's really good at the run game. Made a name for himself with Lamar. Slightly different skill set than Jared Goff.
Yes, but he spent the last 2 seasons with the Chargers working with Herbert, but Herbert's obviously got mobility, but he's not designing like let's run the ball with Justin Herbert. But I mean, would that be, again, it's all about fit.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if there's any connection. He spent a lot of time with Baltimore or with Buffalo, San Francisco, and then it's college before that. Doesn't look like his paths have crossed with Dan Campbell in any way. Again, it's about fit. Does he fit or not?
I'm
actually
leaning
think
towards no, but
yeah, I mean, it's failed the last 2 years with the Chargers. But how much input does he really have? I mean, it's Jim Harbaugh's team. You would know better than I would. You know, when it comes to the offense, when Harbaugh was at Michigan, did he kind of have a heavy hand on it?
Harbaugh started as the play caller. He eventually gave up those duties. But
so McDaniel's probably just on paper would be number one candidate for the job for the Lions. But I actually think McDaniel's going to get a head coaching gig. But I
think he probably will too.
But if he doesn't, then the McDaniel's still my number one guy.
All right, I want to play a game with you and Kang. And I'm going to include Kenny in this one here.
Okay. Games.
Yep. As long as nobody has seen this. All right. A Big Ten school just announced that they are building the largest video display in college football. Okay.
Okay.
I want you to guess who it is. Big Ten school has announced they will install the largest main video display in college football, totaling 17,300 square feet. Project includes 16 LED displays that combine for more than 26,750 square feet and 30 million pixels. Gator, I will let you go first.
I will say Oregon.
Oregon is incorrect. Kang.
Which school has invested in the
largest video screen? Big Ten school.
Texas.
Big Ten school.
Oh, they're not in the Big Ten yet?
No.
Nebraska.
It is not Nebraska. Kenny.
I was also going to guess Oregon, but that is incorrect.
Yeah.
So I will pivot and say Michigan State.
Incorrect. Gator.
USC.
Incorrect. Kang.
Indiana.
Incorrect. Kenny.
Illinois.
Bingo.
What?
All right, let's go.
Illinois?
Illinois, according to Brett McMurphy, is installing the largest video display in college football.
For the scores of people that go to the game?
This is a massive scoreboard at Gies Memorial Stadium. If that's how you pronounce it, Gies. I haven't been there in a minute. So, yep, it's Illinois. Illinois. What made you? Was that just a shot in the dark?
I was out of answers. I was out of ideas.
We're only 6 schools in. There's like 30 schools in the Big Ten now. The other news from college football is college coaches have voted to change the redshirt rules. Did you see this, Gator?
No, I have not.
Okay. Apparently, it will come to now be brought before a committee. College coaches want to change the redshirt rules. Now you can play 4 games and still be eligible for a redshirt.
Mm-hmm.
They want to up it to 9.
What?
You can play 9 games and not burn a year of eligibility.
I think that's ridiculous.
Do you?
Well, I mean, it's almost a full season.
I know.
And you get to come back for no. I don't want to be the guy that's holding on too much to the past, right? So
Yep.
I'm trying to be open about this. If it's 4 now, but going from 4 to 9, I mean that's more than double. That seems a little too far of a stretch.
So here's what they don't like. They think the 4-game rule is incentivizing players to shut it down for an extra year of pay. And so they want to allow them to play more if they're going to get paid for more.
I mean, is this putting the cart before the horse? How about you deal with the horse, which is payment of players, and talk about contracts, which is where it should go, and then you can worry about this other stuff.
Like the length of contracts, yeah. Andy Staples says of this, the big discussion today was not about the calendar, but about the 4-game redshirt rule. We need to fix the blanking calendar. The calendar in college football is an absolute disaster. When you have teams playing for national championships that are getting their coaching staffs rated, you work way too hard to have a shot to win it all, to have a system set up where you are incentivized. If you want to get the next job and get paid more, you got to leave before your season's done is one of the dumbest things ever, A. And B, like the portal, I think the portal opens during the season. Players are entering the portal, or players are leaving to enter the portal, and the season's not over. It shouldn't be till after, it should be in May. It should be after spring ball is done. And at least finish the year with the school you committed to. Now, do I like the idea of contracts, long-term contracts? I like that too. It can benefit both the player and the school. They can't pull your scholarship for if you sign a 3-year deal. You got your scholarship for 3 years and your NIL deal for 3 years. But you also can't transfer. They're binding. I like that. Of course, I think coaches' contracts should be binding as well. You sign a 5-year contract, you're there for 5 years. What a novel concept, huh?
Who knew?
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Nice job, Kenny, with the
go,
Illinois poll, 97.1. Gator feedback still coming in on Sergey night at LCA. Jeff and Warren says, I think it was a great celebration last night. My best moment of the night was bringing Karen Newman back to sing the national anthem. You know, I saw somebody post on social media, Karen Newman singing the anthem. I look out on the ice and I see Yzerman and Fedorov and Fetisov, et cetera, and John Keating is doing the...
John was there for the pregame stuff.
And he said, what am I, 9? And I'm like, yeah, it really is a throwback night.
Oh, well, Yzerman mentioned that at the end of his career, he goes, yeah, we're in Carolina. I'm on a line with Shanahan and Fedorov. I'm like, good God.
Right. He just threw that like a throwaway line.
That was the line. That's the line you're at the end of your career, and that's not bad. You know, it's the Hall of Fame trio right there.
Yeah, but a very, very cool night. And
yeah, it
Wings,
was cool.
Wings organization, bravo. Sergey was great.
I guess they had a bunch of people the night before. They had a celebration dinner and all that.
Was
at
it at
LCA.
Dino's place?
No, it was in LCA.
Oh, okay. Because Dino said something to someone like, hey, I didn't see you last night. And I'm thinking, I wonder if Dino threw a bash.
Oh, his place, I believe, is under renovations.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Okay. But, I think they had it at LCA. That's what somebody told me last night. But they had like 60, 80 people, something like that. So there were more people there. Not everybody can make it in town for the event last night, but the ones that were there was great.
Tim in a truck says, I haven't seen the Red Wings play like this in at least 15 years. We're chasing a cup this year. God, I hope you're right.
Oh, that would be great. Don't think that's the case.
Well,
I mean, they're a playoff team, and they can hang with anybody, but can they beat any team in a 7-game series? I don't know about that. But right now, they're playing really good hockey. And here's the other thing. They can improve themselves at the trade deadline.
We've gone through years and years and years of not yet. And Yzerman, if you have a first-place team at the trade deadline, this might be the time to give it some gas. This might be the time to give it some gas and make a painful parting with a prospect. But for somebody that says, I mean business, we're trying to win the cup this year. And I guess the team has to do their part.
Yeah, they passed on Quinn Hughes because they didn't like the asking price. They thought it was too much to give up.
He wasn't going to sign here long term, right?
Well, that was the other thing, is that they wanted to have some sort of assurance, apparently, that at least that's the reporting on it, that they wanted an assurance that he could get a long-term contract signed because Hughes is a free agent after next season. So if you're going to give up a wealth of players and draft picks, then you better hope that you can re-sign this player. And you couldn't even get into those discussions with said player until after this season is done to start working on an extension. But the asking price apparently with Edvinsson as part of that package was just too much. Like, they're willing to part with a lot of players, but adding Edvinsson to that package was not advisable. So they passed on him. He went somewhere else. Is that a harbinger of things to come, that they're willing to make deals with teams for the right player, but it's got to be the right cost too. But at least it seems like they want to open lines of communication. There are plenty of rumors out there that speculate who they should be looking at. But we'll see. We still got, like I said, almost, I think, 2 months worth of time.
Well, trade deadline's March 6th. There is some speculation out there and some reporting that the Olympic break could serve as sort of a pre-trade deadline, that there is a trade freeze during the Olympics, but teams might try and get some moves done before that. So, could be interesting. It'd be fun to see. Look, the trade deadline in hockey in a different era was a massive storyline in Detroit sports.
It was the greatest.
And it was a lot of fun. And then that went away. It went away because the system changed and the team hasn't been nearly as competitive, obviously. So when you get right down to it, though, this year might be different. And if it doesn't happen,
you talk about F them picks.
Freak out. Well, they F them prospects, F them picks.
It didn't matter in the late 90s. They were just,
From Scott and Carlton. Guys, I was at Lidstrom's retirement ceremony in a suite. It was incredible, but I remember we lost that game to Colorado. The loss put a damper on it.
I do remember that at the Joe.
D in Wolverine Lake says the LCA was packed for the ceremony, but half empty for the overtime. Wings playing for number 1 overall in the East, and most had left.
That I was actually going to say that is true. That halfway through the third period, I think people just wanted to get a head start on traffic. Left, it was a 3-0 lead, and then all of a sudden, power play, goal, and it's tied up. Those that stayed were rewarded, as always. You know, you're going to sometimes you make the call to, okay, guys, let's go.
I don't know if it's always that way.
No, it's not. I said sometimes you make the call, let's go, and it's nothing happened in the time that you left, and then other times you have a game like last night where not only they tie it up, we'll go to overtime, but then the Red Wings get the winner in overtime. It was exciting.
Favorite moment last night was when Sergei said, "My bad for leaving." Once again, didn't have to, but it was awesome that he did. Congrats to Sergei, one of the fastest and most entertaining players to wear the winged wheel ever. Long overdue. Long overdue. When I say long overdue, that makes me feel like they have done him dirty.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes you need time.
Yeah, well, last played in 2008-2009 NHL season, finished up his career with the Washington Capitals. This is quite a few years after that. So I think they waited a long time, and I think they waited too long, but they got it done, and they did it right.
I got misty-eyed the whole night, man. It brought back some memories. From an unnamed texter, we're just retiring random players' numbers now. When is Andreas Athanasiou going into the rafters now that the precedent is set?
Troll.
Bruno in Dearborn says, Sergei night. I was there last night, and when Sergei mentioned he made a mistake by leaving, I was blown away. Rarely does an athlete do that. So glad that Mrs. Illich was there, too. Also, another shocker was Karen Newman back to sing the national anthem. What a night.
She sounded great.
Guys, there's only 9 numbers up in those rafters. I watched 3 of them play in their prime. I didn't realize how lucky I was growing up watching those teams. Oh, the Red Wings totally spoiled this town for a while there.
I mean, what was it, 25 years almost of playoff hockey?
Scott writes in, this Wings team is oozing credibility. Can you think back to how you felt last year and the year before around this time?
Well, around this time last year, Todd McClellan was on the job for about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And they had started to win. Remember, they lost that first game against Toronto that he had taken over. And then they started a little bit of a win streak and started getting back towards that credibility era. But I feel like this is different. This is the entire season to this point. They've been basically in first place the whole year and maintaining that. And yes, it's a tight race in the Eastern Conference, but they're still maintaining this level of play. And they're getting contributions from everybody, that they've been able to, knocking on wood, handle any injuries that have come their way. And there are young players that are making contributions, or KG Wiley veterans are making contributions. The goaltending has gotten a lot better. Gibson played out his mind last night for most of the game. I'm not sure how many of those 3 goals I would fault him on, but he stopped the first 23 shots he faced.
Yeah,
and there were some tough shots, man. He did a great job, and that's what they wanted to get when they made the move to sign him in the offseason. This was going to be the guy that hopefully was going to lead this team. Had some great experience in his past, and now he's stepping into that role. The defense in front of him is playing better. It is credible hockey, and they've got multiple, weapons that can score goals at any given moment. And then it's also fun that they've got this chase going on with, Patrick Kane. Yeah, he got the 500 goals, but he's only a few points away from becoming the all-time U.S.-born points leader. He can pass Modano in the next game, perhaps.
It's Kane 2.0 here, and 3-on-3 overtime hockey is spectacular. There's so many there were so many chances. It's so much fun to watch. And no, I don't want it in the postseason, but it's so much fun to watch. And I look down and I'm like, God, this is only 5 minutes long. And I look down and there's still 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. And it's just been end to end, chance after chance.
Yeah, it's ready, set, puke the whole time.
What's up, Rico?
What's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm good. I felt the way about the runner on second in Major League Baseball. I liked it.
Did you?
I did, because
I don't have an issue with
it. Right,
it
was like a whole new strategy. Like, okay, what do? Do you go for that one run, or do you try to go for multiple runs? Do you play small ball? Like,
and it's regular season,
right?
Only applies there. So
that's why I was smiling. Like, yeah, I took a lot of grief because I was like, I actually like the runner on second.
Well,
let's get this thing over with.
Look, if you're old school and I mean, there's some things. I'm trying not to be stodgy old man, yell at clouds. I'm having some success. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we're going to break down Doug's 15 games in 17 days.
Yeah, the hockey. Yeah, that was fun.
That's impressive.
There's a lot of trips to Fridays, too. I'll tell you that.
Oh, boy.
We're going to talk a little bit about the Wings to start, and then Sheila's message to the season ticket holders.
Great. Have a great show, Rico. Thanks for stopping in. Gator, you have a great day. Kang, thank you. Kenny as well. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Red Wings are right back at it tonight against the Bruins at 7:30. Although Boston is fifth in the Athletic Division, they've been hot lately, winners of 5 of their last 6. You can hear that 7:15 pregame right here on 97.1. Lions owner Sheila Hamp Ford sent a letter to Lions season ticket holders that included the following, quote, "Our results on the field this season were not what any of us envisioned, and frankly were not good enough. While we do not believe it's time for drastic change, this is an opportunity for us to refocus, evolve, and move forward," end quote. It's a busy week for former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel. Today he's interviewing with the Lions for their offensive coordinator job. Michigan State takes on Indiana tonight at the Breslin Center. They changed the start time last week from 8 to 7. Ken Pom ranks the Hoosiers as the 27th best team in the country. Wow, Pistons center Jalen Duren has been named the cover player for Slam Magazine today. NBA trade talk is heating up as well. According to Shams, Anthony Davis likely to have surgery on his hand and miss several months. Despite that, there is renewed interest to trade him. Davis would likely be able to return for the playoffs. The Tigers have signed left-handed pitcher Brian Sammons to a minor league deal. Sammons pitched briefly for the Tigers in 24 before heading to Japan. The Arizona Diamondbacks have traded for Cardinals third baseman Nolan Arenado as well. St. Louis eating $31 million of his $42 million due this year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi, everybody. We got a jam-packed show. Going to be a lot of football today as well. Very newsy day. We also have the latest in As the Scooble Turns, a Ken Rosenthal interview. But we're going to start with this because I feel, I want to choose my words carefully. I don't feel bad, but it feels odd. The Red Wings are hot as a firecracker. And another big win, another big overtime win. I feel like they win every overtime game. Beat Carolina. They're number one. And I juxtapose it with, yeah, but I've seen the movie before. And I feel guilty almost that I can't allow myself to wrap my arms around it.
Yeah, we're Leo in the tuxedo on the boat.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know what's going to happen, but right now, he's looking good. He's eating good.
Life is bliss.
Right.
And you know the iceberg, or in this case, the February swoon, is right around the corner. And it's hard because this is the most complete they've looked. Now, let me say this. The rebuild, much like the Sergei retirement, has taken way too long. So I'm not even in joy phase anymore. You know, if Costa wants to touch his chandelier, that's great. In year 7, you owe us the playoffs. It's almost like a bill. Like you owe us that. Okay, we've eaten the food for 7 years. Just put the bill on the table so I can go home. But Kenny has said from the beginning of the season, and Kenny is our hockey elite, don't do it. In fact, he's demanded we don't get excited. Now, both things can be true. This team's doing everything right. We finally feel like we have the coaching in place. We are getting an adequate amount of scoring. We are getting John Gibson playing some of the best hockey of his career over, let's say, a 4-week span. And it's like, okay, this looks the best it's looked. But I can't let go of the last 3 years. I'm afraid. So I want to use Kenny as the arbiter. It's going to be our word of the day, especially when it gets to the Scooble stuff. I want Kenny to be the arbiter of justice. And I would love to know Kenny's thoughts. Because what I'm not going to come on the air and do is, oh my God, he came out in a Corvette. I don't care. So look, God bless. It's wonderful. It's about 15 years overdue. Glad we got that done. Yeah. That way people who like Sergei are still alive, albeit in their 50s. Kenny, please. And it's totally okay. Listen, I want to say this too, because you know how Kenny gets. I don't want you to fear reprisal. There's no rakes. If you come on the air and you go, fellas, mea culpa, I'm throwing caution to the wind, and you're in love like Buddy the Elf, and you're going to run around singing you're in love and break into a meeting with Peter Dinklage, I'll accept that. Feeling strong? Call me Elf one more time.
But you're a little elf.
Now, so I'm not mad if you say, guys, I'm giving up the ship. I believe. I'm also not mad if you go, no. A, I'm not going to take a bunch of joy in January 13th with almost 40 games to go. And B, this is taking so damn long. You know what? Just get there. And then maybe I'll smile. I want to know where you're at, and I want to know where the hockey elite are at. I'm not going to do a play-by-play of Sergei's number retire. I mean, just stop. You want a bouquet of roses? I'll go buy you some.
As you said, it was just years.
It was decades
overdue. Yeah, right. It was like one of the most tired topics here in Detroit of, when is it going to retire his numbers? It's like, okay, I get it. You were angry. You were spiteful, but come on.
Just do the damn thing.
Right.
And they did it, and they made it right, and that's great. And it was good to have him back. Yippity-doo-dah. I just, there are more important things like the actual game. That's where my focus is. Kenny, to the main stage.
I remember it was 2, maybe 3 years ago. That too. There was 2, maybe 3 years ago where we had a conversation where you were like, guys, look out. It was around this time of year. Guys, look out. The Red Wings, pay attention to what they're doing. They're actually, they're good. They're watchable. They're fun. And I, at the time, was excited. At the time, it was only optimism. But now, if you look at where they are in the standings, first and foremost, they're at the top of the standings. They're also 8 points out of falling completely out of the playoffs. So a week, maybe 2 of bad hockey erases everything that they've done. And around this time of year, they've proven they can do that. But also, I want to do some stat comparison. Team A, +4 goal differential, top of their division. Team B, +79 goal differential at the top of their division. One of those teams is Colorado, a legitimate top of the division type of a team. One of them is the Detroit Red Wings at the top of their division. Now, I'm not saying that you have to be a +79 goal differential team to be real.
Colorado's historically good.
Correct.
That might be a little bit much.
No, but my point is, though, they up until this point, they've had a negative goal differential until just this week. I'm not saying they're not real, and I'm not saying they can't make the playoffs. Don't get it twisted. But I'm saying this, same as it ever was, look back at the last year and the year before that and the year before that and the year before that. What conversation do we constantly have, not just with the Red Wings, but with the Tigers, but with the Pistons, but with the Lions, is what are they going to do at the deadline? What are they going to do in the offseason? And the answer always seems to be disappointing, specifically with this Red Wings team.
So if I said to you, do you want to do the car flag bit, or do you want to do a scale of 1 to 10?
Let's do a scale of 1 to 10. Because I don't even want to think about car flags right now.
Okay. What's your trust in this? What's your trust that they're going to make the playoffs?
My trust in them making the playoffs.
I'm a 6. Just if you needed a reference, I'm a 6. I believe in it more than I don't, yet I'm scared based on recent history of what they've done. And that you're relying on some young people, and late in the season that becomes difficult in a congested East. I'm about a 6.
I'm about a 5.5. Because I feel like 5's a bit of a cop-out. I feel like they have more of a chance than they don't, but also, how much of a surprise would it be if they had either a terrible February or a terrible March and somehow stumbled their way out? I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, by the way, people. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm saying it's totally possible and believable based on their track record up to this point.
It wouldn't surprise me at all based on we've lived it. Now, do they seem to have more answers to the test than they had in previous years? Yes. But look, man,
I'm at a 6.
I'm also just holding my breath because I'm being candid with you. It doesn't matter what you're doing right now. It's January 13th. I mean, there's so much hockey left. They have this stupid Olympic break that's going to chop up the momentum, which I hate. I hate everything about what hockey does in that.
It's like a 3-week break.
It's a joke. With a rink that's not even done yet, by the way.
Middle of February, the rink isn't done. It's not even the same dimensions as an NHL
It's
rink.
basically Kaz-Tech's football field.
Right, exactly. That's a great way
They
to put
built the Kaz-Tech hockey rink. 4 feet short.
David's answering phones. He's very upset by that comment.
Right. But no, I just, that's the problem is, I know I've been very positive at this time of year the last 3 years, and I end up looking like more of a horse's ass than I already am. So I'm reticent to do that. But I think Kenny's point, while goal differential isn't the end-all, be-all, it is a telling statistic, not as it relates to Colorado. I think the better point Kenny made is they were a negative differential team until this week. How sustainable is that as it would relate to quality, as it would relate to who you really are? That does scare me for the back half of the season, that if you're going to win by the skin of your teeth every night, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's like the 50-50 games. Like, it's great when it happens, but, man, you're living on that razor's edge, and
And by the way, not to get into the weeds because I won't, because we'll lose all of our listeners. But in every single nerdy metric that I could cite, the Red Wings are the middle of the pack in every last one of them.
Well, look, even if there's regression, they may. While there's not a great amount of padding, I also don't want to make 8 points be this one-game swing. Kenny, it would take, let's call it 2 weeks of bad hockey. Now, they're more than capable of putting that together. We've already seen it once this year. So I don't know. I want to know where the people are at. And look, the other thing, too, is just I am a different type of fan. You guys can react whatever way you want. I just find it odd. People want to call up and be angry with this franchise over a 7-year term, and then they want to do euphoria. It's like, no, I'm at a point now the playoffs are owed. It's baked in. If they make it, great. Congrats, you showed up for work. The euphoria would have been 2 years ago or even last year. I'm done. It's an impossibility. Like if you're in a rebuild and you don't make it in 7 years, dude, I'm not throwing a pizza party for that. So I'm just different. But I know people, look, and again, it all depends on it's on an individual caller by caller basis. I'm waiting and seeing because I've believed the last 2 years and I ended up being bitterly disappointed and angry.
I think we all kind of fell for that same bait, and we thought, okay, this year.
But I like that Kenny's not serving a poo-poo platter. No. I think that's important.
That's personal growth. Kenny is kind of separating the fandom from reality.
Especially after their 2 best wins of the year, arguably, blanking Montreal on a Saturday night, 4-0 at Bell Center. And then you come home and beat a Carolina team who busts everybody's balls. That team is pestilence. And you beat them. And by the way, scoring 4 goals on Carolina, you're doing the Lord's work there. So, again, if Kenny served the poo-poo platter, I was going to have to be Guy Smiley, which I don't like being.
Doesn't matter that they gave up the lead.
No, I think battling back and winning that game. Look, Carolina is one of the barometer teams in this league, not just the East. Generally speaking, that's a team you have to go through. I've had to watch my team do it. I hate playing Carolina.
They're a tough out. They're a tough team to play against in every phase.
It feels like they have 7 people on the ice.
Yep.
I hate it. So, no, credible. What?
Whoa.
What?
Mike Tomlin stepping down.
Well, man, you got to do the...
I didn't know if he was on the phone or not.
Hey, we got breaking news from 97.1. Mike Tomlin stepping down. All right, David?
Yeah, I saw it actually 30 minutes ago before it came out. Someone sent me some stuff, so...
Well, you didn't share it with us, so I don't really care to hear your cool story. You good with this?
I'm messing with Rico. I just found out just like he did.
I was going to say, don't do that.
I thought maybe he was on the phone, and I'm like, I don't want to...
Honestly, now you need a villain arc. Now they should hire John Harbaugh.
They should switch
The Raven
coaches.
becomes the Steeler, and the Steeler becomes the Raven.
We'll pull a Rick Pitino.
I don't care. I think it's hilarious. Yeah, Tomlin had to go. You've just reached the end. He can both be a good coach and have overstayed his welcome. I think the Ravens, it's the Spider-Man meme. Ravens are Steelers, Steelers are Ravens.
Who's going to be the next coach for the next 50 years?
Yeah, I was going to say, that's like a blood oath when you take the Steelers job.
This will be what, coach number 4?
In
Sure will.
80 years.
4.
So Mike Tomlin, add it to the coaching carousel. It's pretty wild stuff. 248-539-9797. The Packers could have learned from that. We'll get your phone calls next. 97.1. You know, Rico just pointed something out that's in the chat, and I want to assure you, this hockey topic will not be derailed by coaching hijinks, okay? The last time we did a Wings thing, Sharon Moore not keeping his pants on interrupted a wonderful topic. And no, we brought up the Wings again today. Mike Tomlin stepping down will not derail this bus. The GPS is plugged in, and we are doing this. Great job by the people in the chat, though, because that's a good memory. I forgot about that.
We've become the Castellanos home run now.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm ever going to put this headset on again. You think? By the way, congrats on the CW gig with the ACC, Tom. David, what's the initial response? You know, what is the trust in what you're watching as you offset that against how this team has fallen apart? I think clearly they're a better version of themselves, but I don't think people are wrong for taking a little bit of a wait and see. And I also don't think euphoria is warranted. It's year 7. You owe us this. It's this or GTFO. Hi, David. Mike Tomlin stepped down.
I'm in the non-euphoria camp, too. Happy with each win, but I know bad stretches will be lurking, especially after the Olympic momentum killing
Am
break.
I putting too much into my disdain of the Olympic break as a non-hockey elite who's in the probationary period of hockey elite? Like, I hate what the NHL does. You're breaking up the fundamental height of your season here. Like, you're just going, man, hockey's just getting rolling, football's done, cutscene. Buongiorno, it's the Olympics.
I'll tell you what, this would suck a lot less if the Wings were like somehow like petering out a little bit here, but the fact that they're playing well and they're being interrupted by this, that kind of does suck.
And to go to Kaztex hockey rink.
Well, maybe it'll have some type of...
Rico, it doesn't have a roof.
Okay.
Barely has a roof.
Yeah,
Correction, it barely has a roof.
Retractable roof. Okay.
I don't think they finished the seats yet for the
So
fans.
it's like old Cowboy Stadium where
Yeah.
God looks down upon it.
Rico, the pictures of this thing, you're going, guys, the Olympics are not a surprise. This wasn't a dinner reservation you made 2 weeks ago.
Wait. That was this year?
Wait, we needed ice? What do you mean?
Mamma mia.
You know
we
what?
need a roof?
We need to put in for some overtime.
I got to tell you, I blame Mike entirely for this.
You can blame my people. That's fine. We take a long time to construct things. Michelangelo didn't finish the Sistine Chapel in 10 hours. David?
I'm at a 4. SOL is gone, but SOW is born. Same old Wings.
Man, after their 2 biggest wins of the year to storm the gates and be the one, I don't know, man. SOW? Come on. Even I think that's a little fair, and I don't mind
you gotta
sarcasm.
earn your way out of it in March.
Okay. David, go ahead.
My trust is at a 6. I need to see how they come out of the Olympics just because of the 4 Nations, what it did and derailed this team. Either way, they need to go and get 2 defensemen to improve the bottom pair.
I was going to say, is that a better question is what is the deadline to actually start believing? Is it the deadline?
Well,
Is it
you're the one
actual
who
trade
said deadline earlier. Look, me being at a 6 for belief means I believe. Now, if you want to say it's tepid, because a 5 would be neutral and a 4 would be I slightly don't believe, that's fine. I'm not ready to go to a 7 or an 8 just because there's so much hockey left. And I just, the goal differential thing matters. It's no different than football when you see one team who's got the same record and they're 80 points better than you, and this other team wins every game by the skin of their teeth. Yeah,
Hey, the Lions had a ton of sacks this year.
Yeah, well, if you want to see what time to pressure looks like, it was what Houston did last
That's
night.
exactly my point.
You don't need a sundial to wait for when the sack's going to happen. And Hike, dead. I mean, Daniil Hunter, he was like a spirit that enveloped it.
Right, even if the pass got off, the
dead.
receiver was just like, nope, don't throw me.
And I truly thought because Rodgers gets rid of the ball quickly that would give us a chance. It didn't matter.
David, he's already in the Amazon drinking tree bark.
I think
It's over, buddy.
DK got one pass that he got off quickly. And then that
was
you know
the
what?
first quarter, and then it was
and they
over.
were like, okay, we're going to scratch that off. That's never going to happen again.
To the people, your level of trust in what you're watching with the Wings. And obviously, the last couple of years plays a role in hesitancy. There are no bad fans. If you're all in, I think there's some points you could make. Yeah, it's credible. If you're doubting, I don't think you're a bad person. So let's just see what the range of emotion is. Chris will bat lead off, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good man. Good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon, sir.
This year's a little different for me. I've been on the not believer side. I've been flip flopping. This year, I'm more. I would say a 7. The reason being is, it really does. You hit the nail on the head a second ago. It comes down to the deadline. What we're adding, and I understand why we haven't in the years past. I don't think this team was at a spot to arguably last year we could have added and continued on. But I mean, what Stevie inherited in this team compared to what he inherited going into Tampa, completely different. This team, Ken Holland left this team high and dry. Absolutely ridiculous how he left this team. So what Stevie's been building, I don't think it was right to add these pieces. Now I think we're there. I also think that over the past couple of years, the number one factor in our fall in March is our goalie situation. I think that every team that's made the playoffs, you either got one goalie that hey, that's our guy, or you even have two goalies that, like Boston had a couple years ago. That is our biggest. That's our Achilles heel. I mean, as it is everyone, but
so
definitely
you believe this is not the real John Gibson? What you've seen over the last 4 or 5 weeks?
I think that it's hard. It's hard for me because what he do prior to December, right? He was statistically the worst starting goalie in the NHL, right? I'm in the spot where we have Trey Augustine coming from Michigan State in a month or two, whenever the NCAA season ends. So you're going to have Kosa and Augustine in the AHL. Kosa's been lights out in Grand Rapids. In my opinion, I think you kind of give him a couple games up here, see how he does, and that way if there is a downfall in Gibson or Talbot, you have him as your, hey, we're going to bring this kid up because we know he's a stud. I think that's our biggest, and then adding a defenseman or two. I think, and figuring out what the heck's going on with Marco Kasper. That's those I feel like are our biggest areas. But I do think this team is primed to make the playoffs. I think. And
I mean, listen, to your point is if you take the aggregate, Gibson's numbers, I mean, he's one of the, on a save percentage level, he's one of the 5 worst starting goalies in the league in the aggregate. Then you separate the last 4 to 6 weeks and you go, okay, this dude's playing outer worldly. I don't know what to say there, but here's my problem. Chris, you're naming a list of concerns that makes it sound like this team's not good when in fact they are. But see, that's where, I mean, Kenny, how do you grade out Chris has got a lot of red flags here. I mean, I tell me, is Chris being too hard on him?
I don't think he's being too hard on him, but I mean, it's hard not to understand where that comes from, right? Because this team has built up so much bad faith in the fan base, whether it's been last year, the year before that, the year before that. Like I said last segment, I mean, it feels like we're having the same conversations year over year over year.
Oh dear, yeah. Here, I just pulled this up. Oh dear, this is like Gibson last 4 to 6 weeks. Gibson for the season. Ready? Gibson on the season, Kenny. Do you know where his goals against is?
3 something.
No. Goals against about a 2.8, but it ranks 29th. Save percentage, 901.
Yeah, I saw it was 902 yesterday, and that's after coming off of a very good last 4 weeks.
But my point is, you juxtapose the two. I'm okay if he has doubts about Gibson 3 months from now. If this is the Gibson you're getting, you're in. You're making it, and you're going to be a real playoff team like we wanted. But is this the real get? I get if someone calls in about that. The problem is, isn't that basically 90% of hockey fans would have questions about their goalie?
But also, like, is this not the conversations we have every year of, is this the real, like, take Gibson out of it. Is this the real Red Wings?
I want it to be.
Or is that the real Red Wings?
I want it to be, but I need to come out of the All-Star break, the Olympic break. The 4 Nations thing messed me up. The 4 Nations is like PTSD. They went in as one team, and then they came out as Harvey Dent with half a head. Flip the coin. All right, so listen, we'll get to your phone calls. Yes, we got a ton of Lions stuff. And yeah, breaking news today, Mike Tomlin has stepped down as Steelers head coach. David is actively drinking right now on the job in celebration.
He's putting a Kittle. Bring the tequila bottle.
We'll get more of your phone calls next, 97.1. Straight back to the people. We're asking you your level of trust in what you see from the Red Wings. They're arguably their two best wins the last two games. Blank in Montreal at Bell Center. Come home. Carolina is a barnacle you can never shake loose from your boat. That was a hell of a win. Yes, the Sergei stuff is great, but if you think this show's doing what's your favorite Sergei memory, I'm sure the morning show will give that to you. For me,
most people can't even remember Sergey.
Well,
Brin.
it took
Been
long
that
enough.
long.
Yeah. Basically, Sergey's fans are all look like Sam Elliott. The point I'm making is I'm a 6. Scale of 1 to 10. I trust it more than I don't, but I am careful because Kenny keeps making fun of me of how much I trusted it the last 2 years. Yeah. I need to see them come out of Italy.
Well, I was about to say, I need to see what this team looks like after the break.
Because
Can
of what
they
the
pick
Four
it back
Nations
up?
did to everybody. To the people, we go to Steve. He's in Detroit. He's up next. Stevie, what's good, buddy?
What up, Doe?
How you doing?
Guys, I called you a couple weeks ago. Made you guys a little bet. Don't know if you remembered. I was going to get you a catered lunch if they didn't make the playoffs, and that includes whatever TJ wants to eat.
I do remember that.
Now I do remember this call with the TJ one-liner. Yes.
Yeah, those Zins kill an appetite, and I know. But in the words of Larry David, I'm feeling pretty
good
about my bet. Let's just put some numbers around this. Right now, shout-outs to MoneyPuck.com. Their odds to make the playoffs are about 78%. I think it's 82 if we win tonight. Or in better terms that you guys will understand because it's only January, 2 car flags up.
Okay.
Me, I'm 100%. They will. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
And all of you have until the Olympics to get on, not this ride, not this journey, this wagon. Okay. And
wagon. Whoa. Hold on there, Mr. Goal Differential. I don't know that you can't use a wagon term with this
The
team.
man is buying us lunch, including TJ. He believes in a wagon.
Mike, I've been calling you for 3 years predicting this day was going to come, and I can't wait to call back in the spring because I'm going to be requesting that lead-ins we play your favorite song, Red Wings, My Red
Oh, we
Wings.
can do that for you. That song is a staple of this program. I love that
And
song.
I remember back in the day, I believe it was either Caputo or Regner used to host a show, and they used to play something with drops to that song. So
Yes.
we get some drops in that song.
Done and
I want
done.
a Ken Kyle. Woohoo!
It works.
Give me a Ken Cal woohoo after that.
Oh, we will do a full remix. I mean, Steve, listen, we all want the same thing, but here's my question. So you are obviously diehard hockey guy.
Oh, yeah.
What about the point I made of the joy quotient? Like you said, you've been foretelling this day for years, and now it's year 7 of the rebuild. It's taken so long. Does it take any of the joy where you're like, look, this is owed to me, damn it?
Nope. Because the first caller had it, and I know you guys are going to hate it, but Holland really put
we're
us
still
behind
doing
an 8
this?
ball into a way that we don't have time to discuss on this radio, or else your ratings would go into a snooze fest.
Thank you for not sending
I
us
would
into a
love-
retention pond. I appreciate that.
I know, but let's just compare this team to last year's and make it really easy for you. Goaltending is vastly improved. You guys have already touched on
Yes.
that last segment. Compare the points they've banked this year to last year, and they have a coach that actually calls them out, unlike every
Yeah.
time I call it.
The coaching's the biggest thing. They didn't wait 35 games to make a move. They've got
I
one
don't need
hurdle to
to.
clear. They just got to not, whatever happened from Four Nations, just please don't let this break upend this deal. But I'm with you.
It
You're
won't.
going to be
It's a
right,
depth
Steve.
story.
You're going to be
There's
right
depth.
by the one point you made. They probably have, quote, banked enough points to get this thing home.
It's more than that, though. Because compare one other thing, depth scoring. Remember Tarasenko last year? I don't. He was asleep. Compare him to JVR this year, this is who James Van Riemsdyk is and always has been. And he's, playing third-line minutes? Great depth scoring. And also, we have something that we didn't have last year that I would say probably 28, maybe even 29 other teams in the league wish they had. Mo Seider and Simon Edvinsson pairing. I mean, unless you have Cale Makar and Taves in the back, these guys are elite. And Seider is playing at borderline Norris Trophy level here. And I want to give a special shout-out to another depth scoring. Remember this time last year when a certain player went down? I owe an apology to Chris Drape. I'm sorry. I mean, Andrew Kopp. Andrew Kopp is playing out of his mind.
Okay, well, time out. So time out. So guy plays a nice couple of weeks, and now we're doing Steve, don't apologize. It's a terrible contract. Steve, we got to stop. We can't do – Steve, you're killing me. The call's good, but we got to stop. We're not doing apologies. Andrew Kopp's deal is terrible. A nice month of hockey doesn't absolve what has been a largely disastrous 4-year deal. Come on, man. Kenny, you can grade it out. If I'm being unfair, that's fine. The fan apology thing, 7 years of bad pro personnel, and now you want to offer apologies on January 13th. Come on, man.
I think you both can be right.
Come on.
I think you're right that this, in sum total, has been a bad contract and a bad deal for Detroit. That being said, he has had a very nice year.
That's fine. But they're both true.
Yes.
I don't need him trying to offer some apology. Stop that. You as fans apologize for nothing.
Could have been like, oh, where was this in past years? Oh, availability is the best ability, and also you weren't very good in prior years.
See, that's the part of fandom I don't get. Why would a fan feel a need to apologize?
Because fans also feel the need to defend and fight and stand up.
It's year 7. You don't apologize for nothing. They owe this to you. I mean, what are we doing? That's like apologizing to the pizza place that you placed the order. You waited 7 years for the pizza. You owe me this pizza.
Right? But you become invested in this pizza.
Hey.
You become invested in this. That's what fans do. They defend. They
Then
fight.
what's wrong with me? I don't do any of that.
You've been broken.
They're a different kind of fans now.
No.
There are fans who get kicked out of the living room during a Giants game, and there are fans who do not get kicked out of the living room.
I was 9.
Put it this way.
It was an emotional time.
If we ever do Mikey the movie, the little boy after the Eagles game, he's going to play you.
I love
at
that
10.
kid. A.J. Brown can't be here. Get him out of
I
town.
want him flipping burgers.
I love that kid.
You're broken.
Kevin Patullo stinks. This was my Christmas present. I love that kid.
I can just imagine you at the
kid
Super
has
Bowl.
the future.
This quarterback sucks. Mikey, I swear to God, one more word out of you and you're getting it. Well, he sucks. Out of here.
So I was Buddy the Elf.
I can just see you muttering it under your breath. Well, it still sucks.
You criticize Jeff Hostetler one more time. You feeling brave? Let's go to Joe. 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, Rico, and the gang. How's it going today?
How you doing, boss? What's the word?
Good. So I'm going to be at the game tonight in Boston, and I think tonight's going to be a big litmus test for the Wings. I'm at about a 5 on the confidence scale. 2 big wins against Montreal and Carolina. Tonight you're going into Boston to play a mediocre Bruins team. You can ask Kenny to give you a Boston Bruins deep dive. The Bruins stink.
Oh, Kenny hates
the
him.
Wings come out. I want to see the Wings come out tonight and take the Signetti approach. Just drop a bomb on this team. They're not very good. Build some confidence, you know?
Mike, what's the listen, Joe, what's the pregame now? What's the plan here? How early are we getting down there to the north end?
Well, I'm at work till about 5:30.
Damn.
I work like 2 miles away in the city. Hop on the train and go down there.
It's perfect. You'll land right in the building. Public transportation's a wild concept.
Sounds me right there. And Mike, before I go, I want to say I find it funny. This is now the second time that you're doing the Lord's work, trying to do a hockey topic, and here comes football with the chair drop.
Here comes the football gods going, no, you will not.
No.
But we are staying the course, Joe. I appreciate that. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, yeah.
I like TD Bank North as a building. It's a very cool place. But yeah, I'm with him. Drop a bomb on him.
Oh, yeah. And the train does drop you right off. Is it inside the building?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, it's right downstairs.
Yeah.
It's pretty great. I was going to say a number of good places around there. He could have set himself up pregame. But Joe's doing it all today. Full day of work, Zoom downtown. I mean, now, Kenny, are the Wings going to deliver tonight or are they going to bleep themselves?
I think on a back-to-back after an emotional win with the Fedorov thing, if they lose tonight, it wouldn't shock me.
Oh, no.
It wouldn't shock me in the least.
Where's that deflator drop? Come on.
Yeah, you're right. I'm mean, angry Kenny, and the Wings are terrible. That's what I said.
There you go, Kenny.
You got Joe leaving the office to go down there, and look what you just did.
I'll be watching. I hope they win. But, man, like on an emotional back-to-back, remember the old scheduled losses in the NBA that you used to talk about? This feels kind of like that for the Wings.
So the emotional high is Sergei's ceremony.
But the Bruins aren't any good.
Okay.
Big travel.
Back-to-back travel day, emotional
You know
high.
what? That's why it's a litmus test. I like it. I like what caller Joe had to say.
So they win, they're for real. They're for real.
No, I just think it would be a real inflection point. Like, no,
would be
hey,
an exclamation point on this.
This would be a point towards wagon status.
All right, relax a little bit.
No? Okay.
Relax a little bit. Gonna blow it in March and April. Red Wings, my Red Wing.
I was like, wait, where'd that drop come from? That was actually
I did not have that on my board. All right. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. How do they do it? Well, they try to make things easy for you. GM employees, immediate family members, a 26 Trax LT, $299 a month, $999 down. Or GM employees and immediate family members, a 26 Equinox LT, $299 a month, $999 down. And as always, it's straightforward, no runaround, no nonsense. And Moran, they offer free loaners for all your scheduled service. Shop online, MoranExpress.com, or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right. Give us some damn music, David. Let's touch the table on some football.
So let's get
Wow.
right to
The
it,
Steelers
guys.
did it, David.
Well, that was going to be what I'm going to lead off with because I was going to do what's next for the teams that lost. It was going to be completely different for the Steelers. Should they fire Tomlin? Well, they did. So what is next for the Steelers?
Sir, he stepped down. How dare you disrespect him?
Whatever. He ain't
He didn't
there.
get fired.
Aaron Rodgers is a free agent. Like, what is next for the Steelers?
Let me offer you an Aaron Rodgers thing. I just want to put this, I want to manifest this because we're in the interesting business.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers, like a Kiss farewell tour, Minnesota, heavily discounted. They wanted him last year. They've already said veteran quarterback will be obtained. Aaron Rodgers, indoors, fast track, Super Bowl roster. Give it one more go around.
Buy JJ 1 year.
Just throwing it out there. And they both meditate. They'll be BFFs. The Tomlin thing, he takes time off or gets one of these no-show TV jobs for about $7 million a year. He's good. He's got kids that are in high school or college. I don't think he's coaching again. Not soon. Maybe take a year. Do the PR tour, the car wash.
I don't think he ever coaches again.
He does the Bill Cowher.
The Steelers only hire, one coach per 20 years, and then they're done. Like Cowher, we all kept saying, Cowher's coming back. Cowher's like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore.
Well, that TV life is easy.
Right. And I think the same's going to happen with Tomlin.
Face
He's going
it.
to get a little taste.
Unlike a lot of these coaches, Tomlin's not like, disfigured. Like Tomlin's a good-looking dude. He'd be very good on TV.
You're going to want to hear what he has to say.
Where the Aviators on TV don't give an F. I love it.
There is an opening. Matt Ryan is gone on CBS. So
Thank
we can see.
God.
Oh, they're not going to allow him to do both?
No, he already said he's gone. He's doing what he's doing.
I thought he was going to do
Atlanta.
both jobs.
Weird. It's almost like that would be a conflict. David?
So let's get to the next team here because they've made a move today as well. Let's talk about what's next for the Chargers and not
better
just
tighten it.
getting healthy, but they did fire their OC Greg Roman today.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. When you lose 2 Pro Bowl level tackles and you have the worst center in football, the second worst right guard, this is according to everyone's blessed PFF, what is Greg Roman supposed to do?
Because if you don't fire Roman, then you have to look at Herbert and say, well, is something wrong here?
Okay, and look.
So it's easier to get rid of Roman and keep Herbert.
Okay, that's fine. But you can hire Mickey Mouse. You could hire Jesus. If you don't fix that O-line, I don't care what damn plays you're calling.
Well, whoever's the new coach of the Ravens, if Lamar's going to be there, bring him back to Baltimore.
No, because Greg Roman coordinated the Lamar who used his legs offense.
Right. Lamar, do you want to be good again? Okay. You win Hollywood.
He was very good in the regular season in 24. Lamar's issues have been and will always be in the playoffs.
But
although this year he stunk.
But no. Lamar, running is a part of your game. You're trying to be a man you're not.
Not at 31, it won't be. Carry on.
Let's
He's
move
gonna go very
over
fast.
to an NFC team.
Yeah.
It's the Philadelphia Eagles. What is next for them? Conversation about Nick Sirianni, A.J. Brown dealt this offseason has to be, right?
I'll tell you what I do. And you can laugh at this, do whatever you like. I would back channel and I'd ask, would $25 million a year get me John Harbaugh? He had a history in Philly. I'd get rid of Nick Sirianni. I think it's run its course. And Sirianni doesn't run the offense. He doesn't run the defense. And he operates a culture whose currency is chaos. I would very quietly see if I could get the best guy. Because as our friend likes to say, where is it? There's just an A.J. Brown gone. And then they got to determine what went wrong with Jalen Hurts. What the hell was that all season? Was it an OC? Is he dealing with an injury we don't know about? Or worse, has he lost his confidence?
No, I think for Jalen Hurts, it's just more of a, man, there's just so much going on here. I don't even care. I show up to work. He looks like a guy who just, whatever. You guys can hash it out over office politics. I'm just here to try to win some games. and then I hop in my car and I go home.
But I'm
You
not
wanna
kidding.
hang out afterwards? No. I don't
Harbaugh
like any of it.
reportedly wants $20 million a year. I would just quietly say, how's 25? Would you consider it? I don't get the Sirianni thing. Never have.
But see, I think Sirianni would then jump to the list of names of everybody would want him.
To do what?
To be a coach.
Of what?
CEO type coach, but Nick,
Listen.
Super Bowl experience? You're going to be like,
At least Dan Campbell
we
has an
want Mike
offensive
McDonald.
background. I don't know what Sirianni's background is other than talking bleep to fans. I don't like him. I've never liked him. Rico, it was an idea. I'm not saying you do it. He asked me.
You're Philly. I don't think you fired the coach.
I'd hire the kid who they ruined his Christmas present. I'd put him in the front office. I like that kid.
Now I would bring him in for PR.
That kid should be Big Dom's intern.
See that
That's
kid on the
somebody that
sideline
you can
every
save
week.
money right there. I don't know
Let's-
what he does.
Let's move over to another NFC team here. That is the Carolina Panthers. The GM there had his end of year presser and already said they will take the 5th-year option on Bryce Young.
That's it, though. That's where it stops.
Correct.
You pick up his 5th-year option, show me. The biggest mistake they could make is handing Bryce Young a long-term extension now. Pick up the 5th year, and if it costs you more money later, it means the kid was
But it's-
superb.
Right, but it's going to always cost you more money.
No, it
You're
won't.
right. No, I'm saying, well, what if he blows up? We want to, no, just.
I'll pay
take-
the tax for
Thank
knowing he's
you.
good.
Thank you.
Let's go do karate in the garage.
Because, we had to sign him for that gigantic. No, you didn't.
This
If you don't believe me, ask Arizona.
Yep.
Ask Miami. How does it feel when you artificially jump on, you get this quarterback because of what you think he's going to do?
Don't sign him early, and in the offseason, get him some of those DeSantis cleats. Maybe a little 3-inch boost in the heel. That last drive, man,
You
he just
had to make it personal.
pocket-sized game manager.
had
He
to make
looked
it
no, because physically he is small, and it hurts his ability to play the position.
Doug Flutie was small.
He was not a star.
Okay, you know what?
Not a star. Loved him for a little magic, but that's all he was.
We're good.
That is in
My God.
football today.
Lions owner Sheila Ham-Ford sent a letter to season ticket holders saying the results on the field were not good enough, but the organization does not feel that drastic change is necessary. Quote, I'm proud of the roster we built and the 36 wins we've accumulated over the last 3 seasons. That success doesn't happen by accident, but it also does not guarantee future success. It's incumbent upon us to continue growing toward our ultimate goal of bringing a championship to all of you in the city of Detroit, end quote. Former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel is interviewing with the Lions today for their offensive coordinator job. Steelers coach Mike Tomlin informed the team he's stepping down after 9 seasons on the job there. Pistons center Jalen Duren has taken the next step this season, and today Slam Magazine announced him as their cover athlete. Duren, who's missed a few games with an ankle injury, was at practice today. Tobias Harris was also back practicing today along with Isaiah Stewart. Despite their time off, Detroit still holds a 3.5-game lead in the East and will resume play Thursday against the Pacers. One Tigers piece that was a part of pitching chaos in 2024 is back with the team after spending a season in Japan. Lefty Brian Sammons is inked a 1-year deal. FBS head coaches have made a recommendation for the redshirt window to expand from 4 games to 9. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, Rico's just informed me college football's got something dumber on tap. They're going to try to change the redshirting rule from 4 games to 9. Why not make it 12? Play the whole damn year and just say it didn't count.
We're actually going to talk about that in the next football.
I can't wait. Also, despite the football god's best efforts, we brought up the Red Wings, and Mike Tomlin resigned. We're staying the course because Tomlin doesn't coach here. Sharon did. So if you have Red Wing stuff, we can get to it. But can I add something to the Witch's Brew? Because I do want to get to the Lions and the Sheila Ford Hamp statement.
Okay.
Something or nothing. I was bothered. But Kenny informed me. We have Elliot Friedman sound. And I can play this. I don't want people, it's not, how do I put this? I feel like this is a bad idea because the Red Wing topic to me, I'm transparent.
Okay.
The Red Wing topic stayed on course. We talked about how much of what you're seeing do you trust, that they are, unlike the last 3 years, going to see this through. And we don't have the 4 nations, but we do have the Olympics. And we all know what happened the last time. I said I'm a 6 out of 10. I trust it more than I don't. But I'm trying to just not get too into it. Some people are all in. Some people are a little bit skittish. And we've talked about the trade deadline. Kenny has brought this up. The deadline has been Kenny's crucible of truth. I think a lot of fans probably agree with that. What was the trade we really were like, oh my God, how couldn't they do this? It was the Hughes trade. And he went to Minnesota.
And basically said, yeah, there are teams that could have had me and didn't.
And not to bruise our scapulas, patting ourselves on the back, we said he's talking about Detroit. He shouted out Billy Guerin. He basically said, I like Minnesota because it's near Michigan. One problem, Google Maps. You could drive from here to Minneapolis or here to Atlanta. They're the same distance.
About 12 hours.
So not near Michigan.
I made both drives.
Elliot Friedman, I think, is proving us right. I'll play this, and I'm not asking you to feel any type of way, but I just think it's important for you to hear it because if you are waiting for the Wings to make a big move, this might be tea leaves or breadcrumbs. That's not happening because Hughes wanted to be here. Kenny, am I framing this correctly? I have not heard the audio.
Yes, you were framing it perfectly.
Okay.
And Elliot Friedman, by the way, is credible for non-hockey fans, as credible as it comes from the hockey.
Did you try it?
Try it.
Play the audio. Stop tape. Stop tape. Stop tape. Run it back.
I'm sorry.
That's, we lost Rico. Okay, that's an even more egregious pronunciation of Detroit as Detroit. This was like Elliot went Max Headroom. Detroit. Are you ready to listen to this now and pay attention?
Rico laughing in the middle of that killed me.
All right. All right. Let's run this back. Here's the problem. You'd have Hughes this year and next year. Mm-hmm. That's the problem with that stance. I think that is a window into the level of risk aversion you're going to operate under. Now, I am not, listen, they've just had their arguably their two best wins of the season. And they have gotten to the top spot. And they've, as one of the callers had put it earlier, they're banking points that they haven't in previous years. Absolutely true. The question would become the deadline. If you're that risk averse that you don't believe a year and a half was enough to immerse Hughes in the culture of a place he wanted to be. We talked about this. His parents vacation here. They love the state. Why would he shout out it's near Michigan? Quinn, it's not. Right. That's like saying Atlanta's near Michigan. Right. I'm happy to go play for the Atlanta Flames.
Right. He took the arrow out and shot it right here in Detroit.
I think it's just a window that if you're waiting for a deadline move to believe, because I want to land the plane topically, you're probably going to be disappointed. Now, if you didn't want Hughes, I'm really not interested in those phone calls. I'm not interested. You're talking about arguably the best left-handed defenseman under the age of 27 or 8 in the league, maybe the best left-handed defenseman in the league.
Well, here's where we'll take it that next level, Mike, and we'll just flow chart it all the way back to Coney Island. Don't expect anything because you're not going to get anything.
That's the reason, and Kenny found the audio. I didn't bring it to the table, but I wanted to share it with the people. That's all.
Because by doing that, that raises level of expectation. That actually means, you know what? We are on the clock. Okay?
Yes.
We're going to be accountable to the fans and to the city, or we can sit back and order another cup of coffee and some more flapjacks.
We are currently in first place in the Eastern Conference. And I know it's a tight window there between first and last.
It's okay to just say it. It's a highly competitive East that you're at the top of, despite a couple of red flags.
And you would think a move is needed, and you're hearing Friedman basically say, I'm risk averse. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this.
David.
What?
Here's the thing. And this goes to the game that Kenny says he wants to play. But think about this. You're in first. Every other team in the city has been in first at some point. Could have made that move and decided, we're not. We're good.
And listen,
wait for I don't want to get haunted.
If the player was leaving this summer, I think Yzerman would be totally justified. You can't do that deal without an immediate extension. But when you have the player through this year and next, and multiple runways or off-ramps, if you will, meaning I didn't get him signed this summer, then the deadline becomes the looming date. You have ways to recoup some of what you lost, all while having this elite player. Mm-hmm. I just keep an eye out for that. It doesn't mean different players wouldn't elicit a different response. It doesn't mean that Yzerman will never take a risk, but I think it is just another bit of evidence to the level of risk aversion.
But see, I don't even know if when you have Hughes who wanted to come here. And
I know. How many players want to come here? Because let's face it, right now, the only way you're getting big free agents in this sport, you got to give 8 years a term. And generally, it helps if you're in a zero tax state. That's kind of where hockey's gone to.
And that's kind of where I get upset is because guys don't typically want to come here specifically for that reason. And the cap's going up, which means other teams in better markets, when I say better markets, I mean for those tax purposes to begin with, will sign you for more money because they can. And this is, to me, if you find a guy like this, a superstar, an elite player at their position, wants to come here, what reason do you have to believe in this operation? It's tougher and tougher for me every day.
Okay. Listen, and Kenny, I don't think you're a bad fan for feeling that way, and I don't think fans are bad fans if they are tolerant of not making that move. I'm saying I think we all need to just extract from that report, unless it is like a crooked fantasy football league trade, Yzerman's not going to do it. That's just where that's going to be in the trade market. That's what it seems like, feels like, sounds like. And look, I'll just say it right now. Person calling saying we don't need Hughes because we have ASP in 3, 2, 1. I'm not going there. Okay. One is the best left-handed defenseman arguably in the sport, and the other guy is a wholly unproven but high upside prospect. Just that's all. Okay. Is that okay?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to get that call, but it just goes to say that it's like every other team here. You don't want to make that move. Seems like, feels like.
Also, I'd like to shout out the person in the chat who said that Bryce Young needs to be secured to a child seat on the way to all home games.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
That's great.
This man cannot help. He's overcoming. He's winning.
So the guy's receiver, Leggett, is riding a horse to the game. Bryce Young is in the back seat of a car.
Yeah, and the difference is Xavier can get on his own horse. Bryce would be like a jockey who needs a little booster up there. You grab the bottom of the boots and shove him up there.
Nope.
Whee, riders up.
Nope. This is as bad as Wojo.
No, I'm not.
with
Bryce
Kyler
Young on the last drive with a chance to win that game. It looked like they grabbed a child from the stands. True or false, the kid that got interviewed in Philly for the Eagles ruining his Christmas present, taller than Bryce Young.
False.
You sure?
Positive.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Also, David, we have to replace the old Elliott Friedman Detroit with the new and improved with 7 additional letters in it.
How many syllables could you possibly add to a word with 3 or 2?
It just sounded so funny. Like, wow, he
kind of laid it on thick.
Detroit.
That's why I said he went max headroom.
Yeah, it's a very 80s announcer way of saying Detroit from like a hockey guy. Detroit.
Right. It was almost like there was like an opera to that. Now, here's my question, David. Can we slow that down by 5% and just see what that sounds like?
Well, yeah, let me do that.
Okay, I wonder if we can make it so ridiculous it makes the drop board.
Poor Frege. He's the best guy in hockey.
Well,
as
then
a reporter.
stop being Canadian and talk right, okay?
Organization.
Syllables.
It's the same thing with the damn Brits. It's aluminum, not aluminium. What kind of psychopath says aluminium?
Sounds more classier that way.
Vitamins. It's vitamins.
Dude, British people just sound smarter and classier. They do.
Yeah, well, if it weren't for us, they'd be speaking German. 248-539-9797. What? Facts only. Hey, listen. Lawyers talking about, verdicts and big wins. Maybe some in the city of Detroit, as Elliott Friedman would say. But David Feminino's different. Not only does he pronounce Detroit the right way, but he wins big, and it's not about bragging rights. It is about delivering for clients and establishing a personal relationship. Unlike a lot of these other guys, you call, he reps you. So if you're in an accident, you know what to do. 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit them online anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. That to the drop board immediately. You see how that 5%. That's like when Kenny has that second drink. It gets him in the sweet spot. That 5% edit. One more time, David. Yeah, that to the drop board immediately. Perfection. You're like Bob Ross. You just painted a happy little tree.
How did he put an A in Detroit?
Because he's Canadian. Weirdos. How do they put $1 inside of another $? They call it a toonie, and it's a coin. Doesn't make any damn sense. Isn't the loony the single and the toonie's a twofer?
I have no idea.
Who cares? Who uses any of that funny money? What?
No, unless you go to Canada. That's it. Never been?
Yeah. Really?
I'm just asking.
Yes, and I can't stand
that's
it.
right. You have to drive
all the
through
no,
there.
and it's all the money looks like a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Bruh, all I
It's
know is
colorful
once you
and
get
ridiculous.
just spend it all before you get back to the States. Yeah, here you go. I'm just giving it to everybody.
Perfect. David, some ticket text coming in because believe it or not, the Friedman thing's not the main deal. The wings, the trust factor. How much do you believe in what you're seeing? Rico, you need me to help you there? Look at this guy. Rico, the plug isn't even turned the right way. There you go. Disastrous. David, go ahead, and then we'll get to the
go
phones.
ahead and read the text here. It says, I'm at a chew it and do it. 8 car flags. Let's go Red Wings. Scott in Carlton.
He's going to have that elusive 5th car flag.
I'm at a 7. No 5 V5 goals allowed in 3 games, but 4 nations killed us last year. Scared to be hurt again. That is from Connor.
That's the one, man.
I'm at a 5 or 6. I want to believe, but March has been the Wings killer. That is Mike in Colorado. Someone says, I am at an 8, but once they get there, I could see them getting bounced by an 8th seed Florida. I don't care about getting bounced.
Yeah, stop. You got to stop. We can't move the goal. Oh, God. You ready? Yeah. This is what I mean. Now I got to get put in a position that makes me feel gross.
Go for
I
it.
got to defend Steve Yzerman.
There it is.
We're in year 7.
Steve Bott.
Right, Steve Bott. You can't move the goalposts on this man or this organization. The goal was make the damn playoffs. Now, if they make it, you can't then be salty if they get bounced. That's a completely different conversation.
I never thought of you as a Steve Bott.
It's the same people who call in screaming about the Tigers not having a payroll like the Blue Jays. They can't.
That's right. Just keep defending Steve,
There it-
Mike.
there
Just keep
it is.
defending him.
There it is. Maybe I'll be Benetti's next guest on the pod.
Detroit.
Detroit.
Is that a kazoo in your pocket?
Detroit. That has to be on the board by 4. Between Rieger and Elliot Friedman, big week for audio on this show.
I thought it was Kenny or somebody, but he has really slowed it down that time.
Got it. Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Robbie, what's good, buddy? And Rob. All right, guess Rob fell asleep. We'll go to Andrew. What, David, you okay?
I got to read text. Something happened to the phone bank, so give it a second here.
Okay.
I'm at a 7. Kane said the other day that he's played on very special teams, and he believes this is a special team. So I'm going with a 7 because of what he said.
Okay, we'll try this again. We'll go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing well. Sorry about that.
No, you're okay, buddy.
Click off of Bluetooth, but
no problem.
Hey, thanks so much for taking the call. By the way, before I get to my take on the Red Wings and my confidence level, listen to the beginning of the show yesterday. That was gold, man. Those first 15 minutes that you did on the coverage over the weekend, awesome.
Thank you.
And I called so good. I called my brother on it. By the way, I was driving down to the Red Wings game when I heard it. So anyway, I wanted to talk about a 5 for them.
Okay.
I'm normally an optimistic guy, and I've been at a 6 or a 7 the last couple of years. So fool me once and twice. But I think the only reason that I'm at a 5 is I just keep watching. When does this happen? They fall apart in March, and I think it's because the rink gets tighter, the teams get tougher, the puck gets harder to control, And I still don't think this team has the necessary grit in the dirty areas. You know, the forechecking, getting to the boards, get into the corners, and getting in front of the net consistently. Van Riemsdyk has helped with his scoring in front of the net, but I just don't think they have enough to compete with, you know, the Carolinas, the Floridas, and the
okay, but
Lightning of the world.
But Rob, see, again, I want to say this. That's a separate discussion. The whole idea is we are all, unless you're a bot, angry it's taken to year 7 to make the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, while I'm not going to throw a parade for it, okay, it shouldn't have taken 7 years, I will be satisfied that they're in. What happens once they're in, those are future conversations about, okay, how do we go from being good to great? Don't move the goalpost, because then your hockey elite are going to attack you, and you don't want that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think they could make the playoffs. They could squeak in. I just don't think they're going to do much with it if they do.
Okay, so you're saying they're going to falter, but they've banked enough points they will get in.
They might. I'm not sure they will, but they might.
Okay, so he's a 5. All right. No, Rob, there's nothing wrong with it. And hopefully your brother enjoyed the show yesterday. Thank you. Appreciate that.
5. So
I was going to say, I'm very distracted by a text that came on through the chat that just says DEE space TROY space IT.
Live from
it.
Live from It's 97.1. We got to do something with that. God, it's so good. It's so stupid, but it's so good. Let's go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mike, been a while.
How are you?
I'm great, man. Yeah, it's I want to address something that I haven't heard anyone else say as I was waiting to talk, was that, you know, as much as it's actually he spells with a Y-O-Y. That's how he tweets
DETROYT, Detroit.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. One thing that hasn't been brought up, that as much as the Wings are flawed, and they definitely are, they need upgrades in places. They need their young kids to, start hitting their ceilings and stuff. The team is obviously a lot better than last year. I think the difference is, like, a big difference that's not even like a Wings thing, is that the Eastern Conference, and especially the Atlantic Division, all these teams are flawed. Like, all of them. Like, I think the only one that doesn't have as many flaws is Tampa right now. Obviously, Florida has injuries and all that type of thing. But, like, the teams that we're battling against, especially in this division, they all have flaws. And so while, I have a higher confidence than last year, the year before, that the Wings are going to make it, I think a lot of that has to do because we're not battling, like the last few years, the peak teams. Like, Toronto was a great team last year in the regular season. Same with Florida, Tampa, Ottawa and Montreal were obviously ahead of the Wings. It's not like that this year. And I think that's a big advantage that is way different than, the last few years. Another thing that I want to mention, you guys are talking about Gibson and, his numbers aren't like elite category, like 920 save percent and stuff. We got to remember that the league save percentage continues to drop every year. Like the average save percentage this year is 897. And, Gibson's at a 903. That's above average for a goaltender. It doesn't feel like it from what we're used to with, like, Brodeur and all those.
Oh,
players,
those days are done.
All those days are done. But
Thank
I
God.
want to emphasize that, Gibson has been great, and I don't think we're seeing anything where he's gonna fall off. He was great last year. In like the backup role in Anaheim, he's historically been a very good goalie. So, like, he's more proven than anything we've had for a long time.
He's in the middle ground of better than what we've had, but not what we ultimately need. Is that fair? Like, in this year, hey, he can get us there, but he's not going to be the guy to take you to the promised land.
100%. Like, that is on the shoulders of Costa and Augustine, and that's years away. I think Gibson's the guy that this year and next year, he's the guy for, like, stability while we're waiting for the guys to get us to the promised land. 100%. One last thing that I want to say, Mike, and I know, look, I've been critical on Eisman. I really have. I know I haven't been calling in all that kind of stuff. I've been very critical. So, and I'm of the camp that the Wings team does not have the luxury to be picky with any star player. I don't care who it is. I don't care if they're not the right-handedness. I don't care if the right, the right position. It doesn't matter. I don't care if we get a chance of getting a goalie who's a star. It doesn't matter if we have Colton Augustine. You have to get more star talent, just better players in general, but especially star talent. But I do want, the only thing I want to say is that I totally, with Hughes, I was incredibly disappointed. Even though if it would have took Edvinsson, I was not, enthralled with that, but you understand it. And I understand why Yzerman didn't do it if Edvinsson was the reason why they didn't do it. The reason why I look at that, and it's giving me more pause. Like I would have traded ASP, Danielson, all those guys, like all our top things.
You're going to tell me Edvinsson's the only big physical presence you got back there, and you can't get smaller on the blue line? Maybe?
No. I'm not going to say it exactly like that. I'm going to preface by saying I'm going to give a bad comparison. Okay, this is why I apologize in advance.
Okay.
But I kind of look at this. It's not the same thing. So don't take it as is that I kind of look at Edvinsson as like the Lions trading for Micah Parsons, but you have to give up like not exactly Hutch, but like a Hutch level type player, where it's like it's not you're definitely upgrading the team. You're getting a way better player.
You just don't like how much you have to give up to get it. No, Andrew, listen, and we're up against it. It's not you, Andrew. It's us. I get it. We've got harder outs now because of the stuff. The whole statewide. The whole point I'm making. I get it. You're not a bad fan. I'm with you. They're gonna have to give to get if you want a star. 97.1. Detroit. You know, I will tell you, I know the Rieger drop has been very popular. I want to tell you there is another rendition of that commercial that Rieger was asked to change because the original tagline was a little bit too provocative. But don't worry. The show that you hate to love or love to hate, we are on the case in procuring the unaired audio to get that last
I don't know if
tagline
he actually said it. I thought it
as
got
a drop
mixed on the cutting floor. Okay. Doing hockey talk, which means football coaching news happens during the talk. Mike, if you would please hit that little button for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The little kid in Philly got his wish.
What's that?
Kevin Patolo is fired.
That's part one. The kid's other wish, A.J. Brown.
So
I love that kid in Philly.
Eagles just fired him. So
I want that kid in Philly to replace Wojo at the paper.
that little kid got his wish.
Bigger opinions. Kid's 12. That was my Christmas present.
So what'd you say, David? Oh.
All right. David, ticket text. What do we have?
Wouldn't do it without an extension. He wanted to be here. What makes you think he wouldn't sign an extension? That's in all caps. That's why I read it that way.
Again.
Even if he didn't sign the extension, you had him for 2 seasons. And because he wanted to be here, chances are you could have worked out some type of a deal.
Listen, it's probably more about he didn't want to give up Evanson, which was the day one story. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't want to be negative today. Yes, I'm annoyed by it. Yes, they need more star power to actually do anything in the playoffs. I know these things to be true, but they just had their 2 biggest wins of the season. I'm enjoying Elliot Friedman's dumb Canadian pronunciation of our city. Can we please not re-adjudicate this? I understand. He didn't want to give up Evanson. What am I going to do to change it? I can't. The only trades Yzerman is going to make are drunk fantasy guy trades where you trade with a drunk person, where Steve is like, hey, Kenny, have another drink. Okay, now trade me Tom Brady in his prime for Rod Baronis. Okay. And those are the deals he's going to make. That he wants to win the deal 7 times over. Everyone's known that about Yzerman for a decade plus. So I'm done being surprised. He's going to be risk averse. He's only going to want 10 out of 10 trades. That's it.
The fact that, but it was so easy. Like, this guy wants to be here. He could help you right now, and it still wasn't good enough because I don't want to give up somebody. So, nah.
Which makes the trades he's made already a little bit puzzling. Think about the Jake Wallman move. What was that? Here, we're going to pay you to take our guy, and then they're going to flip him for a first round. What are we doing here?
I'm at an 8. I think the Wings have improved their physical play. It's not celebrated, but they have been among the league leaders in block shots all season long. Improved coaching, improved penalty kill, plus John Gibson has me excited for the stretch run. The Red Wings, in my opinion, are the most complete they've been in about a decade. Plus, Todd McClellan, I think it's the best coach we've had. That being said, I put my confidence at only a 7 because I'm nervous about Steve sitting at the deadline.
Now, if you're nervous that without additions, that they will erode as they have as the season has gone along, or that John Gibson won't keep up what he's done here, let's call it 4 to 6 weeks. Yeah, I understand that. I'm simply willing to give this team a chance, but the Olympic thing bothers me. It does, because hockey is a stupid sport. And these stupid breaks. No, Kenny, it's the truth. Imagine the NFL taking 3 weeks off in the middle of their season. It's stupid.
It would actually be an improvement because they're trying to add weeks, actually. We'll be up to 20 weeks in a couple of years from now, probably.
Ridiculous.
I do remember the car flag. It is still sitting somewhere on the Odyssey compound roof. That tells you I'm never believing again.
Well, listen, the way the team's playing, they're giving you a reason to believe. 6 out of 10. I mean, I want to be careful. I don't want to get burned again, man. Last 2 years I tried to believe in this damn team, and then they took a bobsled run right off a cliff.
Well, good news is only 3 players will be playing in the Olympics. So
it's well, first of all, let's be honest. They're playing on a hockey rink designed by the architects of Castech. They couldn't even build the dimensions right, and it doesn't have a roof. They showed pictures of the place 2 weeks ago. It's still a farmer's market. Where the hell are these guys going to play? It's not like the Olympics crept up on you either. But you're also trusting Italian construction. You know how this works.
I mean, I didn't want to, yeah.
Do you realize all of Italy's closed in the month of December? Nobody works. Nobody.
Why that?
Is Italian constructioning that bad?
It's a leisurely pace.
Oh, we're going to build it out of meatballs.
Okay, see, now we go to the ethnically insensitive portion of the show.
Well, kidding. See, I was going to be like, there's a tower in Pisa that is leaning, so.
We build crooked towers and we take 10 years to paint ceilings.
Yeah, the pizza tower. I heard about that one.
Okay, I'm going to tell you.
Wow. Just.
Hey, you know what, Kenny? Do me a favor.
You know
Attack
what?
Rico with the same energy. Let me hear some of that audio.
Anyway, Kenny was probably fired.
I'm looking forward to it.
That's Kenny after a few drinks.
By the way,
Yeah, that's Kenny and his family reunion. Hey, get the banjo, Uncle Ned.
Come on,
All right,
boy.
Dad,
Come here.
relax. You know what? I brought this upon myself, actually.
You know
I
what?
can't
Thank
be
you.
that upset.
I could just do that little dance.
Oh, my.
God.
Nope. You know what? Here.
This is why I don't go to Detroit.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Excellent, gentlemen. Long time I haven't talked to you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
So, Mike, first things first, before I get into the Detroit Red Wings, I've been sleeping on it, but you've been championing it for years. I'm now a season and a half into The Wire, and I'm digging it.
My man. It only gets better. I'm telling you, the conclusion of season 2 is electric.
Awesome. Well, I'm halfway through it. I'll be getting to that.
Good
probably in the
man.
next day or two. So I'm at a 6 out of 10. I think 7's a cop-out number. 7's just a way of saying I don't want to participate. So like 8 or 6, and it's definitely not an 8. And I'm coming armed with data. So I think that the division that they're in, the conference that they're in, and the troublesome month of March are what we need to look at. So first of all, the Atlantic, based on the numbers, it's the most competitive division in the league right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's more teams with 50 points in the Atlantic division than there are in the entire Western Conference. All right. I mean, the 7th place Panthers are only 9 points from first. And then you talk about East versus West. Only 4 teams in the East have losing records. There are 12 in the West, and the Oilers are break even, so you could call it 13. Vegas is number 1 in the Pacific Division, and they have a losing record. So I guess that's like the NFC South of the NHL.
Todd Bowles is their coach.
Yeah, right. So, and then you look at the month of March. Let me ask you this. If you guys had to take a guess, since 2010, how many times have the Wings in 15 seasons had a winning record in March?
Oh, wow. 3.
Rico?
Since when?
2010.
I'll go 4.
4. Kenny?
I was also going to say 4.
Gentlemen, get ready to be upset. 1.
Oh, dear.
2018 to 2019. In 15 seasons, only 1 winning March.
Wow.
So the reason I'm at a 6 is just like you, Mike. They got my hopes up a little bit, but expectations minus reality equals disappointment. And the reality of the situation says they might do it again in March because they have a problem coming off of breaks, whether it's Olympics, whether it's the All-Star break. Remember when Mrazek was the rookie and he and Larkin, were crushing it, and Larkin wins the fastest skater and Mrazek's the shutout goalie. They came back and they farted in church. So we've got to lower our expectations and just enjoy what we're watching and see what happens come March.
Yeah.
If they have a winning season or even a winning month or even a break-even month in March, I'm all about it. Absolutely. But until it's show me.
And I have no problem with it. John, I think being a skeptic is the right approach. I'm with you. I'm just not one of these euphoria fans. I don't. And by the way, we had a couple of fans calling earlier if you're just joining the show wanting to offer apologies. Man, you can offer it to a different day part. You don't have to apologize to us or the team. You're a fan.
The Cobb, yeah.
You spend your time, money, and emotion on this stuff, and it's year 7? What are you kidding me? They ought to apologize to you. Hell, it takes this long. Good heavens. All right, FanDuel. Playoff mode. Customers get a profit boost pack every NFL game day during the divisional round. Packs loaded with profit boosts. And let me tell you something right now. Rico's not here to hear this. We are all about Sam Darnold this weekend. They are offering a Ginger Jesus profit boost. Not that they're calling it that. I'm just telling
Do
you.
you have to have red hair?
Ginger Jesus minus 7.5 for America. It'll be great for content. And I don't want you to be happy because I hear that Fred Warner might come back. Privilege. Listen, it's FanDuel.com.
Maybe like Aiden.
FanDuel.com/Michigan. Grab your profit boost pack. Every NFL playoff game day, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration of max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we're going to knock out the last couple of Red Wings calls. Odyssey.com rewind, and deservedly so. It's a big win last night, big couple wins here, where how much of this do you trust? How open are you to being hurt again? And then the Elliot Friedman report, and you can do what you want with it. I'm not interested in re-adjudicating it. You know, Hughes wanted to be here. Friedman, once he got done butchering the Canadian pronunciation of our city, look, I just think it tells you if part of your trust in what you're seeing is that Yzerman's going to make moves at the deadline, big ones, I think that's a window into the line of thinking. They're very risk averse. And if a year and a half before having to extend a player is not enough to trade for said player, then yeah, it's a risk averse approach. Can I ask you guys one question before I get to these calls?
Yeah.
I know I'm not that deep into the John Harbaugh search. You know what this means to Big G, and you know what this means to my general fandom. I'm exhausted. If I have to read another report about John Harbaugh, my head's going to explode.
Already?
Yeah, I'm exhausted by it. I don't like divas. I don't need this to be. This isn't the recruitment of Diana Ross at her prime for a new record label. You're a football coach. But I just want to ask a question because I need to lean on you guys to see whether I'm thinking about something the wrong way.
Okay.
According to Diana Rossini, the three favorites to land John Harbaugh are the Giants, the Titans, and Atlanta. Am I wrong in saying the Giants are by far and away the best job? That it's the New York media market, it's a legacy franchise, it is Jackson Dart on a rookie scale contract, and you have the formations of a front seven that if used appropriately, not by Shane Bowen, you could turn it around quick. Or am I looking at this the wrong way? Now, the Titans are, look, that's a Mickey Mouse organization.
Atlanta's the one that I would say Atlanta may be a better job because they have all the pieces, no quarterback, young defense.
No quarterback disqualified.
No, because you can go out in free agency and get a quarterback.
They're paying Kirk Cousins $1 billion. They don't have a first-round pick.
No, I mean, they just redid Kirk Cousins' deal so that after March, they can go ahead and let him go.
Okay, so you go and get Mac Jones. That's what you want to saddle up with?
About to say, or
at least Tennessee's got Cam Ward and they got Borgonzi, who basically learned at the right hand of Andy Reid.
Or Malik Willis. Mike.
Okay.
You want? Do you want to know that? You want to hear what you want to hear?
No, it's fine. It's fine. You like Atlanta better. No. Fine.
Have you seen Bijan run?
Yeah, I have. He's really good. David, are the Giants the best of the jobs there?
Jackson Dart's going to knock himself out the league.
There you go.
Of those three, yes, probably. Because the one that I'm thinking of isn't open yet, and that's the Green Bay Packers. That would be a better one, but that's not available yet.
Same thing with
those
the
three, yes.
Okay, I just had to ask.
Correct. Eagles as well.
All right.
Really? Over Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. Look, I had to ask. I'm tired.
I mean, because I look at like Atlanta, just the pieces that they have. It's like, man.
And it's an easy division. You know what? Rico's right. I quit. Okay, let's go to the people. Go to Oliver, 97.1. Oliver, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Good.
Just want to talk quickly about the Red Wings, where I'm at with them. Confidence-wise, I'm sitting at about a 7 right now. The one thing that does scare me with this team is the Olympic break coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just worried that, our three best guys, Raymond, Sider, Larkin, if one of them guys go over there and they get hurt, that could really kind of derail everything that we got going on with this team right now. That's the one thing that I could see.
I think the break is no different than a break in the NFL when you have the bye week. I think we just saw the college football playoff where teams that had the bye week struggled mightily. You're in the mix. You're in the rhythm of the season. You're playing, every other night, 3 times a week. To take multiple weeks off when the team is at the peak right now, that's just not anything I'm interested in. I hate that hockey does this. I hate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then the other thing, too, was like the Atlantic is so close right now. I mean, that's another thing that scares me is like this team could go on a 5-game stretch where they just can't win a game. And they could seriously be sitting outside of the playoffs.
No, and Oliver, look, they've put on paper that that's kind of becoming their thing. Now, this team looks to be more complete, have a few more answers for the questions that late season raises. But, yeah, if you're waiting for Steve to kind of shore it up at the deadline, that Elliot Friedman report is kind of a stark reminder that it may be D-listers only. Hey, we got Craig Smith.
Right.
All right.
I appreciate you guys taking
You
my
got
call.
it, buddy.
Seriously.
No problem. All right, Steve will get the final word. We're ready to go. Stevie, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Steven from Detroit.
Detroit?
Appreciate you guys. Haven't talked to you since Terry Foster days, Mike, so appreciate you jumping on. Rico, what's up? I'll make it quick. All right, couple things. One, confidence level for the Wings. Don't have to get into too much data. I'm at 10. This is a playoff team based on your question. They're a playoff team. I think they need 17 wins to make the playoffs in their last 35 games, so they're in my opinion. So that's how I feel about it. Feel good about it.
Okay.
I'm a little bit nostalgic from 91 getting retired, a little emotional about it. So that was cool. And then the only other thing I had was on the Quinn Hughes. You know, I would ask you this. So what does Elliot Friedman, Mark Ryan, and Kenny all have in common?
Whoa, boy. That's a hell of a trio. I have no way of putting that puzzle together.
They all like to criticize or hate Steve Yzerman. So I'm not surprised Elliot Friedman had a report about it. That I do believe Quinn Hughes wanted to come here, but you know, like you said, you're not going to crush this whole topic again.
No,
it would have affected the entire vision. So
No,
I don't blame
that's
Stevie.
fine. That's fine. And Steve,
Yeah.
we're because of these hard outs, we're up. I can't do what I normally
You're good.
used
You're
to
good,
do.
man. Thank you.
I
I
appreciate
appreciate
you.
you guys.
Don't be a stranger that long again. Nobody hates Yzerman. We hate that it's taken 7 years. Let's just be clear. 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Red Wings are right back at it tonight against the Bruins at 7:30. Boston 5th in the Atlantic Division. They've been hot lately, though. Winners of 5 of their last 6. You can hear the 7:15 pregame right here on 97.1. Lions owner Sheila Ham-Ford sent a letter to season ticket holders and included the following, quote, results on the field this season were not what any of us envisioned, and frankly, we're not good enough. While we do not believe it's time for drastic change, this is an opportunity for us to refocus, evolve, and move forward, end quote. Busy week for former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel. Today he's interviewing with the Lions for their OC job. Steelers coach Mike Tomlin has stepped down. According to The Athletic, Fox, ESPN, NBC, and CBS are all interested in hiring him for TV. Michigan State takes on Indiana tonight at the Breslin Center at 7. Ken Pom ranks the Hoosiers as the 27th best team in the country.
Hoosiers?
Pistons center Jalen Duren was practicing today and said he felt good after dealing with an ankle injury last week. NBA trade talk heating up. According to Shams, Anthony Davis is likely to have surgery on his hand and miss several months. Despite that, there's renewed interest to trade him. Davis tweeted today that people should stop listening to lies on these apps. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock, additional caffeine engaged. It's beautiful. Mr. Rico Beard, you know, yesterday we had great success since you are a man of privilege whose football team can basically play a bunch of dead people and win. So I want to let you be thy guide again today. Choose your adventure, part 2.
Okay, then you know what I'm going to choose? How about we do a little football today?
Let's go. It's the best.
All right. A lot has gone on.
In essence, Rico's telling you that he's ready to. Let's go.
A lot has gone on today, but I do want to ask you this question, Mike. Steve Biscotti basically said...
It's Biscotti.
Biscotti.
Biscotti's a cookie.
Sorry.
He's a billionaire.
Steve Biscotti said that we're going to be doing a coaching search, and if Lamar Jackson wants to be a part of this, be prepared, put on your big boy pants. When I say get up here, be ready to spend the entire day to have some input on this next coach. Should Lamar have this much input on the next coach?
Yes, because they made a willful decision that Lamar runs the organization. There was no good reason to get rid of John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh didn't miss that kick. John Harbaugh didn't drop that 2-point conversion. John Harbaugh didn't tank a playoff game like Lamar. Like, John Harbaugh 8-4 before Lamar, 3-6 in the playoffs with him. They made a decision. Lamar is who they want to back. So yeah, Lamar, get on your private plane and get your ass to the headquarters. And you want to have a say? Have a say. Get on up here. Yeah, I agree with it. But guess what? Rico, listen, just because I don't like that that's reality, it doesn't mean I don't understand it. Quarterbacks are assets. They're not players. Like, if and when Kyle Shanahan leaves, Brock Purdy will have a say in the next head coach. Why? Because they paid him $300 million. That doesn't mean he outright gets the person he wants, but he should play a role. I don't have a problem with it.
Well, that's also with everything here, because they re-signed Mark Andrews early in the year, and people were like, why? You don't think Lamar Jackson was asked, do you want Mark back?
Correct.
So, yes, he should be involved, but you have to involve yourself. Right. Go to the facility and be in the interview.
Well, that's what he said. He's like, when I say I'm flying up to Baltimore, either you hop on my plane or you better be here, and it's an all-day session. So it was kind of like, Lamar, don't just call me and text me, yeah, I like this guy. No. You're going to actually sit here and do something about it. David, this one's for you. Pittsburgh Steelers fired, Mike Tomlin stepped down.
How dare you?
Because he's a classy man and you have a classy organization. David, for the Steelers, a two-part question. One, where do you go for your next quarterback? And two, do you think the Steeler fans are ready for years of not making the playoffs?
No, I'll start with that one first. No, they are not ready for it, but that is what needs to happen. You need to reset completely. And I understand there's not a good QB class in the coming draft, but you need to focus on getting one from the draft. You have to reset this entire thing. Let Hayward go. Whatever you're going to do with everything else.
Let's say the quiet part out loud as well. And I think you'll go along with me on this. If you're rebuilding, the first thing you do is you trade TJ Watt.
That's exactly right.
You ask him his preferred destinations.
Correct.
You treat him with respect. TJ, all due respect, you're 0-5 in playoff games.
Yep.
And before you're worth nothing, liquidate your assets.
Where you want to go. Maybe you can use him to move up in the draft to get one of these quarterbacks.
Because he's losing it quickly.
Yep. And I think you'll get more if you're willing to take 2027 assets.
Correct.
Which is what I would do. Next year, you're just going to be the Spurs when Sean Elliott had his kidney taken out. You're going to tank next year, and we'll see you in 27.
Be worse than the Browns. That's your goal.
All right. Guys, this is almost a can we say that? No, we can't say that the NFC West was the best division in football.
Sure looks like it. What do you want me to say? All three teams are still there. The top two teams to win the Super Bowl are there. All slander for Sam Darnold aside. And the Zombie Niners just keep doing it. I have no problem with it. Because unlike the NFC North last year, they're winning playoff games. NFC North this year, sure, you had two teams play each other, so we'll let that slide a little. Yeah, it's clearly been the best division. Clearly.
Yeah, I think you can say that. It is an interesting thing when you look back at it before the year, and we all thought it was going to be the AFC West. And Kansas City they weren't a factor at all. And then the injuries happened with the Chargers. So, yeah, it became the NFC West. Yes.
David, earlier in the show, you brought up trading A.J. Brown. So I have a list of a few teams that you could possibly make that trade for. You guys tell me if this would be a good fit or not.
Okay.
The Patriots.
No. Him with Steph Diggs? Forget it. I mean, you're burning your organization to the ground. One psycho per position group. Okay. Well, I'm just saying.
Outside of Diggs, I don't know if I want him with Drake May.
Okay.
The talent's there, but I just don't know if you want that.
Then you probably don't want this next one either, the Denver Broncos.
Now, see, I don't mind that. I don't. They don't have that type of person. They don't have that type of personality. They're kind of like a dinner napkin of a team. AJ could go there. Now, I don't think Cortland Sutton would be able to pitch a fit, being the number 2. And he's the type of big-bodied target, off-play action they would want. I'd be okay with that.
I also think it's a little bit different for Denver because Bo Nix is like 60.
He's just got a name. There are two places to me that will tower above the rest. I just don't know if Rico's going to name them.
They don't have a head coach, but the Baltimore Ravens.
That's not the one.
No.
No.
Okay.
But right conference.
Oh, okay. The LA Chargers.
Wrong again.
Okay.
No, it's a run-heavy offense. He'll kill someone. He'll be reading books in Malibu by the third quarter. No.
And the fifth team, the Buffalo Bills.
Ding, ding, da-da, ding, ding. They have no wide receivers.
Keon Coleman.
Right.
They don't have,
Shakir is a slot machine, and they got a couple tight ends. Shavers is a fun story. I didn't know Brandon Cooks was alive. Gabe Davis is dead.
Yeah.
That is the type of big-bodied, red zone. Josh Allen extends plays. The other one, you got to mention it. The Kansas City Chiefs. Okay. Not just because Rashee Rice is in some trouble. The point is they don't have that type of big-bodied, true number 1 receiver. Mm-hmm. That opens Xavier Worthy's speed, Rashee Rice's speed. With Kelsey moving on, I don't care. I'd cut his ass. It's Kansas City and Buffalo to me. They're going to win. There are no good bookstores in either town. It's science. And AJ will play.
Well, then I also have to factor in this for the Buffalo Bills because it may not matter to us, but it may matter to them. Mm-hmm. They're moving into a new stadium. They want to win. So they're going to go all out to do that. The thing with A.J. Brown, though, is, I don't know. I would rather just trade up and get a young receiver in the draft.
No. David, when you're in your Super Bowl window, you don't have time to draft Sky Moore.
I know.
You do not.
I'm just not a fan of what A.J. Brown has done this year, and he will tear your locker room apart.
But see, now here's the problem with trading for A.J. Brown. His contract is so much that it's almost one of those contracts you can't move on. It'll be too much dead cap money, and I think
which means he's dirt cheap. It means you
For the
get
team
him
getting him, yes.
Yes. You get him for a Barnes & Noble gift card.
So I don't know if Philly wants to eat that cap.
Well, they're not going to have a choice because it's clear he can't coexist with Sirianni and Hurts.
So, okay.
I hear you loud and clear, but like Rico, you may as well have a fight to the death. I don't know. How could he go back there? He skipped the media. You think Philly's going to forgive him for that? The drops into skipping talking after the game?
I think
he pulled an Ndamukong Suh.
David, can you pull? I think he still has 3 years left on his deal.
He does.
Yeah, that's going to be a major hit because I think it's close to about
It
90.
is 4, actually.
Oh, 4?
Next year, yeah, it's 4.
And I think it's close to about $90 million.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which means cheap acquisition cost if you can take it on. I don't think the Eagles have a choice. I think the Eagles have to they have to do what the Niners did last year. They have to retool this. They got to take a gap year. What world are they a Super Bowl team next year?
Now, let's say he get the right OC, which I thought, he's going to end up getting a head coaching job. But Mike McDaniel, to me, is the guy that they would go
You
after.
shut your mouth. He's here today.
He's weird.
No,
and
he's a good
fit
man
into
who
that.
should be. He's listening right now. Okay. He's just leaving Rotunda Drive, headed down 9-4. We don't leave.
You couldn't fix Tua.
So
no one can.
I just wanted him to hear that.
Speaking of which, Mike,
What?
wanted to get your opinion on this.
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers just opened up the practice window for Fred Warner.
Oh, good, you privileged bastard.
Meaning he could probably play if they make it if they beat Seattle.
Oh, you
he
do?
Could play in-
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Never mind. We're going to move on.
Go to hell. Guy's team wins with a bunch of dead people, and then a guy who basically his foot fell off is going to be back for the NFC title game. Whatever, man. What a joke. Okay. God, I hope Darnold just destroys you.
Okay, if he wins, will you come in here with a ginger wig?
No, I'm going to pick Sam Darnold to win, just to hurt you.
I'm just saying, I want you to wear the ginger wig.
No, I can't lose. Either you're miserable, right, because Darnold wins, which is hilarious. Like you losing to Sam Darnold makes you a loser.
Actually,
Or you destroy Ginger Jesus, and I'm thrilled while still being able to hate you. It's a win-win. There are no losers in San Francisco, Seattle.
Seattle wins. Good for Kane.
Option 3,
Good
we
for
reenact
K9.
the scene from Batman where Bane rises up and takes out everybody.
It's good for
Because I
K9.
hate both these teams.
All right, finally, I'm going to go to the college ranks.
Oh, goody.
New rule that just needs to be approved by the committee, but the red shirt season goes from being 4 games and then you have to power it down to 9 games.
I quit. That means you could skip the non-conference, play the last 9 games of your season, and still vaporize it as if it didn't count. In 9 games, think about being a running back. You could have 150 touches, and it didn't count. Just honestly,
Or if you-
send this sport to space.
Or think about, or if you get injured, hey coach, go ahead and sit me for 3 games in the middle of the season,
and I'll still play the playoff, and I get to redshirt.
Yeah,
I'll play my SEC schedule. That's all I'm going to do.
No, let me play the non-conference, pad my stats,
take a month off,
power it down,
come back for the rest of the year.
Yeah,
Great sport.
I try.
What a joke. College football. Good Lord. What a nonsense sport.
When are you guys going to hire Harbaugh as the coach?
Buddy, I don't control
Okay,
it.
you know what? Serious question, real quick. Who's plan B if you don't get him?
I don't have one.
Okay.
Plan B is I don't have a plan B.
All right.
I'd be Kevin Stefanski. I don't have anything else.
Okay. That's your football today, 97.1.
All right, so I wanted to bring you a couple of football updates. And one is Mike McDaniel is in town today for his interview as offensive coordinator. The other note is that the Lions are going to interview Giants' former offensive coordinator, Mike Kafka. Why are these things important? Well, A, major respect to the Lions for getting in on the McDaniel sweepstakes. Something that, look, we talk about it all the time. We talked Red Wings earlier today. These teams are very hesitant to do big things. McDaniel has 4 head coaching interviews lined up. If he doesn't get one, you have no excuse not to land him. You bribe him to get him. Why? Hear me when I say this. While Miami was known for being a high-flying, you'd see the highlights of Tyreek and Waddle, etc. Remember, their running game when they were cooking was awesome. His background was Shanahan's run game coordinator, the architect of it in San Francisco. What needs to get jump-started here? Your run game. And what left the building when Ben Johnson left was the creativity formationally and motion and pre-snap, kind of creating space for the running game. That's what McDaniel is outstanding at. So that's big news there.
Okay, can I say something about that?
Yeah.
Even though he's listening. Maybe.
We're trying to recruit him.
Then you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Plus, he wears awesome sunglasses mid-game. Indoors,
right?
That's a vibe.
But would the Lions be willing to get into a bidding war for him?
Well, if you're
because now with the Eagles,
if you're serious and considering
I got to think with the Eagles, what do you need to jumpstart? Saquon and getting him back to where he was.
Okay,
and getting that run game going.
Rico, talk about it or be about it.
And
that's it.
And I was about to say, or does he pull a Robert Saleh and say, you know what, I'm just going to go home and do that for a year?
Sure. But look, I just think to me.
So it means the Lions, if you really want him and he doesn't get a head coaching job.
Make him the highest paid offensive coordinator in the history of the league. Who cares? Hey, here's an idea. You know what? Why is it okay for the team to make so much money over the last couple of years when they raised ticket prices and made them the most damn near expensive ticket in the league? And what? We can't ask them to spend it? You know what? It's okay for them to reach in people's pockets. Well, you know what? Reach into your own. Figure it out.
All right.
Like, I'm not mad at you. No, I'm just saying, oh my God, we might have to get into a bidding war.
No, because people act like, well, he's just going to come here because look at all the weapons.
It's as the highest paid OC in the league.
Right. Everybody, like if the Eagles now with their OC job opening up, they have weapons too.
Mike, as you're pulling out a Rotunda Drive, I'll negotiate it for you. You want $1 more than the most highly paid guy in the league. I got you. But like, is that the all in? Is that the unifying move where there wouldn't be a single Lions fan who would bitch about it? That we could all be on the same page. Mike McDaniel comes in. Hey, Dan, go over there with your chew. Go yell at people. I got the offense.
See, my question is,
and here's your Applebee's.
But can Dan just take the step back and say, this is yours?
You wouldn't get a choice.
Go ahead.
You're hiring a former head coach who's an offensive genius who went to Yale. You don't get a choice.
I just wonder if Dan's going to be okay with that. Like, yeah, I want to run this 4th down play. I don't. We're just going to go ahead and
no, at that point, the coach does. Now that, yes, the coach will have control. What I'm saying is you're bringing McDaniel here to gain his ideas about your program, his opinion about your players, and his vision for where this can go. And look, we're going to talk about Sheila's statement in a little bit. There was some of that in there. There was also some stuff I didn't like. But I wanted to ask this question. There are very few things in sports everyone agrees on. Very few. Mm-hmm. Would Mike McDaniel being the offensive coordinator of your Lions be one of them? Again, you can't get 6 people to agree that pizza's good. Could I get the city of Detroit to look around and there's no voices of dissent? Mike McDaniel as the OC here would be a Super Bowl caliber move for the Detroit Lions. I say yes.
No, it would be.
I don't have a single knock on it.
His weirdness, you wouldn't say anything about
that? You can
that?
be weird as a coordinator. I think it kills you when you're the CEO.
Okay.
He wouldn't be the face of the franchise.
True.
And let's face it.
No. I think it would be a unifying thing. I think every Lions fans would want it. It's going to come at a price that I don't know if the Lions are willing to pay.
Where does that belief come from for you?
Because he's going to be in high demand. Let's just put on the table he does not like any of the head coaching jobs or he gets passed over. And he has to go back to be, an offensive coordinator.
All right.
Philly, remember I told you last week, I'm like, Mike, I think the two teams playing in Philadelphia would be the lead runners for him.
Okay.
Philly is willing to go out and do whatever. They'll
Okay.
blow out coordinators, bring in Kellen Moore, and then instantly Kellen Moore gets a head coaching job.
Okay, but you could do the same thing here without having animals for fans who booed Santa Claus.
True, but I'm just saying.
And I play indoors, fast track, and I have better talent. I'll tell you right now, your offensive talent trumps Philly's. This is the spot. You've always schooled me on this, the Nick Saban coaching rehab plan, and you've been right. This is exactly that. He comes here for a year or two max and repairs it and ditches the capri pants. You're not in South Florida. No more of that. The point is.
But I'm saying, but if that's the case, okay, you sent Ben Johnson out into the world and Aaron Glenn, but Ben Johnson's had more success. Philly sent more of their coordinators out there.
I know.
And had success.
I don't view Philly as an attractive job.
No,
how about this?
No. Philly is a high-pressure job, but if you get it right, you're just there for a second.
What
and
town
they're
fits
gone.
that cat's personality more? They'll want him fired in 6 minutes in Philly. Here?
No,
Here he would be celebrated as
here-
football Jesus.
He would. I said it would come at a price. The town that would take him back instantly, he would go back out to the West Coast.
Oh, here, we're going to listen to this. He's
Oh, you
recruiting for
want
himself
him.
now.
That's
you see
what
what he's
you
doing?
want. No,
You're so selfish.
No, I'm saying.
You know what kind of fish you are?
Selfish. Okay. No, I'm saying if Lions fans, if you want him, he's going to come at a high price. You can't go cheap with this man. If you want him, pay the price, and he's here.
I don't have any evidence they are cheap.
No. I'm saying it's going to be a bidding war for him because other teams want him as well.
Well, guess what? How much extra money did they extract out of the fans with the ticket prices?
And no, David, that's fine. They don't have to
Rico,
have him.
what makes you believe the Lions won't partake in a bidding war like that? Because I think they would.
Kenny, I didn't say they would. I said you have to be prepared to go. You just can't say, well, look at all the weapons we have, don't you? He's going to
I'm
want to
looking
come
at
here.
like flow chart to what do we know about the Lions front offices? They like their guys. In fact, they love their guys, perhaps to a fault, and they're willing to pay them for it. They're bringing them in for an interview. Flow chart back to their own guys. If that's the case, I have no doubt that they'd be willing to put up with that kind of a bidding war.
And answer the question, is everybody aligned with it? Let's leave the bidding war out. Would there be anybody as a voice of dissent with this, or would this be the grand slam we all want?
Also be a grand slam.
I think it would be a coup to land them. I think it would be incredible. And I think it would actually get me to be a lot more positive about your fortunes next year, because if anything, if this bastard's team showed you anything, people, and when I say bastard, I point to the guy to the left. If the Niners
With love.
showed you anything, it is that elite coordinators can trump almost any amount of injuries. The fact that Shanahan, who is a McDaniel guy and vice
Basically,
versa.
the coordinator coach, like
But Robert
Dan Campbell.
Saleh on the defensive side. Look at what the Niners have done. Mike McDaniel almost buys you a benefit of the doubt that if you didn't fix every single problem, he could overcome it schematically.
Well, right there, here, let me give you one of these. Yes, because I would say as a coordinator, he's a great coordinator, Mike, because he looks at what he has and then he'll make the meal. Like, he doesn't say, well, you know what, let's do this. We don't have those ingredients. We're going to make it anyway. No. Okay. What do we have? We're missing linemen. All right. Got to move the pocket. We got to do this. We got to do that. I think that what you may end up seeing is maybe we'll get the dream of everybody and you'll see a little bit more mobile golf. We're going to move that pocket, Jared. We're going to swing you out here. We're going to buy you some time. Why? Because we don't have the interior line that we expected to have.
What if they went the other way, though? What if everybody started rocking capri pants? You think Campbell would roll that way? Fashion Jordans?
I don't need to.
I don't know.
Wait, so at halftime, it's a dead sprint with Campbell and all the players to the tunnel?
Campbell in sunglasses, sideline.
How about no?
Indoors.
No. We need Dan in the medium T-shirts.
Okay.
That's his style right there.
Just throwing it out there. But to me,
we need Shep with the play card, 3-1-3 play card in front of him.
the decorative
Do we need Shep?
play sheet. I saw he got the interview in Miami. I'd be in I'd be in stunned disbelief. I don't.
I hope he got a little check for coming down there.
You think that was a
Rooney
rule?
That was a Rooney rule. You know,
I
it's
don't
going to be $10,000 for me to fly down there.
I don't know the whole
I know
list.
you're not hiring me.
I don't know the whole list. I don't care about the Miami Dolphins. I can't speak to whether they're casting a wide
So, no.
net here. I don't know.
Shep is the play card, 313. Dan is the black shirts, and he's going to be the capri pants and sunglasses in Ford Field.
It'd be a requirement if I.
But to answer your question, absolutely, I don't think any Lions fan would object to him coming here and running the offense.
One demand I'd make if I were interviewing today: has to have the sunglasses on. Call him, please. Has to. Just no, indoors as well.
I think Jahmyr Gibbs would be just. He'd be like Jeff Rieger.
He'd run for 2,000 yards.
He'd be like Jeff Rieger right now.
Hey, Jahmyr, we just hired Mike McDaniel. Got it. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
All right, you know what? If they get McDaniel, I could sit there and watch the Lions in the basement. Done for me, my Matrix basement. Guys, they can do the same thing for you. They took a totally unfinished basement and they hooked it up. All you need to do is go to matrixbasements.com, get that free consultation. They'll come out, they'll come up with a design for you. And now they're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. No interest, no payments until the year 2028. Why wait for your dream space? You've always thought about it. Let's make it happen with Matrix Basements. Matrixbasements.com, free consultation. They'll come up with the design, and you can be in your dream space by the time the Final Four rolls around. MatrixBasements.com, that's where you need to go. Zero interest, zero payments until the year 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner.
Hey, quick note here. I wanted to just update a couple of baseball issues, one of them being Tarek Skubal, but that can sit tight for a minute. Interesting note, Tiger fans, you'll see a new-look Kauffman Stadium this year. How about this? The Royals got with their analytics department, and they have decided that Kauffman Stadium, which ranked 27th in home runs last year, only 83 home runs were hit in Kauffman Stadium last year. They're bringing the fences in at least 10 feet all around and lowering the height of the walls. Now, basically, if you hit a ball well, it's going to be a home run in Kansas City. So that's just something to keep an eye on. But I wanted to just, because this relates to the Skubal thing. It does. According to reports today, the number one free agent on the board, Kyle Tucker, has received an offer from the New York Mets for $50 million a year. 50. Now, it's a shorter-term deal with opt-outs. Depending what you read, it could be 4 at 200 with opt-outs every year. Well, now, take a guess the three teams he's choosing between. Okay? It's the Mets, it's the Dodgers, and it's the Blue Jays.
What do they all have in common?
It's the same three teams.
The
And
Yankees are too poor?
No, the Yankees are already at like $318 million. Dude, it's look, the point I'm making is this. The system is so broken that the Tigers increased their payroll to 160, 170 million. Think about it. We still read reports from Ken Rosenthal that if the Tigers lose the arbitration for Skubal, they may have to trade him or may opt to trade him because of having to pay the $32 million. Like, you and I mean, I've been saying this now for a long time. I know you agree with me. I don't think there's baseball in 2027. I think the team owners around the league are all like almost fully erect in anticipation of just locking Tony Clark out,
brother,
and breaking the players.
If you just go with the fact that there will be a work stoppage in baseball, everything that the Tigers are doing right now makes total sense. We are just kind of living for right now. We're going to wait for the market and everything to reset itself. And then at that point, we're buying an extra year for our younger players, for the kids. And then we're going to really jump in this thing and be serious because we'll have a guardrail.
Which is why you should trade Skubal. Because you're not really going for it. You're not selling anything.
No.
And you've made moderate acquisitions.
Correct.
Rico, like this Ken Rosenthal thing. Here, can I play that audio right here? Just this was, and again, this isn't the bad people. This is Ken Rosenthal. If you're upset, I don't know, yell at him about his bow tie. Do whatever you like. But this is Rosenthal on MLB Network today and why Skubal and his rep, Boris, might be doing what they're doing. Take a listen to this. What have we said? That's what Boris wants to do. He doesn't want him here. And by the way, look, if they lose this, there was a report this weekend, and I was it Rosenthal? I forget who to attribute it to. I do apologize. Basically saying that the Tigers had inquired on Chris Bassett and Lucas Giolito, two pitchers that would help this team. Giolito more. But that according to the report, they're waiting to see how the arbitration hearing goes. Because money. Right. And so that tells you, look, they've set a hard budget for themselves, which is their prerogative. I mean, again, while I want them to do more, I can't ask them to be at the Blue Jays level of 250, 260, 270. You can't. They don't have that money. But it shows you how ridiculous this system is. It also shows you the Tigers' place within it. And if what you're saying is true, and I don't think you're that far off base, remember, of all the teams in the top 15 payrolls, I think the Tigers have the least amount of committed money in 2027. Mm-hmm. They have like $38 million total. Mm-hmm. So it tracks. But if you're not really going for it, and you know there won't be baseball in 27, it behooves you to trade this guy because I'm sorry, if you don't want to pay him $32 million, his market value, according to analytics, depending on what you look at, is about $38 million a year. That's his market value. 32, while not a steal, is well in line with it. And if by doing that,
32 is a discount.
If by doing that I can't add Lucas Giolito, then I call into question the wisdom of paying a guy $32 million. I continue to say this to you: is if you didn't want to sign him, you had to trade him. It sucks. I don't want to get rid of him, but it's about need versus want. You are boxing yourself in that if you keep him and you don't win the World Series, you will lose him for absolute nothing. Versus right now, you can still create a level of bidding war. Rico, I really don't understand it, but maybe this sets up a February trade because they're not going to negotiate.
See, I don't think so, Mike, because they're trying to have the best of both worlds. We're going to give you a great season this year. We're going to put him out on the mound. You're going to love him.
Oh, really? And what's his motivation to lay it all on the line for you? Do you want me to cue up that Game 5 footage?
You just want to be a team player.
Yeah, no. Sorry.
We're going to let bygones be bygones and Scoops. We're just going to.
Oh, really?
Because, hey, remember, he did the whole Detroit tour, so he loves this city.
Oh, you don't think Boris will have a say in that?
Oh, he will.
Okay. So I'll ask you again. Rico,
I'm
just
trying to bring hope.
No, F hope. Give a damn about hope. Hope is not a strategy. Hope is a silly emotion.
Okay, well.
No, I'm just saying.
You're effed. Not you.
Oh, no. I mean, it's just, look, and again, maybe the arbiters rule in your favor and they pay him $19.
I can't see how that would happen.
I don't either. But if they did and I get Giolito, then it becomes this, hey, that's a legit move to really insulate this pitching staff.
If the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner loses his arbitration, in the words of Charles Ramsey, something's wrong here.
Fairness is our favorite F word.
Okay.
The Tigers made a history-making high offer.
Mm-hmm.
Boris countered by making a historical high ask.
You would think that comments back-to-back Cy Young, like, okay, everybody who's won back-to-back Cy Youngs, raise your hand. And there's like Greg Maddux. There's like a few people. Okay. All right. Okay. Pay me my money.
It's just clear Boris doesn't.
Yeah, so let me read that.
And it's also clear, too, David, one moment. It's also clear, too, if Tarek wanted to be here at all costs, you could make that happen. So you can take your Red Wings jersey. You can take all your little PR stuff. I ain't trying to hear that. That was cute. I know why you did it. You're trying to butter both sides of the bread. You want to be well-liked. But let's be clear. If you really wanted to be here.
See, I think both parties are doing that, Mike. The Tigers want to be liked. And they're kind of playing both sides. He's doing the same thing.
David, go ahead.
Somebody get serious. Go ahead,
Yeah,
David.
I just wanted to read the entire quote because you brought it up about Giolito and Bassett. That is from Ken Rosenthal. And so people know. He says, yes, the Detroit Tigers continue to explore the starting pitching market, talking to free agent right-handers Lucas Giolito and Chris Bassett, among others. Then he continues to write the potential for an addition might be less likely if they lose their arbitration case with left-hander Tarek Skubal and end up paying him $32 million instead of $19.
That's a nice way of saying we ain't got money for that extra box of cereal. Go put it back.
So on top of that, and then the audio that we played regarding if it's 32 and possibility maybe they trade him because of it, that's that. As a fan, that upsets me.
I understand it does, but that's why it should upset you is for a different reason than what you're allowing to upset you. You're mad saying, well, damn it, they should just spend the money.
No.
Then you're with me
I'm
on
mad
this.
because they should have just did the trade
that's right.
earlier.
Should have ripped the damn Band-Aid
They
off.
should have did it in December.
And then the best part is you get Scott Harris out there and you say it. You go, look, we tried. It was clear we weren't going to be able to get a deal done. My job is to do what's right for this organization. And I'm sorry to the fans that if it upsets you, this is how it had to be. We're doing what's best for this team to get a World Series. And you know what? At that point, I'm sorry. I don't think any reasonable fan is going to scream at the team. You can't pay this guy $400 million. Can't do it.
Unless you're worried about the ticket sales.
Well, you know what? Ultimately, you'll figure it out later when you start winning 100 games a year.
I'm with you.
I don't understand it. I wish I did. I want to. Oh, Rico's going to whisper talking. I see. Okay. I see what
You're a smart man. You get it.
No, I partially do. I just can't believe that's real. But fair.
Because you don't want it to be real.
No, I'm done.
You're right. We don't want it to
I'm
be.
just
There
done.
it is.
You know, the problem is I'm done caring. It's such a ridiculous situation. FanDuel, playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the divisional round, you find a pack loaded with profit boosts. So make sure in the app you check and away you go. And whatever it is, maybe it's Bears, Rams. Can the Miracle Bears finally go away? Is this where the Rams do the trick laying 4.5? I don't know. And Rico says you're number one. FanDuel.com/Michigan. Grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Former GM and current MLB athletic insider Jim Bowden wrote the following today about Tigers ace Tarik Skubal's arbitration case. Quote, I believe he'll get the record award of $32 million once the case is heard, and then he can wait for whenever the Tigers decide to trade him, which will probably be in July, end quote. Pistons center Jalen Duren has taken the next step this season, and today Slam Magazine announced him as their cover athlete. He said they'll trade him in July. I just don't believe that, though. It can't be. Duren, who has also missed a few games with an ankle... Oh, no. Duren, who also missed a few games with an ankle injury, was at practice today again. Tobias Harris was also back practicing despite their time off. Detroit still holds a 3.5 game lead in the East. Oh, and will resume play Thursday against the Pacers as well. Lions owner That's great. Lions owner Sheila Hamp Ford sent a letter to Lions season ticket holders saying that the results on the field were not good enough, but the organization does not feel the drastic change is necessary. Quote, I think she is. I'm proud of the roster we have built and the 36 wins we've accumulated over the last 3 seasons. That success doesn't happen by accident, but it also does not guarantee future success, end quote. Steelers coach Mike Tomlin informed the team he's stepping down today, and the Red Wings face the Bruins on the road tonight. 7:30 puck drop here on 97.1.
Okay, 5 o'clock, and I have to tell you something for you guys joining statewide. Appreciate it. I want to reference something that only the Detroit audience heard in one of Jeremy Otto's intrepid updates. And Rico missed it because Rico doesn't give a damn about Jeremy Otto. But I do. I sit here and listen to Jeremy.
To torture him.
This Jim Bowden report almost adds a layer to what we were talking about with Scooble. You ready for this? Mm-hmm. Jim Bowden. Hey, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Jeremy Otto, if you would be so kind. David, could you share the microphone? Jeremy, read the Bowden update you just read to us. Can you do that for me? I don't want to paraphrase. You did a great job.
Well, I unfortunately threw the paper away.
Get out. Okay, so listen, I'll paraphrase. You're done. So listen. Jim Bowden basically says Scooble's going to win his arbitration case, get his $32 million, and this is a quote from Bowden. Then he'll wait for the Tigers to trade him probably in July. If they keep him into this season and they trade him in July, my head will explode, and I'm taking a day off.
You're probably looking at a bunch of minor league players.
No, not a bunch. You will get nothing as it would relate. There is no scenario. Now, listen, I don't want to keep him, but if we do, I'm keeping him. And before you say, well, it'll depend where the team is, hey, let me give you the last 2 years. 9.5 out, 15.5 up. They almost missed twice. They made it twice.
25 game range.
Yeah, there's no. I would be in stunned disbelief if the team was 9 games out of first.
So at that point, you just go ahead, ride it till the wheels fall off, and just get your comp pick.
Of the worst case scenarios, that's like the worst case scenario is you didn't trade him in the offseason and you did it at the deadline as an expiring. What would you get? I really hope Jim Bowden's not right about that.
You're probably getting 2, maybe 1 good minor leaguer and 2 lower level.
You're getting a plumber and a pair of socks, as it would relate to actual value. And not even nice socks.
Yeah, a bunch of guys in A-ball.
Like, look, that's the other thing. And if you link it up to the Rosenthal report, he said if the Tigers lose the arbitration, they might not pursue Giolito or Bassett. So put these 2 reports together. Here's what the baseball insiders, not the boogeymen at 97.1 are forecasting, okay? That you're going to lose the arbitration. He's going to be $32 million. You don't want to pay that. It'll cost you the ability to go get Bassett or Giolito, and you'll just trade Scooble at the deadline. What, while you're in first place?
Mr. Valeni.
Yes, the senator from Louisiana.
If that's the case, if that's the possible scenario, why not just move him right now?
Hello.
Now I get it. He won't be on the mound for opening day.
He throws a ball you can catch.
He won't be on the mound for opening day, but
Can I ask
let's just pull this Band-Aid off.
does anyone have an opinion on this? I'm being serious. Like, I didn't plan on doing this right now, but that Otto's update, my God. For a former baseball GM, look, if you think Jim Bowden's a crackhead, that's your business, that's fine. I'm not telling you it's gospel. But I would never utter with a straight face that if the Tigers entered the season with Skubal, there's the only scenario you'd get rid of him is if this team somehow tanked. Like everything went wrong and they were a zillion games out. In this poverty division, I just, there's no way. Could you imagine the wrath of this town if they dealt him in July? If you think it's bad now, what do you think it is then?
You'll see an empty ballpark. That's about, this town will just say, you know what? To hell with this. We're Lions fans now. We've moved on.
I mean, David.
You've mismanaged this.
David, should I put even 1% stock in that Jim Bowden thing? Oh, boy.
No. I'm going to say no because it doesn't make me happy.
You want to hear what you want to hear?
I want to hear what I want to hear.
Okay, you know what?
I
don't put
want
any stock in that.
I don't want to hear that.
The Tigers, listen, I may disagree with a lot of what they do, but they're too smart to play that card. That card, like on a list of scenarios you would build, sign them, trade them, keep them, but then trade them at the worst possible time. That is the singular worst outcome. That makes no sense.
Well, because if you're the Tigers, you can at least sell it.
There's no sale.
This guy.
There's no sale.
If you just let it ride all the way to the end and he walks, people are going to say, so you knew this was going to happen and you did nothing.
I'll say it. I'd rather have the comp pick then.
Yeah, I'll
take anything at the deadline.
I'd rather let him go for nothing than height of summer, trade deadline, and I'm waving the white flag? That's like inexplicable. Kenny, do you have an opinion on this? You're the daiquiri guy.
Death by Lions or death by Bears?
Shirtless Kenny, he's back. April of 26. Buckle up.
No, I think you'd face the wrath of the fan base if you dealt with that. And I also think that that's not what would happen because they don't want to face the wrath of the fan base. They don't want an empty ballpark.
Bowden can't be right about that.
I agree.
That's... Look, if Rosenthal's right that they might deal him if they lose the arbitration, fine. I'm at a point now, anything that forces the trade, because I just don't see Bo Bichette descending from the clouds or like them. Remember, I'd also like to say this too, for all the people who are like, well, I don't want to pay these free agent prices. Remember, Nona has sat here and told you, I wanted to make a trade. That you weaponize some of the wonderful system that Scott Harris and company have built. I wanted to make a trade for what I would deem to be a palatable contract that I will pay in prospect equity and attain a player that will be with me now and through a presumed lockout. So let's be clear. I'm not yelling and screaming. I've wanted Bo Bichette since last year. Forget it. You don't like the pricing. But I don't feel like a big trade's coming. So I'm just in the, okay, if this is the team we're bringing to the table, while they might win this St. Leo's homeless division, they're not winning the World Series. This is not a World Series team. I'm sorry. You could say they're a game away from the ALCS. I'll say you were a game away from your funeral. You were not beating the Yankees in 24, and you sure as hell were not beating that Blue Jay team in 25. I'm sorry. Guys, like, we can live in reality. And even if you got that done, there are no way in HE-double-L hell you're beating Dodgers. Like, I'm just trying to live in reality here. And I see Rieger has walked in. We welcome him. All right. But guys, if you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. But we gave you the Rosenthal report last hour, along with early in the show, Red Wings talk. Odyssey.com rewind. The thought process around baseball, according to experts, not the bad people at 97.1, is if the Tigers lose the arbitration, to which Jim Bowden thinks you are losing it, that somehow, if you had to pay Skubal $32 million, it would cost you the ability, likely, to pursue Giolito or Bassett, which you need. You need to insulate this pitching staff. But then Bowden goes on to say, but they'll trade him in July. So cost yourself players now, maybe get off to a great start, only to then trade the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner at the height of summer, potentially in first or second place. Maybe Jim Bowden was sipping on some old fashions or something. Come on. Dude, my head would explode. I would take some time off. Because all I would do is yell, and I don't want to do that.
I think Jimmy's still in his office. Go ahead and take that time off.
Advanced PTO. like I put a caveat in there. Hey, if Scooble's dealt at the deadline, I'm extending Saratoga.
I think you want to be here.
Brother.
You know what? We would take your phone call from Saratoga. Go ahead.
I would just do the show remotely. I could join.
So, Rico.
There's no way.
You saying this to Mike means you think that Bowden's more right?
Yeah.
Then, oh, no.
I mean, David, everything is all lining up. You could keep whistling past the graveyard, but it's just all right in front of you. It's just right there. Look, it's just like every other team here. It's like it's what you want them to do, and it's what they're actually doing. And once you finally realize what they're actually doing, you lower the expectations, and you just get ready to get hurt. Every trade
The point
deadline,
is, if trading Scooble's on the table, it has to be done now. It cannot, and when I say now, I just mean before the season.
But if you trade him right now, then what you're doing is you're telling now the fans won't buy into the season. Now, after opening day, you'll probably see an empty
And if you
ballpark.
trade him at the deadline, headed into a lockout,
You got
and
half a season.
But if you detonate a season that is playing out the right way, it hurts more than you just doing it now, because you could say with a straight face to your customer base, guys, nobody here was excited to make this move, but it's for the best of the organization, as we had no ability to keep him.
You already bought the season ticket plans.
Dude, I'm just telling you. If
you
you trade him at the
now,
deadline
people
while
are-
you're in first place, you'll never get people back. Ever.
But you're hoping at that point you'll miss baseball because it'll be a strike.
Oh, this guy and his hope. I want to strip that word from your vocabulary.
Can't, man.
Hope is terrible.
Nope, I got hope.
David, we can take some ticket text on it. I really was kind of, you know what, Rieger, I want to hear from you, and not doing one of your boner pill ads. I want to hear you about this Jim Bowden thing. Next, I'm bringing Rieger in for 5 seconds. I got to hear it.
Look, I want you to be happy.
Turn up. If
You know
he
what?
says hope, turn his microphone off.
You know what? I'm leaving.
Fine.
I'm headed to East Lansing.
Goodbye.
I'll see you
Say hi to
later.
Fred Werner while you're at it. IRS collection or audit. Abraham and Rose is successfully specialized in fixing all types of tax problems over 30 years. Their extensive experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on them. Maurice and Jerry used to work for the IRS. They will evaluate any underlying federal or state income tax or payroll issues. AbrahamandRose.com or go 248-539-5040, and you never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, I've invited Rieger in not only because we are fond of Jeff, but because he is a baseball person like we are, and that Bowden thing, Jeff, just to give you context of what we were talking about earlier, because I know you listen, but I'm not expecting you to hear everything we do. I brought up Ken Rosenthal. We played the audio where Rosenthal basically said, look, if they lose the arbitration, it makes him more of a trade candidate. That, Rosenthal's been on this now for a few days saying if the Tigers lose this, it might cost them the ability to get a Giolito or Chris Bassett. My whole point in this has been, if you knew, you had an idea Boris was going to stick it to you, right? You knew it'd be in that 30 million range, just range. You set your budget, it's like election results, plus or minus 2%, right? Okay, fine. If you knew it was going to be a problem to pay Tarik Skubal $30 million, if I believe Rosenthal, I can't speak for the Tigers. I'm saying Rosenthal. If you knew that, then there was no way you could start this offseason knowing that was going to be the likely outcome. It wouldn't make baseball sense. It would hurt your ability to build this team out right. Mm-hmm. But then there's Rico saying, what if it's not about building it right? What if this is just baseball before lockout and baseball after? That the true way we want them to do business will come after there's no baseball in 27. And that, what have we always said, Jeff? It's about wait for the kids. Right. 2028. Right. Yeehaw.
You almost think of this, you talked about it for the Lions, as a gap year. Probably not going to win the World Series, so let's just go out here, do our thing. Let's not get ridiculous with the payroll. Wait for baseball to reset itself. Kids will be ready, and then we can start all over again with baseball with the guardrails as far as financially going with that. You don't have to pay.
But the Bowden
prices.
Thing about trading him in July to me is
well, that makes no sense.
That's pandemonium.
Well, that makes no sense because why would you pay him the $32 million? You're on the hook for 3/4 of it, and then you trade him. What? Yeah, you want to? But what if you're in first place? Then you're not going to trade him. So from the get go, it was always if you keep Skubal, you got to build around him, or you got to trade him. There was never in between, despite the fact the Tigers are currently doing the in between. But think about this, something we never talked about. Why would you keep Skubal? Because you want to try to win a World Series. At no point did anybody ever say, you got to trade him because you're going to have to pay him $32 million in arbitration.
That never crossed my mind.
Mine either. Nobody's. Obviously, it should have crossed their mind.
No, I'm saying I never believed that you wouldn't have budgeted the appropriate amount of money to pay a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner.
Okay, so if you know, they know that Boris wants blood. They know he wants to set records. They know he can get the $32 million because you can compare Skubal to everyday pitchers, not just arbitration pitchers. You know what you're dealing with Scott Boras. So why wouldn't you trade him? Why are you doing this? And Mike, it does make you wonder, at some point, did they screw up with Gleyber Torres? Did they mean for Gleyber to stick around? Go back even further than that. 3 years now under Scott Harris. You got a league-low third base situation. And then go back to his first season with Erod. So some of these decisions kind of need to be called into question. And this is the latest one. Why'd you only offer $19 million? You knew they were coming back with 32. I listened to the Petzold podcast,
Evan
Days
Petzold.
of Roar. Very good podcast.
Once again, Evan Petzold, not the bad people at 97.
Yeah. And Petzold said that his reporting, and he hasn't printed it in the Freep yet, but the initial offer during the negotiations was $19,800,000
on a contract.
Yeah, for arbitration. To arbitration to Skubal.
Okay.
And then they pulled it back. They pulled the $800,000 back. So why would you go 19.8 and then you pull it back when the offers are due? And then, of course, Boris is like, no, we're just going to go 32.
Well, because the arbitration, all they have to prove is he's $1 more than 25.5.
Correct. So if the Tigers at least offer a little bit more, 23,
it raises what they have to prove they're worth. You got a better shot of winning.
Right. And I also, in this podcast, they were talking to Evan, I forget his last name, but he writes for The Athletic. And he made the point. He's like, this is such a big case that the loser is going to walk away licking his wounds. It's going to be devastating to the loser while the winner is going to be pumping his chest. So if the Tigers lose this case, you've essentially cost yourself $13 million.
But you cost yourself more than that. Right. You can say they cost themselves $13 million from the reporting. Again, not from the boogeymen here at the ticket, but from national baseball writers. it sounds like you're costing yourself the ability to build this team out.
Well, that
and
too.
you may end up trading this guy. You never needed to go down this road in the first
So
place.
where was the foresight? We're asking the wrong question. Not if the Tigers are going to win the hearing, because they're not. Where was the foresight? Where was the... If you, me, and Rico talked about why you trade Skubal, and none of us said because the arbitration number is going to be bonkers, don't you think they knew that? That is the reason, the single reason that you trade him. Even though I wanted to keep him, that is the single most reason that you
Let's
trade him
take
because
this
you can't
for the
afford him.
record real quick. There's not a human being that doesn't want to keep Tarek Skubal.
Of course.
There's want to and need to. There's not a single fiber of my being that wants to take modern Verlander and trade him. But I live in reality. I don't do the hope stuff that he does.
Well, ooh.
I'm kidding. I just
Wow.
want to make sure you're still with us.
I'm out of here.
No. Yeah, I know you got a big game today. The Hoosiers are in town.
But I'm just, this makes...
The whole thing's perplexing.
It makes no sense.
I agree. So then what's your conclusion? What is everybody's conclusion? What
My
is
conclusion is, Rieger, I just look at it. Stop trying to make it make sense. Stop trying to fit things where they shouldn't. And you know what? Maybe.
So it's mismanaged.
This is just what they want to do. And
Yeah, but it
to
makes no
me,
sense.
It all sets up for after baseball, sits out for a year, reset, we come back, new rules, new cap restrictions.
But it still makes
and
no
we'll
sense.
Play this game.
I keep trying to explain that to him, but he won't hear it from me. Maybe
No.
you should try.
But it still makes no sense because in your world,
Oh, no, I understand.
Yeah, but
now,
wouldn't you
Rieger.
just
Thanks for
want to?
explaining.
If the
I
system
wasn't
is going to
listening to
change,
him.
if the system is going to change, wouldn't you just say screw it for 1 year? Let's try to do something when you got the best pitcher in baseball.
Well, that was Rico's plan, and I even acquiesced to it, saying, look, I have been on the trade him deal. If I can't keep him, I'm trading him, and what I'll do is weaponize some prospects. Because, look, let me be clear. Scott Harris and his crew have done an outstanding job building the farm system.
Right, but the thing is,
I wanted to make a trade this offseason. I have never said, go out and drop $300 million on a free agent. No matter what people think of me, I've never made that demand. Now, the Bo Bichette thing, if it was 130, 140, I'd do it. The point I'm making is if you make a trade, you can acquire a cost-effective player with team control. I can pay in prospect equity and roll them into it where it doesn't affect my budget.
Or you just want to start fresh, so you just pare the payroll down so that when we come back, you could start fresh with a low payroll.
But the problem is, this guy is entering year 4. Talking about the POBO, president of baseball ops, Scott Harris. This is year 4, okay? He's going to be judged on this, regardless. If it works out, if it doesn't work, this is his legacy. Everybody's going to judge him by this, and this is how he's handling the deal.
It'll be his legacy,
And he's-
Rieger, until...
Well, he's feeling like...
No, it's his legacy until he does something else to say, aha, this was my plan
I don't know how many
along.
chances you get, but like I truly believe, like when you're going up against Scott Boras, it feels like, I'm not saying this is the case. I don't know all the intricacies. It feels like Scott Boras is winning. That's what it feels like.
Well, yes and no. It's also I want to choose my words carefully. In essence, they're losing the PR battle because we have no evidence they have offered a legitimate, or at least in our mind, or the fans' mind, a legitimate offer to Skubal. Something that is in the $200 to $250 million range. Not 4, not even 3. Legitimate resides in, I'm going to have to offer this guy a better part. Look, if Max Fried gets 218, you got to come in at 250. Can we just agree on that? And they'll shoot it down, and that's okay. One report that this franchise made that type of offer, I think it lets them off the hook completely with fans because then it vilifies Skubal. Now, in the absence of that, it says they haven't made that offer. That's what it says.
True, but it doesn't change the fact that you know he's not going to be a Tiger.
Right.
And you know you can't add around him. So your only option was to make your team better by saying goodbye to him.
I would have traded
and
him.
while it would
I
have
would have signed
sucked,
2 pitchers and a middle-of-the-order bat, and I would have told people straight up, we are still a winning baseball team. We intend to win the Central, but we couldn't or wouldn't
Understood.
go where they wanted
but
to go.
now you're here and your name's being dragged through the mud, and I think we all can agree that this was avoidable.
I think it was totally avoidable.
So where are we?
think-
That's the most perplexing thing about it to me. The fact that we're here to begin.
I'm at a point right now where, look, we're gonna get to the end of January real quick here. There's not going to, it seems like, sounds like, feels like, there will not be any negotiating between Boris and the Tigers.
No, Boris thinks he won the thing, so why would he negotiate?
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah.
They're gonna go to trial, basically.
Yeah.
If they lose, I got to be honest, I'm starting to think the trade might happen. I'm starting to think that if they lose it, before they cost themselves the ability to fix this team, there's no way that Jim Bowden thinks right. If they go into the season with him and they're rocking and rolling, and they're, let's say, 5 games over 500, and they trade him at the deadline, it'll be pandemonium.
Well, exactly. So that's not an option. So let's say your theory is right, though, and you got to trade him. Let's say it's going to happen, right? And you lose the arbitration deal, and you got to say goodbye.
Okay.
All right. So what is your value of a trade compared to what it would have been at the winter meetings?
I don't think
less?
I don't.
I'm asking.
No.
Oh.
I don't think it drastically changes. I don't think it materially changes. It's still in the offseason, and let's face it, the teams that would want him, the Dodgers, the Mets, teams like that,
they're still going to want him.
They're going to want him, and their budgets are basically limitless. Did you see the offer the Mets made Kyle Tucker today?
Yeah, $50 million a year.
Short term, $50 a year. Look, the optimal time to me would have been the winter meetings. I mean, the optimal time would have been 2 years ago, but fine.
No. We got you out there for that.
Playoffs. Hey, buddy, I'm built different. I'm trying to win the World Series.
I understand.
Jeff, I appreciate it. I just wanted to talk through it, and then the Petzold stuff you brought is great. Evan Petzold, mean guy.
You just wanted to talk to Jeff because you were sick of me. So
well, no, you use words like hope. I don't like hope. It's not a strategy.
Rico's got a big game tonight. Leave him be. He's got a big game.
All right. Go ahead. Tell him about your baseball, please.
The NBA season is heating up, and so is Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's the deal. You guys heard me talk about the fan cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, win or lose. So even if that bet misses, don't worry about it. You're still stacking fan cash that unlocks value that you can't get with other sportsbooks, like more bets, unlimited profit boosts for favorite player props, unlimited NBA gear, game tickets, access to exclusive Fanatics events like the Fanatics Fest in New York City. But that's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, a protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. Even if you love player props, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. Make that switch to the sportsbook that gives you more to play with. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Odyssey.com rewind. We've hit the Red Wings today. We've hit Tarek Skubal. We've hit Lions offensive coordinator talk. We've hit Mike Tomlin stepping down. And we've had Elliot Friedman. Odyssey.com rewind.
I can't wait for the next time we do hockey talk to see what football coach does something.
I know. David, ticket text coming in. What do you got, buddy?
So in your football today, Rico, you mentioned Brown, A.J. Brown. Someone says Niners and Eagles should swap problem receivers, Ayuk for Brown.
No, the Niners already fixed that problem. They got the buyout. No, he didn't show up. He didn't show up for rehab, so they voided the deal. So how about no?
To your point, Mike, about trading T.J. Watt, someone says T.J. Watt to the Lions. Who disagrees?
Brad Holmes on line 6. We're good.
No. Brad Holmes we have Aiden.
Right.
We have an Aiden. You only need one.
Yeah, well.
Unlike what you saw with Houston.
If you want to see what time to
Fugazi.
pressure looks like, watch Houston versus Pittsburgh last night.
You want to see real
watch that.
Real defensive stats versus stats on paper.
That was scary.
That was ridiculous. David, I felt sorry for your quarterback every time just take a knee. Take the knee. It's safer.
See, and just for you, because you always say I'm hating on my team, the minute I believe, they do that last night.
No, David, they look like the Steelers stole something from them. The way they beat them, they look like the Pittsburgh just went into their locker room and stole everything. At the end of the game, if I was Rodgers, no. Who's the backup? He's playing. I ain't doing this. No, you take some of this abuse.
Yeah, he got destroyed last night. Regarding Skubal, someone says Tigers will lose arbitration, keep Skubal, be up by 4 games at the trade deadline, not trade him, then collapse, miss the playoffs, and not get anything for him.
These are nightmare scenarios. Don't say that. It's just I guess for me, it's if you keep him, there's only one outcome that makes it good, and that's winning the whole bleeping thing. And hey man, look, you can be there are plenty of good baseball teams that aren't going to win the World Series. I don't think this is a World Series team. So if that's the case, you either do the things to give yourself the best opportunity to be that around Skubal, or you trade him. It is remarkable we're here. And look, I hope these reports are wrong. I hope Ken Rosenthal's wrong and that Jim Bowden is wrong. But all we have to go on are those reports. So you're going to get your answer in a couple of weeks. And if they lose that arbitration, then the clock starts. Because ultimately, I think they're smart to look in the pitching market. To add, we started this offseason. What do we all say? We want a number 2 with Skubal. It wasn't Drew Anderson, who hasn't pitched in the MLB since 2021. It just wasn't. And I no longer I don't think I can trust Jack Flaherty. I'm also not the one who gave him a vesting option.
Troy Melton, Reese Olson.
No,
Staff's going to be fine. Yeah, I hear you, though.
No. The staff will be good. The point is you need to insulate your staff. We've talked about this. The model has changed. Mm-hmm. You used to need like 3 pitchers and 2 fill. Now you need about 6 or 7 guys. Like you see what teams are doing. So I quit. What's next?
How you guys doing?
I
feel like I just talked to you both. We're going to talk a little Red Wing hockey, similar to what you guys talked about in the first hour. Curious if people are buying in because, man, they've looked great the last couple games. Nice little revenge tour of their own. They sweep the Montreal Canadiens. They win yesterday 4-3 in overtime against the great Carolina team.
Yeah, all to get hot for the Olympics. And then you have the break.
Big break, yes.
Bottom line, I said 6 out of 10 is my trust level. I can't go higher than that because of what they've done the last few years.
And I hear you. I mean, 2 years ago, they had the 9-point cushion, and then the Capitals end up getting in with 91 points. But I heard the one caller call you guys earlier in the day, and he calls up. He's like, listen, I'm a 10. This is a playoff team. I kind of feel the same way. Like, just watching them this year, I'm pretty damn confident this is a playoff team. Okay. But you guys are right. It's always in the back of your head.
Rieger's ready to get hurt again.
Could it happen again?
I mean, anything's possible. I also think the East is hyper competitive. What's the spread? One to being out of the playoffs is like 7 or 8 points, right?
I think 9. I think it's 9.
Yeah.
It was 8 before the win yesterday.
If I'm the Wings, you just got to do one thing. Chew it and do it.
That's right.
Wow. Rico Beard, everybody.
Can't wait.
Nice.
On that one, eh?
Nice.
Hey, who does?